Chapter 1. Kingdom of Fiori, Magnolia Harbor. A building is located in front of you, and the decoration looks a bit classical, similar to an old bar. Occasionally, people passing by here either booed or had some inexplicable resentment. There are mixed reviews, but one thing is for sure, this is a pretty well-known place. Fairy Tale, the #1 powerful wizard guild in the entire kingdom of Fiori. Looking from the front door, you can see many people standing inside. Some were drinking wine, some were playing cards, the half-naked teenagers were chatting with the smoking man, and there were noisy and sloppy voices from time to time. Luo Yun, I know you can make a lot of things, but can you even make this? Several guild members gathered in front of a young man, with a slightly surprised expression on their faces. Following the voice, the eyes of the people who were still talking about each other gathered together. This is mithril. The texture is already light. If the magic control is unstable, even if there is a little deformation, you will suffer a lot later. The risk of using such high-grade materials is too great. I think it's better to forget it. It's not worth the money you lose. Facing the exhortations of several guild members, the boy named Luo Yun held a magic wand emitting a faint light, and looked at the shaking silver nuggets on the table in front of him with a meaningless face. Wait a minute, the critical step is coming soon. As Luo Yun held his breath and concentrated, he continued to introduce magic power into the wand. Under the resonance of the magic power, the silver nugget in front of him trembled more and more violently. It would not be surprising that the silver nugget that was constantly undulating and shaking suddenly burst into pieces at this moment. Seeing this dangerous act like walking a tightrope, everyone's hearts were raised in their throats. At this moment, Luo Yun slightly raised his hand. With a simple movement, there seemed to be a wave of magical power in the wand, and under the mutual impact of the two magical powers, the silver on the table quickly settled down again. In just a moment, a full amount of magic power had been introduced into it through the magic wand. The silver nuggets on the table refracted colorful colors in an instant, and a strange energy was soon attached to the surface. Successful. Luo Yun really made magic mithril. What? Isn't this kid just a newcomer? Hey, just kidding. Even if it just happened to succeed once, wouldn't we be getting rich? All the members of the guild had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Although magic tools are no longer popular, magic mithril is still a very precious magic material. No matter in the selection of raw materials, shaping, types of magic power and injection techniques, it takes a lot of effort and a certain amount of luck to make it. Not only is it widely used, but usually only great wizards with strong magic power can make this kind of synthetic material, so it can be sold at a high price in the magic market. Even Chairman Makarov of the 10 Wizard Saints level may not be able to process this kind of material well. As a result, this mediocre rookie can synthesize it. Is there anything more surprising than this? Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't tell everyone that even this mithril was made by himself. Otherwise, it is estimated that the people in the guild will pester me every day to refine stones into gold to help them make profits before they can issue commissions to themselves. As for how to do all this, I am afraid that only Luo Yun knows. Luo Yun is not from this world. He is a native earthling from modern society. After waking up one day, he took the host's memory and traveled to this magical world aslant, and learned that he was in the well-known comic book Fairy Tale. The host of this time travel seemed to be an orphan who was very eager to learn magic and join the Magister's Guild. However, he was weak in physique and mediocre in magic. Apart from a handsome face that was exactly like Luo Yun's, he had no other advantages. Therefore, Luo Yun also has a headache. How can this guy gain a foothold in this world after time travel? After all, any guild mage in this magical world has exaggerated power far stronger than ordinary people. Fortunately, Luo Yun came to this world with Goldfinger. After traveling for a while, the mechanical sound of Goldfinger sounded in Luo Yun's mind. Ding! The host crossed successfully. Obtained crossing rewards. Skills. Predator. Great Sage. Predator consists of the following 5 abilities: predation, analysis, stomach bag, mimicry, isolation. Great Sage is composed of the following 5 abilities: thinking acceleration, analysis and identification, parallel calculation, chanting and elimination, and omnipresent. Luo Yun soon had a bottom line in his mind. This Goldfinger sounds complicated, but isn't this the passive skill of that slime Limulu? Unexpectedly, Luo Yun could get such a convenient Goldfinger in his first time traveling. The skill that first attracted Luo Yun's attention was the predation in Predator. This skill allows Luo Yun to swallow unconscious matter into his body, including magic. The second is the analysis in the Predator. Analyze the devoured object components. and learn the magic skills of the object. If the material conditions are sufficient, objects can even be made. Of course, the material conditions for making creatures are too harsh, so some magic props are usually made, and the main function is to learn magic skills. With these two skills in hand, Luo Yun quickly understood that there was no need to fight the enemy empty-handed all the time. As long as he joined the Wizards Guild, he would have a lot of ways to slowly learn magic and improve his strength. But how to join the Wizards Guild is also a problem. In the beginning, Luo Yun just killed some birds in the suburbs to strengthen his physique. After realizing that his strength was stronger than that of ordinary humans, Luo Yun swallowed 3 lizard men in just 2 days and obtained their skills. In fact, it is just a basic bonus skill that allows oneself to gain more strength and defense in a short period of time. Although it can't be said to be very strong, relying on these 2 skills and the magical power accumulated by the predator that is superior to ordinary people, Luo Yun's strength at this age is no different from that of ordinary wizards. After that, Luo Yun quickly became familiar with the analysis and identification skill in the Great Sage. When encountering any magic, Luo Yun only needs to glance at it to decipher its activation formula through the analysis identification in the Great Sage in the body. Although Luo Yun himself does not use magic to activate it, he can also be called civil and military. It's both. Chapter 2. After proficiently using the skills of Predator and Great Sage, Luo Yun soon had a plan for the next step at joining the Wizards Guild to analyze and learn more skills. Luo Yun found the guild leader Makarov by accident. Luo Yun quickly showed his talent. No matter what magic Makarov released, Luo Yun could quickly tell its activation formula and magic power structure, which surprised Makarov. After all, he is a talented young man. After learning that Luo Yun was eager to join a mage's guild, the president Makarov saw Luo Yun's profound magic knowledge, and he was very appreciative of his talent. So he directly allowed the young Luo Yun after joining the association. He first served as a handyman. After joining the association, Luo Yun is like a farmer who has planted a piece of rice and ushered in a bumper harvest in autumn. In order to hunt and obtain the magic skills of the guild members, Luo Yun began to use system skills to copy magic props for everyone while working as a handyman. As long as there are corresponding materials, no matter how sophisticated magic props can be reproduced after Luo Yun prays. This saved a lot of time and cost in making props, so guild members handed over their magic props and materials to Luo Yun for copying. And of course Luo Yun never refused. After only being with you for a few weeks, Luo Yun preyed on the magic items of many guild members and learned their respective powerful skills. The growth rate of this strength is really different from before. Luo Yun often thinks that if he preys on the skills of S-level mages like Gildarts and Laxus, or even learns the magic of light from General Makarov, his own strength should be greatly enhanced. However, Luo Yun's plan does not stop there. If you just use the Predator to reproduce the skills of the members of the guild, you will not be able to master the magic at all. Although the strength is not bad, it can't reach the point where it is unmatched. If you want to further study the skills you have learned and use them thoroughly, you must use the Great Sage to conduct an in-depth analysis of the skills you have already mastered. For this reason, it should be necessary to master more magical knowledge, and the reserve of such knowledge cannot be developed overnight. Moreover, there are basically no nerds in this guild, and the only kid named Levy who likes to read books doesn't often go to the library. Luo Yun's library key has not been approved until now, which makes him a little anxious to wait. However, there is still a lot of time. After all, I have just joined the club not long ago, so it is not bad to spend my energy on predator skills for the time being. Thinking like this, Luo Yun has been helping guild members make magic props and sell them for money in his spare time. As long as there are raw materials, using the system Predator to make magic props is bound to be successful, so the scene just now happened. Luo Yun, your production technology is too sophisticated. Could it be that you actually have a particularly powerful magical power? I do know a lot of magic, but that's about it for magic power. Luo Yun, can you make some magic cards for me? It's too inefficient for me to do it by myself. How about a reward of 1000 J for one card? Small idea. Show me the sample card this time. Although he hasn't stayed here for too long, Luo Yun quickly became one with the guild members with his excellent skills. It was late at night, and there were still a few guild members having a drink in the lobby, but Luo Yun returned to his room early. Today's harvest is quite a lot. The skills of these mages who rely on magic props are easy to handle, and they can be easily preyed on, but the magic of those S-level mages does not seem to rely on magic props. How should they prey? Forget it. Let's talk about these later. Let's take a look at today's spoils. After Luo Yun stared at the magic card he took from his companion for a while, the mechanical sound of the system came quickly. Ding. Great Sage, analysis and appraisal activated. Analyzing target object components for you. The analysis is complete. The target substances are magic cards. The destiny of summoning thunder, the explosive flame of the sun, icicle of death, Emperor's Windblade. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Luo Yun's mouth. This is a magic card dedicated to Kana's genuine card magic among the guild members, and it happens to be the ones I lack. It's really generous. She gave me 4 cards at once. She should be able to make a lot of cards like this. With Luo Yun's gaze, Kana's magic card gradually disappeared from the table, and a mechanical sound sounded in Luo Yun's head. Ding. Predator. Predator activates. The target has been inhaled into the body. Ding. Predator. Analysis activated. Learned magic. Destiny of summoning thunder. Burst flame of the sun. Icicle of death. Emperor's Windblade. Soon, Luo Yun felt that several card spells had been completely engraved in his memory. The magic power of lightning, storm, flames, ice, and various attribute elements quickly boiled and rose in Luo Yun's body, and then slowly calmed down. Luo Yun mastered Kana's 4 card magics in an instant. This is all thanks to the slime's passive Predator. Combining the Predator's predation and analysis skills, Luo Yun can inhale the cards into his body and fully grasp the card magic that the cards possess, without any effort at all. Next is the production stage. Using the analysis skill, although it is difficult to make humans or monsters, if it is just such a simple magic item, Luo Yun can make as many as he wants. The white card of the basic material has already been prepared, so let's start making it. Luo Yun spread out another stack of white cards on the table, and with the concentration of thoughts, the 4 magic elements of wind, fire, ice, thunder, and 4 layers were slowly generated on each card. Ding. Predator. Analysis activated. The magic card is done. Soon, the scrap of paper turned into a magic card that was indistinguishable from Kana's. Luo Yun breathed a sigh of relief and opened the long drawer under the table. In an instant, a colorful glow burst out from the drawer. The seemingly ordinary storage drawer is actually full of magic props. Even though he has only joined the guild for such a short time, almost half of the guild members' magic items have been copied by Luo Yun. Wakaba's cigarettes, Droy's tinder, Alzak's bullets. Gray's ice cubes can't be stored for long. They were preyed on yesterday. Why don't you try the newly learned card magic today, and then spend the rest of the time making magic cards? Chapter 3. Luo Yun took out a blue magic card, injected it with magic power, and threw it lightly to the ground. Icicles of death. Chromium. It was just such a small action, without using much magic power at all. The floor of Luo Yun's room was completely frozen in an instant. The frosty air covered the heels, and the cold air that had nowhere to escape even froze Luo Yun's feet. It's really too cold. This magic should have a stronger effect in outdoor battles. Take it back first. Luo Yun sent the will to prey into the system. Predator. Predation has been activated. The target is the magic icicle of death. Under Luo Yun's will, the powerful freezing magic that had just been summoned disappeared in an instant and was completely swallowed by him. The effect is stronger than expected. Don't try other magic for now. Luo Yun checked his own status in the current system. Skills currently mastered by the host: strength enhancement, skin hardening, smoke magic, plant magic, ice modeling magic, card magic, text magic. The current strength of the host: S-class mage. Seeing how rich his skill bar is now, Luo Yun couldn't help but feel his rapid development. Planning in this way, the light of different elements on Luo Yun's table shone again, and one after another magic cards were piled up to fill the material library in the drawer. The speed of learning skills is much faster than expected. The foundation has been laid, and I am really looking forward to future research. Afternoon the next day, Luo Yun was at the wine table in the lobby cleaning the glasses that the other mages drank from last night. All the members of the guild arrived today. It seemed that there was something important. The members who are usually rare in the guild all showed up. Of course, even if Luo Yun rarely saw them, he had a very deep impression on these mages in the original work. Just when Luo Yun didn't know what was going on, a short, white-haired old man in a beige windbreaker came down from the corridor on the second floor. He looked at the empty wine barrels all over the floor with a slight aroma of alcohol and quickly frowned tightly. Why did you drink so much yesterday? You can't be secretly bullying the newcomers, right? This old man is Makarov, the third and current president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Upon hearing his voice, the members of the guild greeted him cordially. Happy President. Old man, what are you talking about? This is absolutely nothing. Look at Luo Yun. He is alive and kicking. It doesn't look like he has been bullied. The shirtless boy argued a little aggrievedly. His name is Gray, and he is often unconsciously naked, a habit that is quite unique even among fairy tale guild members. Ahem. You put on your clothes before talking to me. Makarov closed his eyes with a slightly embarrassed expression. After being told by the president, everyone in the guild began to laugh at Gray's exhibitionism, and Gray didn't dare to argue with the president, but endured everyone's ridicule with a little irritability, and silently found some unlined clothes that were extremely uncomfortable. Put it on your head. Luo Yun, if they want to tease you in the future, just tell me, and I will teach them a lesson for you. However, for their eccentricities like this, you can bear it as much as you can. Makarov sighed. Not only Gray Kana, a girl playing cards, is a full-fledged alcoholic, and Wakaba, the airplane head, never leaves his cigarette. The little guy named Max is an annoying chatterbox, and the purple-haired girl Laki has a bit of a radio wave and speaks in a way that people can't hear. If you have to say it, there is really no normal person in this guild. This group of guys is like this. Although they are all very good companions, they are somewhat weird. I don't intend to restrict everyone's nature, and I hope you can get used to it. Luo Yun looked at Makarov and nodded slightly. It's nothing, the president. Everyone is a very good person. Yesterday, I went to bed very early, and I just drank a sip of wine. It's okay. As the current president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov is quite strong in strength and character. He is one of the top 10 magic guides of today, very good at manipulating light attribute magic, and he is quite good at managing the guild. The current atmosphere of the guild is mostly due to him. Whenever Luo Yun communicates with him, he can feel the steady character and kindness of the elder. Ahem. I didn't want to spoil your fun when you were drinking, but I just came to tell you that our guild is going to have a new companion, a girl. What Luo Yun said is nothing, but in front of the little girl, Gray, you have to restrain your eccentricity. This kid is relatively introverted, don't scare him away. Old man, why do you only train me alone? I am obviously normal in this guild, okay? Gray replied angrily, causing the entire guild to burst into laughter again. Ahem. In short, it's fine for you to restrain yourself a little bit, and that's fine. Makarov turned around, raised his right hand high and waved. Everyone go on their own. Don't run too far, just don't blow up here. I'm going to pick up that kid, and I'll be back soon. Let's hold a small party for the new companion. Before Makarov finished speaking, the guild immediately restored its previous atmosphere. Everyone should fight, smoke, and drink, or follow the commission in a serious manner, and they are all doing what they want to do. All kinds of people get along harmoniously, immersing themselves in their own world without being influenced by others. Laissez-faire was the way Makarov ran the guild, a firm believer that maximum freedom would best develop the wizard's magical talents. Luo Yun was also quite at ease, and couldn't help but think that if the guild he joined was not Fairy Tale, but some other strict mage's guild, he would be suffocated to death now. 2 hours passed. In the past 2 hours, although everyone was noisy, they listened to Makarov very much and stayed in the guild hall without moving much. Whether it's the children or a few old seniors, even the guys who are usually extremely idle and have never organized discipline are sitting behind the wine cabinet early and waiting. Following the bursts of discussion from everyone, President Makarov soon walked into the gate of the guild again. All eyes are on his direction. Let me introduce you. This is Urza Scarlet. Come in, Urza. Behind him, a girl with straight red hair, fair skin, and a pretty face walked in slowly. Chapter 4. She was wearing a small armor with a blue skirt and black boots on her lower body. One eye seemed to be injured, wrapped in a gauze eye patch, and she looked a little uneasy. From today, you are one of us. Makarov took the dark blue Fairy Tale Guild seal from Guildarts and stamped it on the girl's arm. It's Urza. Luo Yun was cleaning the sink at the bar, looking at the familiar red hair. The memory of her was quickly exported in his mind. In the original work, Urza was imprisoned in the Tower of Heaven since he was a child, and was enslaved by the Dark Magic Order, so his personality is more introverted and autistic. After being rescued by Grandpa Rob, the pain of watching Grandpa Rob die in front of her cast a shadow on her young heart. Afterwards, she joined Fairy Tale, determined to seal the negative emotions in her heart into the armor, and worked hard to execute every commission. Her meticulous character also made her the strongest S-rank female mage in the guild. However, her timid and cute face now has nothing to do with the strongest at all. A few years later, the Fairy Queen who is proficient in space-type dress-up magic will also have such a restrained, shy and charming side at this time, and Luo Yun feels a strong sense of contrast. Urza's magic, I should be able to analyze and use it. I remember her magic was Space system. Luo Yun exudes a trace of joy that cannot be expressed beyond words. If one can master the magic of the space system, it may be possible for ordinary people to be able to change clothes and fight, but for Luo Yun, it is far more than that. He has mastered far more types of magic than ordinary people, and he can create countless magic items. If this ability is combined with space magic, Luo Yun's strength will be greatly improved. The girl looked at the blue seal on her arm. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had a lot to say to others. From her slightly relieved and slightly sad expression, even a guy who has no eyesight can tell that she has experienced some heavy things. Makarov looked at the reserved girl and sighed slightly. It's bad luck. There's nothing you can do about it. Let him pass the past. Even if her heart disease is difficult to cure, if she stays in the guild, it is better than being exposed to the wind and sun outside. Urza, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here first. You can live there for a while before we talk about it. Urza raised his head slightly. His left eye next to the blindfold glowed with a clear luster. From that luster, an eager and strong desire flashed. President, can accept the entrustment? Entrust? Don't worry, I will arrange it for you later. All you need to do now is to rest well. It doesn't matter if you can't get along with everyone in the guild. Our guild will never embarrass any newcomers. Urza lowered his head, and the anxiety on his face gradually turned to calm. Because she has been enslaved and oppressed since she was a child. In her consciousness, those in power are the embodiment of greed that can do whatever they want. But a person like President Makarov, who seems to be in a high position, has a kindness and gentleness like Grandpa Rob, which makes her feel a little bit like when he is around Grandpa Rob. Glancing towards the lobby, Makarov asked lightly, "Where's Gray? Why didn't he come out?" "Grandpa, Gray said that he was afraid of suddenly frightening the newcomer and being scolded by you, so he hid alone." "This brat." Makarov shook his head and looked at the arrogant yellow-haired youth beside him. "Laxus, you are in charge this time. Forget it. I'm not interested in newcomers." Before Makarov finished speaking, the young man named Laxus walked away with a meaningless expression on his face. The scene became a little awkward for a while. "Why?" Makarov sighed deeply again. Several old members of the guild happened to have tasks to deal with later, so it was already a bit out of the ordinary to ask them to come to the party. I wanted to find a senior to take her to familiarize myself with the environment here, but I didn't expect that even this kind of thing needs to be handled by myself. These guys really don't make me worry. However, I have a lot of things to do, and I have to have someone to greet her. At this moment, Luo Yun had washed yesterday's glasses early, and the dishes, chopsticks, and sink floor were also cleaned up. After making all kinds of props such as magic cards, bullets, and enchanting seeds that were entrusted to make today, Luo Yun is also preparing to go to his room. I basically devoured all the magic items of the guild members, and it would be a waste of time to continue making more. You can prepare some for them in advance to save time and cost. Now the most important thing is to analyze those ancient magics. I feel that using the Predator to acquire skills can only use a single skill, and I haven't fully grasped that series of magic. Tomorrow is a whole day for me to study. Let's see how far the great sage can analyze my existing skills. Thinking about Goldfinger, Luo Yun was suddenly stopped by Makarov. "Luo Yun, come here." "Me?" Luo Yun pointed to himself. Seeing Urza trailing behind Makarov, Luo Yun felt that it might not be a bad thing for Makarov to find him. "Luo Yun, you have only joined the guild not long ago, and you are very popular among guild members recently." Makarov chuckled twice. "Every guild member has a good evaluation of you. You seem to be quite happy." "Haha, how can it be?" Luo Yun straightened his back. "Don't be self-effacing. You are the most adaptable child I have ever seen. Now about the guild, I don't think you don't know anything about it. When I'm not around, if Urza encounters any problems, you will be responsible." Makarov turned to Urza and said, "Urza, his name is Luo Yun. He came to the guild a little earlier than you. Don't look at him as a handyman. In fact, the reserve of magic knowledge is quite deep. In our guild, except for me, I can't find anyone who knows more than him." Urza raised his head, and the corners of his mouth were a little murmured. "It's amazing, it looks very young. Well, in the future, whether it's about magic or daily life, you can find him. Now I'm considering promoting him to my consultant." Makarov laughed out loud. "President, I haven't even executed the entrustment yet. Isn't it too early for you to start a joke?" Chapter 5. There will be a commission sooner or later, don't worry. By the way, Luo Yun, take what I said to you last time, take it." Makarov said, handing a bunch of keys to Luo Yun's hands. Looking at the key handed over, Luo Yun couldn't help but feel happy. "Thank you, President. I will definitely make good use of the guild library. Makarov waved his hand. There's nothing to be thankful for. The library is the common property of the guild members, but I thought no one in the guild would like to read books anymore except Levy. If there is anything else you want, just mention it to me directly. As long as you don't have any particularly expensive magic tools, I will satisfy your normal requirements. Holding the key in his hand, Luo Yun's eyes seemed to have flashed the magic scroll as dense as the stars, and the magic knowledge on it turned into pieces of intertwined and circling flowing codes, which lingered in his mind for a long time. Then I'll go first. Makarov patted Luo Yun on the shoulder, like an old senior who had high hopes for the next generation. Watching Makarov leave, Urza turned his attention to Luo Yun. This young man looked to be about the same age as him, dressed very cleanly, and his facial features could be called handsome, making him very comfortable to look at. Generally, a girl of this age would have her heart beat faster after watching him for a long time, and would want to turn her eyes away. However, although he could not be said to be skinny, he still looked too thin compared to those big honks. He didn't carry any magic props all over his body, and he was only wearing single clothes. He didn't look like a professional mage. Thinking of President Makarov saying that he has a very deep reserve of magical knowledge, Urza couldn't help but feel the mystery of Luo Yun. Senior Luo? Haha. You don't need to be so pretentious, just call me Luo Yun. Luo Yun smiled easily, followed behind Urza, and looked out the window. The sky was already dark, and the crimson of the remnant clouds had faded a little, which contrasted with the red of Urza's hair in front of him, looking faint and beautiful. Urza, you should live in the girl's apartment. Has the president told you? Well, the president has told me everything, but the subsequent arrangements are still unclear. Luo Yun nodded slightly. He could see that Urza was very eager to do something for the guild, but after all, strength was accumulated step by step. It's not early today, go back and sleep well. Come and find me here tomorrow, anytime, I'm always here. Early the next morning. Even the sky was only a little bit dim, and Urza came to the guild hall early. As soon as he stepped into the main entrance, Luo Yun's yawning voice came over. Morning, come with me. Without waiting for Urza to respond, Luo Yun walked towards the back door of the main building of the guild. Sticking the blue seal of the fairy tale guild on his arm on the magic circle that had already been drawn by the back door, Luo Yun's body quickly merged into the darkness. Without much hesitation, Urza imitated Luo Yun's example and moved the engraving that was made just yesterday to the magic circle. Just getting so close, Urza felt a strange gravitational force appearing in the invisible place, pulling his body inward. When he came to his senses, Urza opened his eyes and looked. The dim yellow oil lamps were arranged neatly on both sides. On the wall, the magic crystals inlaid fairly evenly gave off a faint purple light, lighting up the stone steps below a foot wide. There is a slight smell of damp wood in the air, adding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Although Luo Yun could not be seen, his voice came from below. Come on. Urza walked down the stone steps step by step. As the light faded away, the surrounding environment became darker and darker, but there was a narrow and bright glare from the half-closed door ahead. Going underground and slowly approaching the door, Urza realized that Luo Yun was holding a bunch of rattling keys and was standing by the door waiting for him. Ugh! The door opens. The dazzling light instantly swallowed Urza's sight. She half raised her arms and closed her eyes tightly, and it took a while to slowly open them. What came into Urza's eyes was a sea of books. Under the bright reflection of the surrounding magic crystals, countless bookcases are lined up and piled up. Every row on the bookcases is filled with densely packed books. Not only the bookcases, but also the ground is full of books spread out. Even the walls and even the ceiling are touched by piles of books. Just looking here, Urza felt that an unprecedented vast magical world was presenting in front of him. Every book on the bookshelf here is a magic book that has passed through the years, and they all record quite ancient and powerful orthodox magic, and the variety is so diverse that it is overwhelming. However, the contents of the spellbooks here are compiled in extremely difficult and obscure terms. The members of the guild, even a child like Levi who is very interested in ancient characters, will take a long time to understand the precious wealth left by these sages. Moreover, even if you understand it, you can skillfully use the magic in this magic book, and the efficiency is not as fast as direct actual combat. For ordinary people, accumulating experience from battles is definitely more useful than reading these boring and incomprehensible magic books. Even the Holy 10 Magisters like President Makarov, who are extremely knowledgeable about magic, usually only use these books as an aid. When encountering complex magic problems that cannot be solved, they will occasionally study related books, and the efficiency is also very good. Low. But for Luo Yun, it's completely different. In his opinion, the idle library of this guild is completely an undeveloped golden mountain. The secondary effect of the great sage is everything. Collect all unshielded phenomena in this world, and collect information from creatures or books. Parallel calculus. The thing to be parsed can be separated from Luo Yun's brain to process different information. Relying on the two auxiliary effects of parallel calculation and everything in the world in Great Sage, Luo Yun can quickly accept the contents of the magic book and quickly analyze the contents of those great wizards in the past through high-speed analysis. The meaning of the expression is fully understood. What Luo Yun needs most now is to supplement his magic knowledge, clarify the structure, and divide the large amount of magic he has mastered into systems. If this can be done, Luo Yun's strength will far exceed the level of the current S-level mages, and he will leap to the Holy 10 level in one fell swoop, and may even reach the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Chapter 6. After Urza went back last night, Luo Yun came to the library alone to analyze the knowledge of these books, and set up a magic mechanism for a long time to test his idea, and didn't go to sleep until very late. Just flipping through a few ancient magic books, Luo Yun can feel that the lifelong learning of those ancient sages is blending and unifying with another brain in his body. If he can stay here for a while longer, Luo Yun is confident that he can finish all the magic books here. But now Luo Yun has a more important plan to start, which is to copy and master the magic of the girl in front of him, Urza. Even if others don't know it, Luo Yun is very clear that Urza's hidden identity is actually one of the double walls of the Alvarez Empire, the daughter of Irene Belsirian. She should still have her mother's dragon blood in her body. Even if she hasn't awakened yet, just the rare space magic she mastered can make Luo Yun make great research breakthroughs. Looking at Urza, who was so surprised in the package in the sea of books, Luo Yun just smiled calmly. There is no one around now, and Levi, who usually likes to read books, is nowhere to be seen, which just gives him a lot of room to flex his muscles. Go this way. Luo Yun waved his arms slightly. Bursts of cyan brilliance suddenly burst from his fingertips. The blue light surged forward along the direction where Luo Yun's fingers swiped. At the same time, the stacked books at Urza's feet moved neatly along the light as if they had grown wings, until it is stacked on the edge of the wall in front. The originally impenetrable ground was instantly cleared into a clean and tidy aisle. Messy books were piled up on both sides of the aisle. It looked scattered at first, but now it has become a beautiful decoration. Following behind Luo Yun, every time Urza's toes stepped on the ground, there would be a faint silver ripple, just like water drops falling into the lake, with a clear and pleasant echo, and soon disappeared without a trace. Without a trace. After taking a few steps, Urza is like a cored elf jumping in the lake water. This is a wonderful and romantic feeling, but how can a girl who is in the prime of her life not be tempted? After walking a few steps forward, the stacked bookcases were spread out to both sides, and the open space in front could be seen. At this moment, Luo Yun slapped lightly with both palms. Snapped. The surrounding magic crystals inlaid on the walls instantly dimmed, and even the dim yellow bean-like lamp at the door was also extinguished. The entire underground library lost all lighting at once, and it can be said that you can't see your fingers. Oh. In the darkness, Urza, who lost his sense of direction, dared not take another step forward. After her vision was deprived, fear gradually filled her heart like a tide in fog. Don't be afraid. Come here. Luo Yun's voice came from the darkness. At this time, a silver-white magic halo emerged from the ground not far in front of Urza, and above the halo, a rather complicated magic circle was also lit up. A trace of sweat leaked from Urza's forehead, and his throat moved slightly. She was already a little scared in the darkness, and she didn't know what would happen when the magic circle was triggered. But in her opinion, Luo Yun's voice is so gentle and firm, it seems to have a wonderful power that people have to accept. Coupled with the thought that Luo Yun is the person recognized by President Makarov, Urza mustered up a little courage in his heart, gritted his teeth, and took this step. With just one step, Urza's toes touched the edge of the magic circle under the circle of light. Shwa. With a sound, all the magic crystals that had been extinguished were relit, and the entire room was relit. Not only that, suddenly dotted light spots appeared in the air, and the dense light spots were floating and scattered around Urza, like the night sky. The Milky Way in the sky is generally dazzling. So beautiful. Urza stared at the carefully arranged magical spectacle with his eyes wide open, and the horror in his heart was swept away. Wandering in this starry sky-like scenery, Urza didn't realize that he was only an inch away from Luo Yun, and when he realized it, his forehead almost touched the tip of Luo Yun's nose. "Ah, yes, sorry." Urza apologized and took a few steps back. Although he didn't feel dizzy, it took a lot of effort to stand still. Luo Yun didn't mind this at all. He just wore that faint smile, as if even Urza's gaffe was included in his calculations. "What do you think of what happened just now? That's amazing. Well, are these all made by magic?" After recovering, Urza couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "Of course, if you don't use magic, how can you do this kind of thing?" Luo Yun said, snapping his fingers lightly. "Dumb." But after the knuckles rang, purple ripples appeared at Urza's feet. It turned out that the ripples at Urza's feet were all formed by Luo Yun's magic power. Soon, the ripples at Urza's feet were smudged into red gold, then water blue, dark green. This dazzling light constantly impacted Urza's young heart, completely overturning her understanding of magic for more than 10 years. In her impression, magic has always been a very profound and rigorous knowledge, and it has no special purpose except for combat. But until today, Urza didn't know that magic is such an interesting science. It turns out that magic is not just a tool for combat, it can be used in all aspects of life, making the barren world colorful. Can I too do this kind of thing? Can I also learn such interesting magic? The desire for magic turned into a spark that ignited in Urza's chest. At this moment, Luo Yun didn't want to make any more detours and said bluntly to Urza, "Urza, do you want to learn magic?" "Learning magic. Yeah, I also want to learn such a powerful magic. However, I can't control my magic power well. I can't even use very simple magic, and the only magic I am good at is also very bad." Urza lowered his head a little ashamedly. Once she also exploded with powerful magic power when she was extremely angry, but she couldn't control the magic power in her body freely at all. In fact, most people are like what you said, but this is not a problem. "Let me teach you to control the magic in your body, Urza," Luo Yun said with a slight smile. "Teach me to control magic, really?" Urza's originally gloomy eyes shone with hope. Chapter 7. "Of course, why don't you want to? I was asked by the president to take care of you for a while. Although I have only been in this guild for a short time, I am still a responsible person. Leave your affairs to me." At this moment, in Urza's eyes, Luo Yun's figure suddenly became much more majestic. It has to be said that Luo Yun still has considerable means. Most girls at this age like sparkle and romantic vibes. Even if Urza is pretty closed, making a good first impression is better than nothing. In order to make Urza get closer to him, and at the same time to test his ability to release delayed magic, Luo Yun arranged such a magic circle for Urza before falling asleep last night, which seemed to have a pretty good effect. Now Urza's mood is obviously much happier than before. Urza's dress-up magic is the type that is not very convenient to prey on magic props, but as long as she has a good relationship with Urza, Luo Yun will be able to learn her space magic sooner or later. And even if you don't think about it from such a utilitarian point of view, if you just want to build a good relationship with your new companions so that you can get along well in the future, there is nothing wrong with what Luo Yun does. Anyway, Urza, as new members of the guild, we will not receive any difficult entrusted tasks for the time being, and we should usually have a lot of free time. My hobby is to study magic in my spare time. If you can join me, I will be very happy. Of course, if you don't like it, I'm sure I won't force you, and I'm just arranging something else for you to do." Luo Yun spoke extremely thoughtful words. I would like to learn magic from you," Urza blurted out without thinking, and at this moment, all the timidity and uneasy feelings when she joined the club were temporarily forgotten by her. Because she needs to become stronger, she knows that only by becoming stronger can she protect the people around her, and Luo Yun's magic skills are obviously superior to hers. Although I don't have any talent for learning magic, but I will definitely. Urza, in terms of talent, you are as good as anyone. Luo Yun then flickered. "You know, what are the two most critical talents for us mages to learn magic well?" I don't know." Luo Yun smiled sadly. "First, as a mage, I have a passion for magic research. In this regard, Urza, you and I have already defeated all the people in our guild. After all, you see, only the two of us are staying in this library now, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. And the second is whether our mage's body has a strong enough affinity for magic. The ripple effect I use in the time-lapse magic is closely related to the magic affinity of the target. The stronger your physique's affinity for magic, the clearer the outline of the light you emit. Urza, I just saw that your physique seems to have a pretty good affinity for magic. You are stronger than other guild members. You must be a good seed for learning magic." "Really? I'm so powerful." Urza couldn't believe Luo Yun's words. but in fact he was already extremely excited. Well, of course. In fact, I also thought that you should be very suitable for learning magic from the first sight, so I brought you here. Luo Yun casually broke up some reasons that he had made up, and the reasoning was so reasonable that he almost believed it. Anyway, teaching Urza some magic is not a bad thing after all. If it makes her feel confident, it's not a big deal at all. Only, Luo Yun took 2 steps closer, and his voice became softer, as if he was paying attention to whether anyone around noticed the two of them, and the volume was lowered as if he was whispering. We are here to learn about magic. It is best not to tell anyone. If someone wants to find you, or ask you where you are going, just say that you are reading here. Can you do it? When Urza saw Luo Yun approaching, he instinctively turned his head away subconsciously, but he didn't back down out of intuition. Then, she slowly opened her eyes wide and looked at him puzzled. I don't quite understand. Is our guild not allowed to learn magic privately? There are many reasons for this. The previous magicians were not systematic enough to learn magic, and they were not organized, which made the magic disorder difficult to control. On the other hand, the members who just joined the club began to come to such a secret place to learn magic. It will also cause the president to worry. Luo Yun explained with a pretentious sigh. Although I have full confidence in avoiding these situations, the president is the manager of the entire guild, and sometimes we need to do things across the board. If we are too ostentatious, maybe the keys to this library will be recycled. Our dormitory is not mixed. There will be no place for us to practice magic. So it's like this. Even the president can't tell me. Well, I think the president will understand us. Luo Yun's faint smile appeared on his face again. From that smile, Urza could not see any trace of deceit and evil intentions. Stop learning such fancy magic today. Let me teach you the most basic things. Luo Yun stretched out his palm, and driven by his thoughts, a light blue ball of light immediately appeared on his palm. The ball of light seems to be absorbing the light spots in the surrounding air, slowly expanding little by little, and at the same time rotating, refracting a different color from the previous one every time it turns. The sphere of light obviously didn't touch Luo Yun's body at all, but it opened and closed with Luo Yun's breathing, undulating and contracting, which looked quite miraculous. Learning magic, like doing anything else, must be steady and fast. If the stability of this energy cannot be guaranteed, then if it expands randomly, it will probably disintegrate by itself. Try it, Urza. Urza imitated Luo Yun's posture and stretched out his palm. She has always been only good at space-type dress-up magic, and even the magic she is good at is currently not very proficient in using it. She can be said to be completely unsure about controlling magic power. She frowned tightly, and the magic power in her body quickly surged out, gathering in her hands to form a small, swaying white halo. The halo was weak and not under her control. Before it was condensed into a sphere, it began to expand and expand. After it was fully charged for less than 3 seconds, it suddenly exploded silently. From Urza's, the hand disappeared. I cannot do it. Take it easy. Urza, try again. Luo Yun encouraged from the side. Urza summoned up his courage. A white halo appeared on the palm of his hand again. Chapter 8. This time the halo was a little more intense than before, but it was still far behind the level released by Luo Yun. Seeing that the gradually expanding halo was about to disappear in the violent ups and downs. At this moment, Luo Yun stretched out a hand and lightly put it on Urza's arm guard. Relax. Urza, whose arm was suddenly touched, felt a little flustered, even though he was separated by a layer of armor. She didn't expect Luo Yun's support to be so straightforward. Following her short-term emotional fluctuations, the white halo trembled more violently. However, the cyan magic power glowing from Luo Yun's fingertips flowed through Urza's arm through her halo, as if covering the liquid egg yolk magic power with a hard eggshell. Under the protection of this eggshell-shaped magic power, the halo that was about to disappear was always maintained in Urza's hand. Although it trembled, it was intact. Urza is clear that the actions between himself and Luo Yun seem quite intimate now, and if someone sees them, there may be some unnecessary misunderstandings. But knowing that Luo Yun was helping her control her magic power, she didn't want to think too much about it, but continued to concentrate on controlling her own magic power. Under the blessing of Luo Yun's magical power, the halo in Urza's palm quickly condensed into a white ball of light. This is what a wonderful feeling. Urza has gradually felt the subtle sensation in his body when controlling the magic power smoothly. Afterwards, Luo Yun withdrew some of the magic power in his hand, and the magic light ball in Urza's hand was also more difficult to support. But Urza, who already had some feelings, gritted his teeth, and continued to concentrate on controlling the balance of the ball of light. Even without Luo Yun's assistance, the ball of light slowly disintegrated and dissipated after a long time. Well done, Urza. You are really talented. Luo Yun praised from the bottom of his heart. As expected of a mage with the blood of the dragon, he can possess such understanding at a young age. Luo Yun had to admit that he had also seen the status of the guild members' magic powers. Even if they were quite skilled, the magicians who had taken on many tasks were only at the level shown by Urza just now. Even he himself had devoured the magic power of several wild monsters and several types of magic before reaching Urza's current level. The magic power in her body is already quite strong. She once ran away and wiped out all the magic guards of the Tower of Heaven in one fell swoop. Unlike ordinary people, she only needs to guide and control the magic power, and her strength will get a great breakthrough. I did it. Can I control the magic too? Urza recalled the image of the ever-expanding magic ball condensed on the palm of his hand just now. Unexpectedly, just staying with Luo Yun for such a short period of time brought such a big change to her. Thinking that if he can study hard and practice hard according to what Luo Yun said, maybe he can also master so many interesting magics like Luo Yun, and even use his own magic to protect his companions. Urza is full of expectations. Gone are the days when the slaves in the Tower of Heaven waited for dark every day. For some reason, Urza's eye sockets suddenly turned red, tears involuntarily filled his eyes, and then fell down involuntarily. There was no sound of crying, no slight twitch of the face, and even Urza himself didn't realize that he was going to cry. Urza, did you scare you just now? Sorry. No. Urza shook his head, with tears in his eyes, and a peaceful and generous smile. I'm very happy. Thank you, Luo Yun. I don't know how to repay you. Huh. It scared me to death. It's nothing. As Luo Yun said, he picked out a small black object from his body. That thing looks like a rock that can be seen everywhere outside. Urza, this is a small-scale communication magic stone, a magic device with a relatively simple structure. You should have heard of this, right? Urza took the black stone from Luo Yun's hand. I think I've heard of it, but I've never seen anyone use it. Luo Yun smiled lightly again. The cost of this kind of thing is relatively high, and it can be replaced by communication magic, so it's not very popular in the world now, and it's normal if you haven't seen it. You only need to pour a little magic power into it, and you can activate it. According to what Luo Yun said, Urza tried to inject the magic power in his body into the black stone bit by bit. Almost in an instant, a miniature version of Luo Yun's full-body projection appeared on the stone, not only looking exactly the same as Luo Yun, but also following Luo Yun's actions to make the same movements. This is amazing. Urza stopped the tears all at once, and looked at this novel image that had never been seen in surprise. This kind of thing should be very expensive. Can you really give it to me? It's not that exaggerated. This is actually my improved technology, and the cost is far lower than the market. With the analysis ability of the Predator, Luo Yun can easily make any magic weapon he wants, and this kind of raw material only needs one stone. For him, he can make 10 minutes in minutes. Several subordinate works. Let's use this thing to communicate when we are not in the library in the future. Urza held the small stone that Luo Yun handed over tightly in his palm and pressed it against his chest, as if he could hear his own heartbeat. This is the first time she has received such a unique gift. Well, what's the matter? Urza lowered his head, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little hesitantly. The white gauze over her right eye covered a lot of her already small face, making her look especially pitiful. Luo Yun, everyone in the guild should keep in touch from time to time, right? Have you ever given everyone such a powerful magic item? Urza had indeed heard about Luo Yun's ability to make magic props. Even if she didn't pay attention, the voices of the people who asked him to make props one after another still echoed in her ears all day long. No, Urza, you have to be special. Well, it's true that I have given many people props for combat or simply storing magic power, but this kind of communicator is the first time I have made it. After all, I have to take care of you. If I can't contact you, I will be in trouble. Luo Yun smiled and looked at Urza. It's the first time I do it, so... The words Luo Yun just said kept flashing in Urza's mind, and he always felt that the more he tasted, the more he could feel the special, deep meaning in it. The feeling of getting along with Luo Yun is really heartwarming. Then, let's get here today. It's not good to learn too much at once. Urza, you try repeatedly to feel the feeling of controlling magic that you found today, and then we will try the next step. Good. Done. Chapter 9. 2 days passed quickly. In the past 2 days, Urza did not come to the library to look for Luo Yun. She just explained her study progress to Luo Yun with the help of the small communication magic stone, and she quickly cut off contact. She didn't know if it was because she was not feeling well or for some other reason. 2C Urza's figure. However, Luo Yun felt that this was just convenient for him to develop his own skills. Whether it is making a fuss about the magic that Urza has mastered or researching the magic that he already has, Luo Yun is sure to make money. I have learned too many skills from guild members before, and it's time to use them. Luo Yun said a few words to himself and walked slowly in the aisle of the guild library. Just raising his hand, a series of extremely heavy ancient books slowly flew towards Luo Yun with the emerging twilight. 3,000 General Knowledge of Elemental Magic Formulas. Magic Additional Foundation and Gist. A solid source of structure for overlapping properties in the use of magic. The dynamic and static effects of ice spells deconstruct the logic of the underlying spells. This ancient magic book, just looking at the name Luo Yun already didn't want to look at it again. Putting it in my previous world, this is basically like a graduation thesis for a master's and doctoral student. The expression is complicated and cumbersome, and it is not something that Luo Yun, a middle school student, can understand at all. However, if the power of the system is used, everything will be easily solved. Great Sage, speed up your thinking. Ding. The target book has been detected, and the target object is being parsed for you. The thinking acceleration effect in the Great Sage can increase Luo Yun's perception speed by 1,000 times. Coupled with the skill of analysis and appraisal, there is no need to read the book at all. As long as the target Luo Yun is detected, he can understand the content of the book at 1,000 times faster than ordinary people. And it is said to be 1,000 times faster. In fact, Luo Yun's analysis speed is far more than 1,000 times faster. Because under the effect of analysis and identification, Luo Yun does not need to translate and understand the ancient text in the book at all, and can even avoid the reflection time between vision and thinking, which greatly improves Luo Yun's analysis efficiency. Ding! The first book analysis is complete. In the analysis of the second book, the current analysis progress is 46.98%. A huge amount of knowledge was poured into Luo Yun's brain at an astonishing speed. At this moment, although only a few seconds passed, Luo Yun seemed to have had a long conversation with the late great wizard for several days and nights. Those incomprehensible, complex magic structures, various contradictions and problems such as repulsion, weakening, and collapse that will occur when different magic skills are superimposed have been carefully resolved one by one. Luo Yun, who stayed in the library until midnight yesterday, has almost finished eating all the magic books on the 2 rows of bookshelves, leaving only the last few books that have not been analyzed. This analysis is indeed completely different. The heavy fog in his heart was quickly cleared away, and Luo Yun's eyes suddenly brightened. Luo Yun clearly felt that at least 2 or 3 of his companions had a better understanding of their skills. In the past, Luo Yun was only able to reproduce their skills. Although he remembered the spells and the state when casting magic power, he didn't know why the magic power of the corresponding attributes could be activated to form powerful magic. But now, in Luo Yun's mind, every detail from the activation of the magic power to the condensed transformation is clear, and even the proprietary vocabulary corresponding to those details is also memorized by himself. Sure enough, I knew that the knowledge in the rest of this book was the key, and it should have been written by a very powerful senior. Try it. Although I failed a few times before, but now I should be able to do it. Luo Yun walked to the corner of the library in a good mood, and took out a Western-style pistol and a pipe from an old wooden box among the stacks of books. This is a prop copied by Luo Yun before. The pistol is the one that Alzak usually uses most, and the pipe is one of the styles of many smoking items of the smoker Wakaba. Smoke magic. Holding the pipe in your mouth, you don't even need to manually light the tobacco in the pipe. After the magic power of the fire element in your body rises, the tobacco will ignite by itself, and layers of smoke will start to surge out driven by Luo Yun. Luo Yun can not only specify the direction in which the smoke flies, but can even change their shape, turning the nothingness of smoke into entities of any shape. Since the shape can be changed at will, why not turn the smoke into bullets? Bullet magic. In an instant, thick smoke from Luo Yun's exhalation rushed into the pistol's magazine. Originally, bullet magic was to use bullets synthesized by magic instead of real ammunition to shoot out, so as to add various effects to gunshots. But now, these effects will be added to the projectiles created by smoke magic. This is the smoke bomb. SHHHHHH-. I originally planned to use silence magic. It was really a waste of preparation. For shots were fired, and there was no firing pin triggering the explosion of bullets and gunpowder. only the faint sound of wind driven by smoke. Luo Yun looked around and showed a satisfied smile. In the 4 directions of front, back, left, and right where I am, there are actually 4 smoke clones that are indistinguishable from myself. This was originally an ability that needed to be activated with the help of smoke magic. Driven by the speed of gun magic, Luo Yun manipulated the smoke several times faster than before. Luo Yun raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist, and the 4 smoke clones instantly turned into 4 huge smoke fists. Although floating in the air, Luo Yun can feel it only from the consumption of mana to support them. The weight of this smoky fist is comparable to that of metal, and a random punch can smash the bookcases here. Next, Luo Yun took out a few more seeds from the wooden box. Plant magic chain plant. Without any hesitation, Luo Yun threw down the seeds in his hand. Droy's fire seed transforms into a rapidly growing plant when it hits the ground. The moment the seed thrown by Luo Yun touched the ground, a huge vine grew out instantly, and it was jumping forward crazily between the gaps between the 2 rows of bookshelves. Ice modeling magic. On Luo Yun's chest, the magical power of the ice element suddenly surged. Following this a layer of extremely thick ice formed around the climbing vine in an instant. It was difficult to react with the naked eye. In the end, even the body of the vines completely turned into freezing ice, and the chilling air enveloped the entire library in an instant. Ice vines. Just a random test. Luo Yun successfully completed the fusion of 2 magics. Chapter 10. In the past, because Luo Yun didn't know enough about magic, Luo Yun couldn't control the stability of each other when the 2 kinds of magic were fused. And now, Luo Yun has finally made a preliminary breakthrough in this regard. He was finally able to fuse the magic of different elements. After the integration has been carried out smoothly, the next step is to find a good integration direction. The combination of smoke magic and bullet magic, the combination of ice modeling magic and plant magic. Luo Yun feels that he has gradually mastered the essentials of magic combination, which is to learn from each other's strengths. Use bullets to make up for the shortcoming of the speed of the smoke, and use plant magic to make up for the shortcoming of the dynamics of the ice modeling magic. As long as you know the strengths and weaknesses of each magic skillfully, Luo Yun can try to develop some novel magic skills. The place here is too small, and it is really trembling to do this kind of experiment. Forget it. Let's just practice the precision and controllability of magic release. Luo Yun raised his hand, originally wanting to test other magic skills, but at this moment he heard the echo of footsteps coming from the stairwell not far away. Boom, boom. In the silent underground. Although the footsteps were brisk, they were also very clear. Somebody is coming. Not wanting others to see him testing magic, the predator in Luo Yun's mind soon began to execute according to his will. Ding. Predation activated, target objects, smoke magic, ice modeling magic. In the blink of an eye, the 4 huge smoke fists suspended in the air and the ice vines that filled the gaps between the bookcases suddenly disappeared. All the magic power contained in them flowed back to Luo Yun's body. Turning his head, a wisp of bright red straight hair swayed from behind the gate, and a familiar figure came into Luo Yun's eyes. Urza, you're here. Urza walked slowly behind the gate, with a faint smile, and the previous restrained feeling faded a little. Luo Yun, are you reading? Almost. Anyway, I'm doing some research related to books. Luo Yun turned his head and glanced at the rather heavy book in the bookcase. He had already analyzed all of this magic book just now. What have you been doing for the past 2 days? Could it be that you secretly received advice from the president? Haha. Stop teasing me. Urza's complexion was gloomy, and he looked at the meaningless Luo Yun with some concern. Sorry, I was just talking nonsense on a whim. How is your magic power controlled? You haven't reported it with the Sorcerer's Stone today. I think it should be much stronger than before. There was confidence in Urza's words. So I want to come here and ask you to help me see if my magic power control has improved. Okay, let's try. After speaking, Luo Yun turned his head again. His expression suddenly became more serious than before. He put a lot of thought into teaching Urza, because only when Urza unreservedly displayed the magic of the space system, when Luo Yun obtained the magic, the analyzed information would be more comprehensive and perfect, so that he would not say what key magic construct is missing. And to do this, Urza also needs at least the ability to freely manipulate his magic power. Although Urza will definitely possess such strength in a few years and become a powerful S-rank mage in the guild, but Luo Yun has no patience to wait any longer. Showing magic in front of Luo Yun, Urza was a little nervous, but she quickly suppressed her uneasiness. In fact, 2 days ago, Luo Yun asked her to stabilize the magic power control before proceeding to the next step of practice. Since then, she has been shutting herself in the dormitory to practice controlling magic power, almost always with the help of condensing the magic power taught by Luo Yun Halo into a sphere to practice. Urza finished eating and sleeping hastily in the shortest possible time. She was all about doing the tasks assigned by Luo Yun as soon as possible. She is such a hardworking girl. I came to Luo Yun today to show off the results of the 2 days of training. When I thought of this, Urza's small brows immediately sank, and his expression immediately became 3 points solemn. Urza stretched out his right hand. The magic power all over his body rose, and a translucent white halo emerged from his body, then slowly gathered in the palm of his hand, and then slowly spread out from the palm of his hand. The rays of light gradually radiating out of the body didn't take shape at first, but under Urza's concentrated thoughts, they actually slowly gathered towards the center, converging into a sphere that was constantly rotating slowly. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. More than 10 seconds passed quietly, and the magic ball in Urza's hand was still steadily expanding outward, without the slightest collapse. It wasn't until the magic ball swelled to a level higher than Urza's that it gradually lost Urza's control and quickly dissipated like a deflated ball. Urza, on the other hand, let out a little breath and covered his chest to subdue the oppressive feeling on his body caused by his nervousness. Hoo. Luo Yun couldn't help clapping his hands. That's amazing, Urza. You should have practiced for a long time, and you can achieve this effect in such a short period of time. Luo Yun's statement does not have any purpose. He feels from the bottom of his heart that Urza is really a malleable talent. If anyone can make this level of improvement every day like Urza, then it won't take a year, maybe a few months for him to have the strength of an S-rank mage. I did it. Urza put his hands on his pink knees a little tiredly, raised his head, and opened Baba's eyes and asked, Luo Yun, am I qualified to learn the next magic? Although it was probably unintentional, this posture like a kitten acting like a baby still made Luo Yun stunned. Who would have thought that the Fairy Queen once had such a side? However, the Fairy Queen in the original work is also very feminine, a beauty that is definitely not inferior to Mirajane and Lucy. Well, of course, your control over magic power has now far exceeded my expectations. Urza looked at Luo Yun excitedly. Really? Have I really made such great progress? Well, from the point of view of the stability of mana control, you are no different from other guild members now. It would be great if you can maintain this level. Very good. Urza chuckled twice. At this moment, how does she look like the introverted newcomer girl who came in to report with her head down and her face down? Even she didn't realize it. She became more energetic in the past 2 days with Luo Yun. Chapter 11. Maybe it's just out of enthusiasm for magic. Or maybe it's because of some weak and ambiguous feelings caused by Luo Yun. Urza always feels that his closed heart is being pulled frequently like a string, and he can't help but want to respond positively. It's an odd feeling, but Urza doesn't think it's bad. Luo Yun thought for a while. Next, improve the purity of your magic. After the stability is sufficient, the most important thing is the purity of magic. The speed of spellcasting is indeed very important, but if the magician's magic power is not deep, and he only focuses on improving the speed, the stability of spellcasting will be affected. So, next, we will work hard to refine it while ensuring the stability of the spellcasting. Luo Yun, you really know a lot. Urza looked a little numb, like a stupid middle school student sitting and listening to a professor in a famous school. You obviously look a few years older than me. Why can you master so much magic knowledge? I often feel that your magic knowledge seems to be more profound than President Makarov. Not at all. Chairman Makarov's level is obviously higher than mine. Luo Yun smiled wryly. Don't get me wrong. I'm just good at teaching people. Even if the other members of the guild can't explain these principles, they still understand these principles. It turned out to be like this. Although Luo Yun said some humble remarks that seemed to be very pertinent, but the sixth sense told Urza that Luo Yun's strength should definitely not be inferior to any guild member other than the president. Where did you just say that? Luo Yun quickly recalled what he had just thought in his mind, but just as he was about to recall it, Luo Yun's thoughts were interrupted again. Boom, boom. A series of clear footsteps came from the deep stone steps outside the door, echoing in the confined space. Soon, a girl with blue hair and wearing an orange sleeveless jumpsuit opened the door and walked in. Ah, Senior Levy. Levy, are you reading a book? Luo Yun and Urza said together. Levy who likes to read. She should be the only person who will appear in this guild library besides Luo Yun and Urza. Ah, so you are here. President Makarov is looking for you. Looking for us? Is there anything the president can do? I don't know. In short, I met the president just before I came here. He said that if he saw you, he would say hello to him or something. Urza felt a little bit disappointed. Although she didn't hate the president, she just didn't want to be called over by the president at this time. But now that Levy is here, staying here to practice magic will violate the agreement with Luo Yun. It seems that the matter of practicing magic can only wait until later. Let's go, Urza. Guild commission column. Makarov turned his hands behind his back, staring at the newly posted commission notice on the commission board. His eyes narrowed. Behind him, Luo Yun and Urza stood side by side. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a little inexplicably tense. Ahem. Makarov coughed twice and lifted the bottom of a piece of notice paper. Urza, has Luo Yun bullied you these 2 days? No, nothing. And he. Urza was a little agitated, and she was so serious that she didn't notice the casualness in the president's tone. Okay, I get it. Don't be so nervous. I was just joking. After all, he hasn't been in the guild for a long time. Haha. Luo Yun sighed in his heart. This kind of joke is fine. Makarov took off the notice paper and looked at the densely packed text on it. Luo Yun, during the time you came to the guild, you haven't accepted any commissions, right? It's true that the guild doesn't have many commissions these days, but this is really a waste of your talent. I've been wondering if it would be better for you to accept some commissions. Now that Urza has joined our guild, I think this is just the right opportunity. With that said, Makarov held up the removed notice paper in front of the two of them. Luo Yun, Urza, please try to deal with this entrustment. Since you are a mage, you basically start by accepting various commissions. Especially Luo Yun, you have rich theoretical experience. If you combine it with actual combat experience, your strength may be able to reach a new level. In order to ensure the safety of the newcomers would not accept any entrustment shortly after joining the club. Makarov was trying to lure Luo Yun on. Luo Yun has never been in charge of the entrustment bar because what he needs most is to develop the system skills of Predator and Great Sage. Thousands of times faster. Luo Yun took a little look at the content on the notice paper. Go to the western outskirts to collect the hair of the flapper. For you, it should be able to be done. Except for the small things of helping to find cats and dogs. This is the easiest level. Makarov bowed his body. His face was full of trust in Luo Yun. You should know the location, Luo Yun. There is just one thing you must pay attention to. Get rid of those little guys in the border area and come back quickly. Don't run too deep. There are guys you can't handle. The guy who can't handle it. In short, just don't go too deep. The entrusted location is not too far away, and you also have a small magic stone for communication. If there is any unexpected situation, remember to keep in touch. The detailed rules and time requirements of the entrustment were all clearly written on the entrustment form, and Makarov didn't want to mention a word. Well, let's try. As Luo Yun said, he looked at the area above the commission bar again. Above the order notice that Makarov took down just now, several red-marked order forms are quite eye-catching. A rank entrustment. Could it be an S rank? I'm so sleepy. I'll go first. Newcomers, have a good trip. Without saying anything more, Makarov staggered his back and left. Before Luo Yun could take a look at the entrustment paper above, a few guild members wandered over. Urza also turned his head to look. A green-haired man dressed like a son-in-law, a woman wearing glasses and a sable fur, and a slender guy wearing a mask. Among them was that yellow-haired, muscular young man, Laxus, an S-rank mage from the guild. Freed, Evergreen, Bixlow. Chapter 12. Although he seldom met these people in the guild, Luo Yun recalled them all at once under the intelligence collection of Mixed and Raised. Laxus and his Thors. Laxus is the grandson of President Makarov. As a rare S-level mage in the guild, he is very powerful, but has a very violent temper. The Thunderlords are the personal guard of Laxus. Among them, Freed is the captain of the Thunder Gods, who is good at using Western swords and dark script magic. Evergreen uses petrification magic through eyes, and Bixlow uses magic to manipulate puppets. Because they are overwhelmed by Laxus' charisma, they will unconditionally obey Laxus' various orders. I don't know if it's because of the system. When Luo Yun looks at these guys now, he doesn't even think about their personalities. The first thing he thinks of is their magic. Laxus' Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and Evergreen's petrification magic are both quite powerful magics. But I'm too lazy to deal with them for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Laxus walked towards Luo Yun and Urza. There seemed to be a trace of disdain in his eyes, but he didn't say much. He didn't stop until he looked at the red-marked commission above the commission column. With a big wave of his hand, Laxus grabbed the order form, and after looking at it for a while, he showed a happy smile. Humph, is it coming again? Freed and Big Slow looked at the contents of the order from Lax's side, and couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect that kind of monster to still appear. The old man's magic didn't wipe it out completely, and it's still in such a close place, it really makes people's blood rush. Laxus sneered and said, the Beastmaster is not so easy to destroy. Even if I want to get rid of it, it will take some work. Ordinary mages go there, just to give it extra food. Such monsters are only counted in A-level commissions. If you think about it for a while, you will know how unreasonable the current commission hierarchy is. After Laxus finished speaking, Evergreen nodded quickly in agreement, for fear that Laxus would be dissatisfied. Should we accept this commission? Because the salary is very high, I have no problem. But you need to prepare well, and don't hold me back when the time comes. Laxus closed his eyes and raised his head, folded his hands on his chest, looking quite indifferent. The Thunder Gods looked at the other commissions again, but found no new information that was particularly noteworthy, so they left with Laxus. From the beginning to the end, Laxus and the Thunder Gods didn't talk to Urza and Luo Yun, and of course Luo Yun didn't really want to talk to them. Are they in a bad mood? Urza asked in a low voice beside Luo Yun. It's just that I'm not very good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. Luo Yun folded the entrustment in his hand and put it in his pocket. As the guild leader said, the members in the guild are somewhat weird, and they haven't bullied them anyway, so don't mind it. It's not too late. Let's set off as soon as possible. Although this commission to clean up the monsters seems quite simple, the simpler the task, the less delay it will have. Western suburbs. There are strange-shaped plants growing on the moist soil, and the air is quite humid. Although it is sunny, it looks like it has just rained. The cold breath kept pulsing up from the surroundings. In the clearing among the trees, Urza's legs trembled under the armor. Luo Yun. Persist a little longer, and it will be fine soon. In all directions around Urza and Luo Yun's side, ice sculptures were piled up and surrounded, crazily absorbing the surrounding heat. Each ice sculpture is sealed with the entrusted target, wing-flapping monster with wings. Even Gray, who is proficient in ice modeling magic, would probably be amazed at the scale and magic power of this ice elemental magic when he comes here. He deeply feels that freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. Time and magic to prepare. However, in front of Urza, Luo Yun used the ice modeling magic to freeze all the winged monsters in this area almost in an instant. It's not because Luo Yun learned magic better than other mages. Great Sage, spell exclusion. When using skills such as magic, there is no need for spell chanting procedures. Luo Yun does not need preparation time at all to release magic skills. If we use the analogy of games in modern society, as a mage, he can avoid all skill reads, cancel all large-scale magic spells immediately, and immediately raise his hand to release. Shocked, Urza's hands and feet were already stiffened by the cold air sent by the extreme ice. However, in the next second, the ice sculptures in all directions, comparable to an ice and snow palace, disappeared from Urza's eyes in an instant. Predation starts. Prey objects. Ice modeling magic. Flapper. The layers of solid ice and the monsters in it disappeared from Urza's sight as if by magic. And it seems that not only that, even the coldness around Urza disappeared suddenly, as if it was removed from this world. What the hell is? Swallowing up the ice layer that they had generated, the surroundings of Luo Yun and Urza suddenly became much emptier. The grass, trees, and soil not far away are now all visible, as if time has flown back to the feeling when they just stepped here. Same. Looking at the shocked Urza, Luo Yun explained leisurely. This, you can regard it as magic related to my talent. I can clear the magic I released at any time, which should be easy to understand. Urza opened his eyes wide and nodded slowly. I understand that there is still a lot of magic in this world that I haven't seen, but this is too exaggerated. Can I learn such magic too? It's hard to say, my magic is quite special. I should have my physical advantage to master it. I haven't seen anyone use it yet. Urza, you don't have a long time to learn to control magic power. It's better to lay a solid foundation first. I see. Luo Yun is still making up some convenient lies to deceive Urza. The purpose, of course, is not to really deceive her. Describing system skills as magic is just for her to believe and understand. But, isn't our commission to collect hair? Why are all those monsters gone too? You don't have to worry about this. I have my own way later. Chapter 13. Oh. Urza couldn't help but feel again that Luo Yun is really a mysterious person. Luo Yun is not playing tricks. He has already calculated these things. Predator. The ability of stomach bag is introduced as follows to accommodate predators. In addition, substances generated after analysis can also be stored. It will not be affected by time after being stored in the stomach bag. Luo Yun's predator effect has the special ability of stomach bag, which can save the swallowed things and take them at any time. Therefore, as long as Luo Yun preys on the monsters, he can call them out at any time. These monsters that seem to have disappeared actually still remain in Luo Yun's system. Not only the monsters, but also the magic props that Luo Yun had produced were swallowed into Luo Yun's body early on. Although in the eyes of others, Luo Yun at this moment seems to be an unarmed and thinly clad boy, but with the ability of the stomach bag, he is basically a moving human fortress. Watching the dense ice disappear in front of his eyes, Luo Yun had to admit that he underestimated the upper limit of his system skills. If you can prey and store so much at one time, you should make more magic items and devour them. But it shouldn't make much difference, and they are not used yet. Before Urza recovered from the surprise, he felt something strange on his body. She reached out and groped, and took out the communication magic stone that President Makarov asked Luo Yun to give her. The Philosopher's Stone was full of magic power and was shaking constantly, and soon a Makarov's projection appeared above it. The round head and short stature are exactly the same as Makarov's. It is clearly a projection, but it looks very real. It is completely a shrunken version of Makarov. Ahem. From the projection came Makarov's throat-thumping voice. How is your mission going? Have you found the flapper? Don't worry, President, we're almost done with it. Yeah, I contacted you all of a sudden, just because I'm worried, and I want to remind you to come back quickly after dealing with those messes. Is there any urgent matter at the guild? Urgent matter? It's nothing, but you'd better not stay there for too long, especially after entering the jungle. Don't go deep. Then let's do this first. Makarov quickly cut off the communication with the Philosopher's Stone. While saying that there is no urgent matter, it is still like this. Luo Yun looked at the Philosopher's Stone that gradually stabilized in Urza's hand and shook his head slightly. It's so mysterious, but it makes me care. Luo Yun, what shall we do next? Do we want to go back directly? Don't panic. Wait for me for 2 minutes. After Luo Yun finished speaking, he left Urza aside for a moment, concentrated his mind, and hallucinated all the living creatures around him. Ding! The Great Sage, Omnipotent, activate. Everything can let Luo Yun collect all the unshielded intelligence. Normally Luo Yun would only collect this information from books, but today he can use living things to collect it. Coming here from the guild, he watched the changes in the surrounding scenery all the way. Those town buildings, soil vegetation, hydrological animals, and every human being he saw on the way seemed to be instilled into the flowing code. In his inner Great Sage database, the brains of the Great Sage and Luo Yun are two independent individuals, capable of thinking and information processing at the same time. That is to say, even if Luo Yun didn't pay attention to anything along the way, he had already firmly memorized the route, landform features, distributed animals and plants, and other information in this area. And Luo Yun's brain processes and classifies such trivial information at a calculation speed thousands of times that of ordinary people, and screens out the information that happened recently and not far away. In the blink of an eye, countless intertwined images appeared in Luo Yun's mind. The vision of the birds in the sky overlooking the earth, the perception of light by the insects and worms on the ground. Countless information poured into Luo Yun's brain endlessly. Among them, Luo Yun found two unusual situations. First of all, in the depths of the dense forest, there was a huge black shadow standing upright, which seemed to make a lot of howls, and the aftermath even shook the surrounding leaves. Originally, it was possible to see its appearance clearly, but when the surrounding animals approached it, they seemed to be frightened by it and shunned, which made the information collected by Luo Yun quite limited. The second is that there are humans passing behind him. Soon Luo Yun locked several figures in his brain. Laxus and the Thunderlords are nearby. According to the picture drawn by the information in Luo Yun's brain, at the edge of the jungle not far away, Laxus and his party are crossing the river beach and walking towards this side step by step. They were well dressed and seemed to be fully prepared. So that's what happened. Luo Yun already understood that the reason why Makarov, who had always adopted a laissez-faire attitude, would be so cautious was because in this jungle, apart from the small wild monsters he had to deal with, there was also a powerful monster that Laxus accepted as a commission. Luo Yun, what's wrong? Urza asked a little puzzled. I always feel that you can think of a lot of things at once. Although Luo Yun just said to wait for him for a while, he didn't do anything. He just seemed to be thinking about something here, from the point of view of anyone other than Luo Yun, no matter how you think about it. It doesn't make sense to think about it like this. What you have to do now is definitely to go to the guild first, as Makarov said. But Luo Yun smiled slightly after pondering for a moment. Urza, we're going in the opposite direction. The opposite direction? But that's not. Going in the opposite direction here is approaching the depths of the jungle, where Makarov had told him not to go. Trust me once. If there is any problem, I will be solely responsible for it. How about that? Urza looked at Luo Yun with firm eyes. Although she is introverted by nature, she also attaches great importance to the feelings of her companions. Moreover, Luo Yun has helped her too much these days, and what he knows is not of the same order as hers. Since the senior made such a judgment, Urza nodded. Good. The two of them walked step by step towards the depths of the dense forest. 5 minutes passed. What President Makarov said was indeed true. The depths of the dense forest are far more dangerous than the periphery. Now, Luo Yun and Urza just stood on the ground, and they could feel the ground trembling inexplicably. And Luo Yun's feeling is even stronger. With the intelligence collection of omnipresent ability, he has basically seen the appearance of the monster clearly. Chapter 14. And not only that monster, but also some small monsters nearby are about to move. The terrain of the jungle became more and more potholed, and walking on it became more and more bumpy. In the distant darkness covered by dense forests and weeds, several strange red spots appeared. It was probably the eyes of some creature. Just seeing this red dot, the mechanical sound in Luo Yun's brain has already completed the target analysis. Ding! The analysis is complete. The target creature, adult wild wolf. Determined strength is stronger than ordinary humans, weaker than ordinary magicians. Urza, close your eyes. At the moment of analysis, Luo Yun said so. And Urza also reacted quite quickly. Although she didn't know what Luo Yun was doing, she immediately closed her eyes. In the next second, 3 hungry wolves swooped in from a distance, leaped suddenly, and rushed to Luo Yun and Urza from left and right directions. Predator's stomach bag. Take out the pistol. At the same time, a Western-style pistol suddenly appeared in Luo Yun's hand, and with the silent trigger being pulled, a bright white light instantly enveloped the surroundings. Sunshot. This is an enchanted bullet similar to a flash bomb in bullet magic, but the difference is that it is also very destructive. When Urza opened his eyes again, he saw 3 wild wolves twisting their bodies on the ground in pain, with their eyes closed tightly, and the corners of their eyes shrunk into balls to show their pain. The glare gradually receded. Predator's stomach bag. Take out the long sword. Luo Yun handed the long sword he had prepared to Urza. Right now, Urza, it's up to you to use magic or not. Solve them and try to calm down your mentality during the battle. Luo Yun didn't want to deal with all the monsters alone. Then Urza wouldn't get any exercise. Only by accumulating a certain amount of experience in actual combat, the magic control after Urza will become more and more mature, and Luo Yun will also be able to learn more secrets of space magic. After all, space-based magic is a large branch, including not only the dress-up magic like Urza and Lucy in the original work, but also the more powerful sealing magic like Marin Hollow in the Guardians of the 12 Shields, and the ability to suck opponents into different spaces. This cannot be learned in the Fairy Tale Guild. Urza took Luo Yun's long sword, and his eyes were filled with a little bit of sharpness. She is not as trembling as ordinary girls. In order to become stronger, she has long been prepared to fight. Even though she was wearing bulky armor, she swung her sword with incomparable lightness at such a young age, as if the blade of the sword had pointed out awe-inspiringly the moment she swung her forearm. She dashed. With just one sword strike, Urza pierced the throat of a wild wolf. As Urza swung his long sword, the wolf spit out a trickle of blood and died on the spot with a howl. 2 swords swished, and Urza let out a sigh of relief. Well done. Next time you will be the main attacker, I will watch from the side. Luo Yun pretended to be relaxed and smiled, but in fact he knew in his heart that Urza would probably not be able to solve the future troubles. Boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps resounded in the dense forest. Originally, I could only feel the subtle vibration, but now even if I don't pay attention to it, I will be disturbed. Coming soon. While Luo Yun was speaking, a howl with extremely strong penetrating power and echo exploded in Urza's ear. Roar! Covering his ears, Urza looked to his right side, trembling all over his body. Between the dense forests, a towering black figure appeared in the thick fog in the distance. Every time it took a step, it would cause a small earthquake when the soles of its feet stepped on the ground. As the distance shortens, the outline becomes clearer. With brown hair, pointed and long fangs, and a body almost as tall and strong as a tower reaching to heaven, those gnarled muscles make people fearful just looking at it. and just want to run away immediately. Not only that, he was holding a short metal rod tightly in his hand. The short rod alone was already close to the length of a floor, and it was unknown which craftsman would build such a weapon. This should be the guy that only S-rank mages can deal with. According to Laxus, it should be called Beastmaster. Luo Yun looked at the monster, completely motionless. But in fact, many magical items stored in his stomach bag have been born in his tightly clenched hands. Luo Yun. Hurry, run away, this monster. Urza's voice was already trembling, and her legs were weak. No matter how much she believed in Luo Yun and admired Luo Yun's strength, she still felt that a few mages could not be regarded as combat power at all in front of this giant beast like a natural disaster. Roar! Luo Yun's indifference obviously angered the giant beast. Following a roar that shook the sky, the giant beast slammed down an iron rod towards Luo Yun. Boom! The violent explosion then shook away, mud splashed, and smoke and dust dispersed. Luo Yun. Urza cried and looked towards the smoke and dust in the center of the explosion. Luo Yun's figure disappeared. When Urza quickly calmed down and looked around again, she saw countless afterimages floating around, and each face seemed to be the face of Luo Yun she was familiar with. The difference is that every Luo Yun is holding a pipe, and Urza seems to have seen this pipe before. Smoke clone. On the branches, at the bottom of the tree, on the flat ground, and even on the crown of the tree. Countless Luo Yun slowly straightened up and raised their pistols at the Beastmaster from all directions. Of course, this is not a pistol reproduced by using the avatar technique, but Luo Yun copied it using the system early on. After the avatar, Luo Yun also has the ability of a stomach pouch. The muzzles of countless Luo Yun's guns condensed the magical power of sizzle. Flash shot. In an instant, dozens of beams of extreme electricity that cut through the air blasted at the giant beast from all directions. High, low, left, and right. ZZ slap. The extremely strong magic power pierced the monster's skin in an instant, paralyzing every bundle of its nerves, and the blood flowed continuously from the wound of the electric shock. The thick skin exuded a white gas with a burnt smell and turned black and yellow. Under the impact of the thunder, the slender fangs were shaken off, black oil dripped from the bloodshot pupils, and the pores of the giant beast shrank into a ball. Bang! With a sound, the iron rod in his hand fell to the ground. An Alzac's bullet magic might not be a match for this monster, but combined with a smoke double, it's another story entirely. In Urza's iris, the golden and white streamer flashed continuously. Indescribable shock once again swept her whole body. Chapter 15. A round of shooting is over. Luo Yun looked at the charred Beastmaster with a dissatisfied expression. You can still stand. Afterwards, the research on purity should be strengthened. Forget it. Let's have a good time first. Crazy shooting. Numerous smoke avatars of Luo Yun were once again located in every position they could see and raised their pistols at the motionless Beastmaster. In the outskirts of the western jungle, on the outskirts of the dense forest, Laxus and the Thunderlords are heading for the depths of the jungle. Don't you think it's weird? Fried said while holding his chin. It's been walking for so long, and I haven't even seen a single monster. Although there used to be a president in this area, the monsters in the wild have indeed subsided a lot over the years, but I can't see any of them, which is a bit strange. Evergreen adjusted his glasses. Did you hear the sound like electric current flowing just now? It seems to be in the direction ahead of us. Or is it just that I heard it wrong? It's probably because you heard it wrong. How could anyone in that area dare to go there and wait to die? Besides, Laxus is here, and he is the only one who can use the magic of the thunder element to counter that kind of monster. Laxus remained silent and didn't say anything. Just as he was about to interrupt the conversation between the two, suddenly, in front of their eyes, a group of extremely majestic and vast thunder burst out deep in the dense forest. Crack! The strong white light brightened the black and yellow soil here by 3 points, and the echoes caused by the collision and agitation of the thunder points were clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Even though the volume was not loud, the lingering sound reverberated among the trees was extremely thick. Even though they are far apart, everyone can still clearly feel the strength of the magic power there. Boom! After the thunder, there was a loud noise accompanied by a violent but brief earthquake. After this abrupt riot ended, everything was as calm as before, as if nothing had happened. TSK, come on, go and see the situation. Under the order of Laxus, the thunder gods rushed all the way to the deeper jungle area, intending to find out. However, within 3 to 5 minutes, Laxus and the thunder gods saw the two newcomers who had joined the guild during this time. A red-haired girl and a boy who didn't look like a mage at all were walking towards him, looking quite relaxed, as if they didn't know anything about the battle that just happened here. It was Urza and Luo Yun they met. "Why are you here? Don't you know what kind of monsters are there? Get out of here." Big Slow unceremoniously warned the two in front of him, his tone full of admonitions from the elders to the newcomers. "Well, we were going to leave. You don't need to rush." Luo Yun led Urza while walking and replied, "We came here only after receiving the commission. The commission recipient and the commission location are public. I don't know if it's your problem. Then I'll take my leave first." Saying that, the two walked away. Looking at Luo Yun's expression, it seemed that he didn't pay much attention to the thunder gods and Laxus at all. Veins were already popping up on Fried's face. It's okay to disrespect us, but to disrespect Laxus. The current rookies really don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, so they must teach them a lesson. Laxus waved his hand with a slightly serious expression. "Let's put aside the education of newcomers. It's important to figure out what happened to the lightning strike just now. Fried, have you forgotten what I said before? For the time being, everything should focus on entrusting tasks." "Yes, I didn't think carefully." Fried hastily bowed down and apologized to Laxus. The other two members didn't think Fried was sycophanting flattery because they all respect and adore Laxus's charisma at heart. Several people continued to rush forward, and it didn't take long for Laxus to take the lead to push through the blackened bushes. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is Beastmaster. The gigantic beast lying in front of him that was as tall as his belly alone was their target no matter how they looked at it. That huge body, exaggerated physique, horrifying muscles, and the iron rod that fell out of its hand on its side. No matter how you look at it, it is the Beast King in Laxus' impression. The members of the Thunder God who rushed over immediately saw the giant beast in front of them, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. This kind of monster was actually solved by someone? How is this possible? The western jungle of Magnolia Harbor is too far away from the other Magisters' guilds. No matter what, no one can imagine who would come here to get rid of such a big monster. Snatching commissions not only damages the friendly relationship between guilds, but also leads to very low remuneration due to high shipping costs. It is difficult to be solved by level wizards playing their full strength. Even the powerful magic of Reign of Light by President Makarov didn't wipe it out completely, let alone how much time it would take for a young mage like Laxus to deal with him. Laxus leaned closer to the monster, staring at the scorched and blackened skin of the monster, his expression becoming more and more astonished. "How can it be? Laxus, have you discovered anything new? This is very powerful thunder elemental magic. Although the level of magic is not high, but it can destroy the body of this Beast King to such an extent. This man's magic power is absolutely extraordinary." A cold sweat rolled down Laxus' spine. You may not know that the reason why the Beastmaster is difficult to deal with is because it has extremely strong magic resistance, and ordinary pure magic is simply a tickle for him. And its physical strength is no small matter. If it is a physical attack, even President Makarov's gigantic attack can't do anything to it. In my opinion, to be able to defeat it like this is not so much a strong man, but rather dozens of powerful wizards attacking it together. What? Which guild can gather so many wizards who are proficient in lightning magic? This is impossible, so there must be a master of thunder element magic near our guild. Laxus bit his lip, looking rather reconciled. He usually boasted that his Thunder Dragon Slayer magic was extremely powerful, but now he found that there was such a strong man in the folk who was similar to himself in magic, and the magic power was obviously higher than his own, which obviously made him a little ashamed. Chapter 16. Let's go. Laxus was extremely unwilling, but there was still nothing he could do. He had to admit, unless he subdued it and tortured it repeatedly, with his current strength, there was absolutely no way to hurt the Beast King like this. Then our commission. The commission has been completed. The content of the commission is to get rid of the Beastmaster. We just need to bring back its key body parts. Unexpectedly, the strong man who killed him didn't destroy its body. Didn't he come to attack it for a commission? I don't know. If the strength reaches this level, it is true that generally you will not pay too much attention to this reward. Laxus said with a self-deprecating tone, but he locked on a man in his heart. Returning to the guild from the western jungle, Luo Yun's movements were quite fast. The mechanical sound of the system skills just now still floats in my ears. Ding. Predator. The analysis has been activated. The magic power analysis of the wild creature Beastmaster has been completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host who has mastered the passive skills, high-level magic resistance, high-level physical resistance, high-level magic resistance. Make the host immune to magic attack damage with weaker magic power, and reduce the damage received from high-level magic attacks. High-level physical resistance. The skin hardening effect of the active skill is enhanced, and it is changed to passive, and the host's ability to resist attacks is greatly improved. The active skill. Skin hardening has been removed from the skill list due to the upgrade to the passive skill, advanced physical resistance. Ding. The level of the host's existing skill strength enhancement has been increased. In the short term, you can greatly enhance your own strength. Luo Yun just glanced at it briefly after finishing off the Beastmaster, and the Predator engraved all the skills of this wild monster into Luo Yun's body after the devouring was completed. No wonder it's so resistant. It turns out that it's all defensive skills. But Luo Yun didn't just leave. He knew that Laxus had taken over the commission of the Beast King, and if he didn't keep the body of the Beast King, Laxus would not be able to complete the task. Although Luo Yun doesn't want to deal with Laxus for the time being, there is no benefit for Luo Yun to want the corpse of the Beast King, so it is better to send it to him. Let him know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Thinking of this, Luo Yun released the Beastmaster in his stomach after receiving the skill and returned it to its original position before leaving with Urza. Along the way, Urza still hadn't recovered from the entrusted battle. For her, this commission is not so much a battle as it is a viewing event. The various magical powers that Luo Yun usually displayed in the library were enough to open her eyes. She did not expect that Luo Yun could use such high-level magic in actual combat. Urza has never seen Chairman Makarov release his true strength, so in Urza's eyes, Luo Yun is now the strongest she has ever seen. And he has been fighting calmly. Maybe what he showed is just the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Luo Yun delivered the packaged wingmonger furs to the client and took the rewards they sent. Carrying that small, fluffy burlap bag, Luo Yun didn't need to count it to know that it was only 3,000 J if he was dead inside. It can be said that this money is not as fast as making a few magic tools by himself. However, this money is quite good as a commemoration of the first execution of the commission. Next, go to the library to analyze the remaining books. After all, I have learned a few new skills, and I feel that I still don't know the magic structure. Luo Yun was thinking about the system on the way back when he saw a few familiar faces walking towards him. A young man with yellow hair, a slender man with a mask, green hair, a nobleman who seems to like to forgive others, and a woman with glasses, who looks a lot like Luo Yun's middle school teacher in the modern world. Thunder Gods and Laxus. They walked towards Luo Yun with great momentum, or rather, they looked like they were coming towards Luo Yun. Luo Yun ignored them. It was obviously a waste of time to talk to them outside. Unless it can develop to the point of using force, Luo Yun still thinks it is a bit interesting. After all, the strength of Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic is also one of the best in the guild. But the guild forbids members to fight among themselves. Even if Luo Yun wants to use force, he will not take the initiative to do so, so it is better to use this time to analyze 2 more magic books. Thinking of this, Luo Yun walked towards the guild indifferently. Stop! Fried suppressed his anger and ordered in a low voice to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, you are at least a newcomer to the guild. It's fine if you don't respect our seniors. Even an S-level mage like Laxus, the grandson of President Makarov, don't you think much of it? Luo Yun stopped in his tracks. Don't take it seriously. It's just that they didn't say hello. This should be a mutual etiquette. You seem to care too much about your strength. If it's okay, I'll leave first. After briefly responding to Fried, Luo Yun walked forward. At this moment, Laxus suddenly stretched out his right hand to block Fried behind him. How many times have I said, don't mention that I am the grandson of the old man. Don't you have a long memory? Fried immediately lowered his head. Yes, sorry. Okay, just apologize to him. Apologize. If you want an apology, hurry up. There's so much nonsense. Sorry. Fried bowed his head to Luo Yun rather unwillingly. Luo Yun also didn't understand what these people were doing at the moment. Could it be that this arrogant Laxus had a big change in temperament and became a pacifist? No matter what, Luo Yun still didn't want to waste time here. When he was about to take 2 steps, Laxus suddenly stopped him again. Luo Yun, if there's anything, just cut to the chase. The sooner you tell me, the better. I'm a little busy right now, so I'm sorry. Laxus' expression was a bit complicated. It's like asking Luo Yun, but at the same time it seems that there is something hard to hide, but at the same time, he can't hold back his face. It was you who killed the Beastmaster. I should be right. Luo Yun didn't respond. No matter how much the old man lets the newcomer go, it's impossible for the newcomer to take such a risk. I know you know the area around the guild very well. Because of your ability to make magic props, you are quite familiar with all the entrusted locations. You definitely didn't walk there by accident. And you are still bringing that newcomer girl with you. Even if you have nothing to do with the Beastmaster, you can't be so calm after the electric light explosion. I don't understand what you're talking about, haha. At that time, I just didn't wake up and accidentally went a little deeper. You were thinking too much. Duh. Chapter 17. Facing Lax's questioning, Luo Yun casually found an excuse to evade it. At this moment, Laxus swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his expression did not have the feeling of being arrogant in the past. As a rare S-rank mage in the guild, he always only valued the strong. But in front of Luo Yun, he gave up 3 points, which was unexpected by the 3 of Thunder God. Because Laxus was sure that his deduction was correct, he firmly believed that Luo Yun's strength was definitely underestimated by the guild members. Luo Yun, Laxus, will fight you here. Duel? Fighting is prohibited among guild members. It's just a simple discussion. Don't worry, it won't waste your time too much. I'm not interested. Now I'm leaving. Please make way. Luo Yun returned to the direction of the guild on his own, and he had already reached the side of the Thunder Gods and Laxus. Seeing Luo Yun's passing figure, Laxus pursed his lips unwillingly. Of course, he couldn't force the guild members to fight him. Even if he was so arrogant, unless he forced Makarov to abdicate, he would never do anything that would harm the guild's interests. However, the Thunder Gods don't think so. Damn it. You're so presumptuous. I'll let you suffer. Since you insist on offending Laxus, even if you are punished by the president, Big Slow said exasperatedly, preparing to take off his heavy helmet. Big Slow, stop. Don't shoot guild members at random. It's okay, my trick is. As Big Slow said, he rushed to Luo Yun's eyes, ready to cast his strange magic ability. At this moment, although Evergreen and Freed could stop Big Slow immediately, they seemed to understand his meaning and did not try to stop him. Puppet magic. Modeling on. This is the most special magic of all Big Slow's magic. It can control the soul of the person it looks at and manipulate the other person as if it were a puppet. At this moment, the members of Thor knew that although Big Slow was only impulsive, using this magic was a way to achieve both ends. By manipulating Luo Yun, not only can Luo Yun be forced to bow to Laxus, but also not hurt him. In this way, they can teach Luo Yun a lesson without anyone noticing. Not only can they vent Laxus' anger, but the president and the others will not punish him. With a sudden sound, Big Slow lifted the mask on his head, revealing his 3 strands of blue hair and his green iris. Stylize. At this moment, a familiar mechanical sound came from the system skills in Luo Yun's body. Ding. Predator has devoured the magic power of the target. Analysis. Analyzing target magic. Ding. The analysis is complete, and the host has mastered the puppet magic, modeling eyes. In an instant, Big Slow's magical power to control Luo Yun was swallowed up by the predator in Luo Yun's body. Luo Yun also sighed in his heart. No one in the guild has seen this move before. Even if I close my eyes or avoid it, my strength will still be exposed. At first, I wanted to spend more time analyzing the magic book, so I kept restraining my strength, but now it seems that I can't hide it. In that case, let's prey on their magic together. At this moment, Big Slow's wild smile suddenly stopped. Obviously, the magic power of the modeling eye has been released, and he did meet Luo Yun's eyes, but the effect of manipulating Luo Yun has not been fed back to himself at all. It was as if the green magic power in his iris was completely absorbed by Luo Yun's body the moment it was transmitted to Luo Yun's body, making it impossible to touch him at all. What's going on? Did the magic fail? No, it's impossible. The magic did indeed succeed. Evergreen, Freed, and Laxus couldn't help being surprised when they saw Luo Yun, who was still calm in the face of Big Slow's stunt, as if he was in no man's land. Especially Laxus, who wanted to stop Big Slow from messing around, because his mastery of controlling people was almost impossible. It is precisely because Big Slow's move is too powerful that he usually uses a mask to cover his eyes. But unexpectedly, this move had no effect on Luo Yun at all. There are only 2 possibilities to completely resist this trick without changing face. Either Luo Yun had set up a counterspell in advance to refute Big Slow's magic power, or Luo Yun's physique was strong enough for him to resist this extremely powerful magic. No matter which one it is, it means that Luo Yun's strength is far beyond everyone's imagination. Rather than saying that he is a rookie, it might be better to say that his strength may have surpassed that of an S-level mage. At least he is also more unfathomable than any veteran present. Looking at the people who looked at him in astonishment, Luo Yun sighed softly. It's really nonstop. Laxus, you insisted on a duel with me, and your subordinates cast magic on me, right? As long as I'm done with you, I can go. Sweat dripped from Laxus' forehead. Well, let me compete with you. Even though he had just witnessed the nullification of Luo Yun by the Model I, Laxus still wanted to see how much power this young man had that he didn't know. As long as he can see the tip of the iceberg of his strength, even if he is blamed, even if he is seriously injured by him, Laxus is already mentally prepared. You attack here, Luo Yun said with a meaningless face. As soon as Luo Yun finished speaking, a golden thunder light suddenly surged on Laxus' arm. ZZ. Ding. The great sage's analysis and identification. The analysis of the enemy is completed. The enemy's skill is Lightning Fist, and it is expected to cause an explosion. But because of the passive skill high-level magic defense, it will not cause any damage to the host. A notification sound came from the system in his head, and Luo Yun stood there indifferently, just like before, without making any preparations. Are you kidding? Does he really look down on Laxus like this? This is an S-level mage. Even if he can avoid my modeling eyes, he can. Just as they were talking, the three members of the Thunder God crowd opened their eyes wide, looking at Luo Yun in front of Laxus. I'm afraid that even an S-rank mage like Gildarts would not be able to deal with an attack like Laxus so calmly. But Luo Yun's current state seems to be telling them that even if the four of you go up together, you don't deserve to get close to me, even if it's only 3 inches away. Drink. Laxus roared. The muscles in his upper arms tensed instantly. Chapter 18. In the blink of an eye, the heavy punch with electric sparks had already rushed to Luo Yun's face. Z-crack. There was a roaring sound from the violent thunder and lightning explosion, and the Thunder Gods didn't know whether to be excited or afraid of this blow. After all, with Laxus' strength, his casual blow is no joke. Perhaps such an understatement could ruin the life of an ordinary mage. And this blow was not like Bixlow's remote control magic, but a real melee attack, and it did hit Luo Yun. ZZ. Lightning continued to float on Laxus' arm. Only Laxus knew that the explosion was not triggered from Luo Yun's face at all, but an electro-optical explosion caused by the friction between lightning and air. Moreover, the explosion clearly hit Luo Yun's face, but Laxus didn't have any real feeling of hitting him, only felt that his fist hit something as hard as a rock. It hurts. If it wasn't for the lightning on the fist as a buffer, Laxus' knuckles would have been smashed to pieces long ago. Laxus raised his head slowly. After the turbulent thunder light dissipated, Luo Yun still stood in place without any change in expression. Incoherent. Unbelievable. That's the only reaction Laxus and Thor have now. The guild newcomer who has withstood the impact of the Laxus thunder element magic is standing here unscathed. This is too bizarre and funny, and it can be said to subvert everyone's cognition. But what Luo Yun felt was disappointment. Ding. Predator has analyzed the skill Thunderbolt Fist. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Fist of Lightning Strike. Injured? Of course it doesn't exist. The system has been deduced for a long time. Not only the high-level magic resistance can invalidate Laxus' lightning impact, but also the high-level physical resistance can make Laxus' heavy punches as soft and weak as cotton. Of course, this is not the case in the eyes of others, but this is the most real feeling that Luo Yun has experienced. Since you want to compete with me, don't let the water go like this. Show a little effort. At least you must be worthy of your title of S-rank mage. Is this the only S-rank mage in our fairy tale now? Luo Yun tried to use the guild as a target to provoke Laxus. Since his own strength is bound to attract the attention of the guild members in the future, he might as well be more thorough and channel all Laxus' anger out. The lightning strike that Luo Yun wanted to see was not the level that Laxus released now. UB***************** D. The expression on Laxus' face at this moment is not so much anger as ecstasy. He who admires the strong really wants to know how much he has in front of this real strong man who has always been advertised as a strong man. In an instant, one after another lightning magic power of the thunder element was attached to Laxus' whole body, and his body was suddenly illuminated by the strong thunder light into a dazzling silvery white. Z-boom. Thunder light continuously washes over Laxus' body like rain. Amidst the endless roar of thunder, Laxus' magic power spreads out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that his strong body is almost unable to support it. Live. Even the inadvertent exhalation from the throat seems to have a strong thunder and lightning breath, and the current Laxus is completely different from just now. The 3 members of the Thunder God clan were already dumbfounded. Even if they were performing a difficult task together, they had never seen Laxus arouse so much magic power. If the current Laxus was real, he might easily destroy a palace with a single blow. I will let you recognize me. I will definitely let you recognize my existence today. Laxus raised his hand with a smile, and at the same time, several thunder attribute magic circles appeared on the left and right sides of Luo Yun. The strong lightning strike was about to fly out of the ground, and Luo Yun had nowhere to escape under the confinement of the lightning circle, but he didn't intend to escape at first. Ding! Great Sage. Analytical identification. The target skill is Lightning Circle, which will only make the host feel a slight burning sensation, and the actual damage is negligible. Ding! Predator analysis completed. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Lightning Circle. Luo Yun patted the smoke and dust on his body. The high heat generated by the thunder light hit his body, which can be said to be half the weight compared with sauna. It's not over yet. Veins popped up on Lax's face. He knew that he didn't have to hold back against this man. A pool of shadows covering his own shadow appeared at Luo Yun's feet. Driven by the magic power of Laxus, a huge thunderstorm cloud is gathering in the sky above Luo Yun, and it is still gathering the density of the cloud around it. Once the lightning that had gathered momentum in the thunderstorm cloud fell, it would probably turn everything into ashes with the deafening roar. Ding! Great Sage. Analytical appraisal. The target skill is Thunder and Rage. Ding! Predator analysis completed. Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Thunderstorm. A full half-minute passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Furious Volt, generating high-voltage electric waves to paralyze the opponent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Lightning Battlesuit, increase attack power, defense power, and speed in a short period of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning the skill, Lightning Transformation that can be transformed into lightning for long-distance displacement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Yun is like a target that will never be knocked down, attracting Laxus to continuously pour huge magic power on him. The more Laxus wanted to win Luo Yun's approval, the more he used more powerful lightning magic without any scruples, and Luo Yun was more satisfied because he had captured the new skills. At the same time, the more satisfied Luo Yun is, the more Laxus will feel that he has been humiliated, and the more he wants Luo Yun to recognize his strength. That's what makes sense. At this moment, the ground under Luo Yun's feet has been completely carbonized, turning into large areas of scorched and brittle, but Luo Yun doesn't feel anything except a little heat on his body. And Laxus has fallen into despair. Hee-ha! Unexpectedly, there is such a strong man in our guild. Luo Yun, this is my final blow. If you can even catch this blow, I will obey you from now on. Luo Yun looked at the surge of thunder elemental energy on Laxus quietly. The corners of his mouth finally twitched a little. Chapter 19. Let's end it quickly. Luo Yun has already noticed the huge difference between this thunder and lightning power and the thunder elemental magic just now. The intensity of the current galloping on Laxus now is completely different from the lightning attack that blasted at him just now. If hit by such an attack, Luo Yun's advanced magic resistance alone should not be enough to resist. Thinking of this, Luo Yun immediately activated the defense-enhancing skills he had just learned from Laxus to put a layer of lightning armor on himself. Thunder and Lightning Battle Suit. All of a sudden, several beams of electric current swirl and overlap and jump all over Luo Yun's body, and Luo Yun's physical defense has really been greatly improved. However, under the current thunder attribute magic power exuding from Laxus, this thunder and lightning battle suit also looks so thin. After all, it was the first time to use auxiliary magic with elements, and Luo Yun's magic research in this area was still very immature, so he did not achieve the desired effect. However, just this is enough for the thunder gods to be amazed. He sure knows Laxus magic. What the hell is he doing? Laxus is right. The thunder explosion that day must have been caused by him. Looking at Laxus' lungs gradually inflated, Luo Yun's system quickly sent an inner echo. Ding! Great Sage. Analysis and identification. The target magic is Lost Magic. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic. Roar of Thunder Dragon. Ding! This magic is powerful, and it will suffer certain damage if it is hit, but it has a single attack direction, and you can activate the Predator in advance to prey or prepare to dodge, because it involves the intelligence collection of the skill strength of the effect of everything in the universe. The analytical voice of the Great Sage in Luo Yun's heart helped Luo Yun analyze the coping strategies. I saw a faint golden light from Laxus' lungs, and his whole body was like a sculpture bathed in thunder. Although he was motionless, it made people feel that he had endless majesty. The thunder and lightning spread around Laxus, as if it was absorbed by Laxus as soon as it touched Laxus' body. All the leaked energy was recalled back to Laxus for this blow. At this moment, Several people were standing in the aisle not far from the harbor pier, under the energy storage of Laxus. Even though there is still a considerable distance from the beach, the fishermen on the boat can see one after another live fish being inexplicably aroused by the electromagnetic shock, and all of them are white and floating above the water. And after his body could no longer bear the recoil of this amazing blow, Laxus finally released all the magic power in his body in one breath. It is not out of the question that Laxus will be expelled from the guild if Makarov finds out about using lost magic of the level of Dragon Slayer magic on his companions. But Laxus doesn't care about his grandfather's punishment at the moment. What he wants is that his self-confidence of more than 10 years has a little meaning. Dragon Slayer magic, Thunder Dragon's roar. In just an instant, the extremely powerful Thunder Dragon electric energy was squeezed out from Laxus' lungs. The cyan strong light collided with the yellow lightning surge, which erupted with unprecedented terrifying destructive power. The lightning swallowed Luo Yun's field of vision with an unstoppable force. At the same time, the mechanical sound of Luo Yun's system skills sounded again. Ding! The host has confirmed the predation target magic, Dragon Slayer Thunder Magic, Thunder Dragon's Roar. Successful predation. Analyzing target magic. Because the target magic is more complicated, it will take some time to analyze. Please wait. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dragon lightning that Laxus spewed at Luo Yun had disappeared. No one can understand why even this dragon-slaying magic doesn't even work on Luo Yun, but the fact is right in front of his eyes. Luo Yun ignores Laxus, as if ignoring Bixlow's model are the strongest blow I am proud of. After the Thunder Dragon's breath was swallowed by the system and disappeared, Luo Yun felt a lot of mental pressure, and he breathed a sigh of relief after a moment of correction. This is the first time that the effect of predation is used to prey on magic. I have always used it to prey on wild monsters and props before. I didn't expect to spend so much energy. If I hadn't prepared in advance, it would be too late to catch the prey. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Yun knew that he must not frequently use the effect of this predation magic to deal with the enemy in the future. It's not just a matter of predation speed and energy consumption. Because predation magic needs to face the target magic directly and be highly concentrated. If you rely on the ability of this kind of predation magic without cultivating defensive magic, it will be difficult to parry when the enemy's attacks are intensive. Ding! Parsing complete. Congratulations to the host for mastering the lost magic, Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. There are many branch magic skills in Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Luo Yun has only learned one of them for the time being. If the study of lost magic is deep enough, Luo Yun should be able to comprehend other branches of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. But now he can comprehend one type of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Luo Yun is quite satisfied. Luo Yun exhaled slowly, once again dispelling the severe load on his body caused by the predation magic just now. When he looked at Laxus and the Thunder Gods again, they all had indescribable expressions. As far as the faces of the Thunder Gods are concerned, it is probably the embarrassment of a cheating student who accidentally sees the teacher who is looking at him. Or surprise, fear, regret, bitterness. These seemingly contradictory emotions are piled up on their faces at this moment without any violation. But Laxus looked hopeless and bewildered. The scene where his dragon-slaying magic disappeared in front of Luo Yun in an instant was still echoing in his mind. That is not offset by the spell. It should be said that it is a very close, but faster space-type elimination magic. This is the only explanation Laxus can think of for Luo Yun's predatory ability. But this can't change the fact that Luo Yun can directly ignore his dragon-slaying magic. Obviously, the meaning of his existence as an S-level powerhouse in the guild has been broken by the existence of Luo Yun. Aware of his own weakness, Laxus put his hands on the scorched ground that had been roasted by lightning, and his eyes even lost their luster. Hee-hee-ha-ha. What the hell is this? My past life. Luo Yun walked up to the collapsed Laxus in a few steps. Laxus, you agreed. If you can even take this blow, you will be obedient to me from now on. Chapter 20. There weren't many pedestrians around. Seeing the strong lightning strike that Laxus had just released from a distance, they could still feel as if they were in a battlefield even though they were separated by the entire street, and they fled in all directions. No one knew if the sky-shaking thunder would hit him in the next second. The momentum was really astonishing. Even though Laxus had stopped shooting, they didn't dare to take a step closer to that area. Laxus, you have agreed. If you can even take this blow, you will be at my beck and call from now on. Laxus and the Thunder Gods looked at Luo Yun nervously and blankly, not knowing what his next plan was. From the very beginning of the discussion, when Luo Yun didn't even bother to dodge Laxus' attack, The huge gap between the two sides was already obvious. This is said to be a discussion, but it is better to say that adults indulge their children's nonsense. In any case, Laxus tried his best to not hurt Luo Yun in the slightest. He had already lost his confidence and strength, and now if he didn't keep his promise, it would be too ugly. Laxus buried his head and made a resentful sound, as if he was already a down-and-out loser. Then, how about this? When I want to discuss with you in the future, you need to accompany me at any time without any delay. Luo Yun said casually. He really doesn't have much to gain from Laxus, but it's good to continue learning his Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. If we delve deeper, we should be able to understand all the magics belonging to the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Maybe with the further analysis of the Great Sage, Luo Yun can understand other Dragon Slayer magics. Of course, Laxus couldn't believe it when he heard this. Just like this, is that all right? Yeah, do you have any other ideas? Luo Yun looked at the current scene, and the four of them were crouching in front of him in a complete defeat, especially the Thunder Gods. They were clearly unharmed, but they dared not put themselves lower than Laxus, as if he was bullying them. I'm leaving first. I said earlier that I have something urgent. Don't disturb me. Luo Yun was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw a thin layer of golden barrier appearing in front of him. This barrier contains quite powerful magic power. Even without the help of the Great Sage in the body to analyze it, any mage knows that the person who set up this barrier is definitely not an ordinary character. Luo Yun stood in place, watching the photons in front of him condense into a small miniature. The miniature slowly distorted into a human shape, showing the familiar appearance of Luo Yun. President Makarov, old man, Luo Yun and the Thunder God crowd all bowed their heads respectfully as they looked at the person ahead. Luo Yun was just a little surprised, thinking that Makarov is indeed the guild president. Although he usually looks quite lazy, every move of the guild members is in his eyes, and he will never stand idly by when something happens. Laxus and everyone in Thor's group closed their eyes in embarrassment, and the corners of their mouths twitched constantly. They knew that the fact that the president was able to come here at this time was probably because they made too much noise. Makarov's short body took a few steps forward, looking quite angry. Laxus, I've seen your lightning strikes from afar. Although this is a bay, it can be regarded as a residential area. Besides, you're taking action against the guild's newcomers without authorization, am I right? Freed from the Thunder Gods immediately raised his head and anxiously wanted to explain to Laxus, frankly admitting that he provoked the situation first, but Laxus readily accepted it. Well, that's right. Very good. Fighting privately without authorization, you have violated the rules of the guild. Do you know what punishment you should receive? No. Laxus pouted guiltily. However, this matter has nothing to do with Luo Yun. It's just my own claim. The Thunder Gods under me have never made a move. If you want to punish, just punish me alone. Laxus understood that Makarov was attracted by the magic power of his lightning strike, and it was indeed his suspicion that caused the conflict between the two parties, so he wanted to take all the responsibility on himself. More importantly, he no longer has the face to subject Luo Yun to Makarov's so-called punishment. Involving such a strong man because of himself made him feel extremely ashamed. Hearing what Laxus said, Makarov's expression changed quickly. He is quite aware of his grandson's virtues. Although Laxus is indeed eager to make the guild stronger and has a sense of responsibility, but with his arrogant character, he seems to be on the weak side in front of Luo Yun. It's incredible. Taking a brief look at Luo Yun, Makarov was even more surprised. What's the matter, boy? He saw Laxus use a powerful lightning strike from a long distance. It is obviously impossible for Laxus to attack the Thunder Gods, but Luo Yun's body was not injured at all. Even the ground where Luo Yun was standing left black and yellow burn marks after being struck by lightning. The ground was almost completely destroyed by the lightning strike, especially the area under Luo Yun's feet. Although it was only affected, it was almost destroyed. All have been shaken to pieces by the lightning strike. But only Luo Yun didn't change at all. Not even a single strand of burnt hair could be found on his body. Makarov also began to pay attention to Luo Yun's strength, but it's better to deal with the current matter first. Although there are not many pedestrians around this area, this is the port area, and there are many clients and mages. Making trouble here will greatly affect the reputation of our guild. Don't talk about it now. You go back to the guild first. This area was destroyed by you. I will go to you to settle the account after I deal with it, and after the loss, it will be deducted from your commission fee. Yes, in the past, Makarov treated civil wars among guild members mercilessly, directly punishing them severely according to the guild rules, and even being expelled from the guild in severe cases. Although it doesn't restrict the guild members' nonsense, of course, hurting your companions is the most taboo among the taboos. Surprisingly, this time Makarov did not give Laxus a heavy punishment. He was only locked up for 2 weeks and allowed to move freely in the guild, but he was not allowed to go out. The reason, of course, was that this incident was too strange. After the contact between Luo Yun and Laxus, the two sides did not have any grievances, as if they were convinced by each other, which shows that this is not an ordinary conflict. Chapter 21. Laxus, you go back first. Remember to bring the entrustment money next time. And you call me Luo Yun. Outside the chairman's room, Makarov greeted Laxus in a funny yellow pajamas. Oh, I see. Looking at the back of Laxus in the distance, Makarov couldn't help recalling his appearance when he was a child. Now he gives people an inexplicable cuteness, which is a bit like before. Laxus has been a completely different person since taking a shot against Luo Yun in Highgang Port. When dealing with other weaker guild members, Laxus usually has a condescending attitude. Not only does he not know how to greet and talk, but even his eyes are full of contempt, which makes everyone do not know how to get along with him. However, after that, he would also start to respond to the guild members with simple words. Although they were only short and ordinary replies, the previous arrogance could not be heard from the tone of his voice. During the conversation with him, everyone felt a kind of loneliness. From his own point of view, what he felt was the kind of melancholy that a frog at the bottom of a well jumps out of the well one day and finally finds himself small and miserable. No one except the thunder gods and himself can know the reason for this. But Makarov could guess one or two of them, so he specially called Luo Yun to the chairman's room. Not long after, Luo Yun came to the chairman's room. It seems that Luo Yun seems to have wasted some time analyzing books, but in fact, he quietly swallowed several books into his body with the predator, and he is analyzing and learning in his body. Anyway, after going back and forth, no one will go to the guild library in a short time, and no one will find that some books are missing. Even if he finds out, Luo Yun will use his stomach bag ability to return it later. Luo Yun doesn't want to waste every opportunity to become stronger. Luo Yun, I understand the previous situation. This matter is indeed the fault of Laxus and the others. I have asked them to reflect on themselves. If you need it, I will ask this kid to personally apologize to you. It doesn't matter. We have been together for a long time, and some conflicts are inevitable. Luo Yun laughed and said he didn't care much. Well, I don't know if I should ask about something. Maybe you know better than me, but if it's true, it's really beyond my expectation. Makarov looked at Luo Yun with a complicated expression. When you went to commission that day, you didn't return right away. The Beastmaster was originally a monster that Laxus was responsible for dealing with, but he said, "The Beastmaster was killed by me," Luo Yun said unabashedly, "because I wanted to pass by chance and thought that getting rid of more monsters would be beneficial to the accumulation of experience, so I didn't return immediately." What did you say? Makarov couldn't hide the shock on his face. He didn't expect that Laxus' joking conjecture would come out of Luo Yun's mouth so easily. Beastmaster, are you kidding me? Makarov had fought that monster when he was young, and it was by no means easy to deal with. And with Makarov's magic, it was only severely injured, not completely wiped out. Originally letting Laxus pass this time, Makarov did not have the expectation of completely getting rid of this monster. At most, he repelled it, so that the mining work of the merchants around the jungle could be done with peace of mind. In the original work, it was Mirajane, Lisana, and Elfman who joined forces to completely eliminate the Beastmaster. Among them, Mirajane is also a rare and powerful S-level mage in the guild, which shows the level of the strength of the Beastmaster. Now, Mirajane is about the same age as Urza, just a little girl. The only S-rank mages in the guild are Laxus, who implanted the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal at a young age, and Guildarts, the strongest man in the guild other than the leader. This further proves how difficult this Beastmaster is, but who would have thought that Luo Yun could solve it by himself? Luo Yun, are you serious? If you could easily kill that monster, you should have been an S-rank mage long ago, or even. Makarov couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Can you let me prove your strength? President, please. Luo Yun retreated to the door without any magic items on his body, just like when he confronted Laxus. You mean, do you think I can't hurt you? It's not that exaggerated. I just want you to show some skills to open my eyes, President. Luo Yun looked relaxed, as if he didn't take Makarov's light magic seriously. The more casual his demeanor, the more Makarov was intrigued and the more magic he could unleash on himself. Although it would take a lot of energy to devour the mana with a predator, Luo Yun didn't care anymore. After all, this is Makarov's magic, and its level is obviously higher than those of the guild members. If it is directly imported into the system's database, how much knowledge of elemental magic can be taught to Luo Yun? Makarov smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, there is such a master in my guild, who is so young. I have always underestimated your talent, Luo Yun. Let me experience for myself today the power of your future hopes. As he said that, Makarov swelled up with a bunch of shining golden magic power all over his body. Hoo-hoo. Ding. Predator activates. The target is magic, a ray of light. Ding. Predator activates. The target is magic, burst of light. The analysis is complete. Congratulations to the host who has mastered magic, a ray of light, burst of light. What happened next was basically the same as when Luo Yun absorbed Laxus Thunder elemental magic. The difference is that Luo Yun no longer resists the opponent's magic, but chooses to prey on all Makarov's magic. Makarov obviously stopped. Although the light magic could not cause the same destructive power to the terrain as the thunder magic, he didn't dare to use his full strength even if he was just worried that Luo Yun would be unable to hold back. However, he is worthy of being the guild leader, and the magic power contained in the few light magics he used at will is extremely strong, which can be said to be a big gap with Laxus. Just devouring one of the spells casually, Luo Yun felt dizzy. Originally preying on Laxus magic during the day, Luo Yun consumed a lot of energy, and now he is obviously exhausted. Chapter 22. Well, Luo Yun's body was in pain due to absorbing too much magic power. This is, of course, after all, the stomach pouch of the predator is not an infinite space pocket. Luo Yun has already stuffed magic props, monsters, and magic books into the stomach bag, and if he wants to load magic power, the specific magic power capacity can only be determined according to the depth of Luo Yun's own magic power. And after learning the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic of Laxus, Luo Yun's current level of strength is at most the same level as Makarov, reaching the level of the Holy 10-level sorcerer. Just preying on Makarov's magic power at the Holy 10 level is enough. Luo Yun is really unable to bear the power of preying on Laxus' huge Brontosaurus magic power and Makarov's powerful light magic power successively. But of course it's all worth it. Why not trade a little pain of your own for Makarov's magic? Sure enough, Luo Yun, you are indeed a rare genius wizard. Makarov laughed and looked at the panting Luo Yun, his heart filled with endless joy. You were able to neutralize so many of my light magic attacks in a row. Although you seem to have reached your limit, you have been defending all the time. If you want to attack me, you won't be so passive at all. You can make so many moves against me. What is the difference between your current strength and guild arts? Makarov seemed to be in a pretty good mood, and he had an agitation that he found daunting as a teacher. In fact, what Makarov didn't know was that if Luo Yun hadn't absorbed Laxus magic, he would have no chance of winning against Luo Yun today, unless he activated the Fairy's Law, one of the 3 great fairy magics. The side effect of Luo Yun's predation magic made Makarov notice the weakness of Luo Yun's body, so he stopped. Luo Yun, is the magic you have just recently researched? This ability to break my light magic, is it disintegration magic? Or is it super superior destruction magic, like guild arts? Panting for breath, Luo Yun replied casually with some embarrassment. I'm not too sure what I have researched. It should be a kind of destruction magic. It is unlikely that Makarov would believe it if he explained the system skills directly. So that's it. Very good, very good. Makarov nodded in relief, and couldn't help but sighed again that there was a young man with such advanced magical attainments among his juniors. When pulling Luo Yun into the fairy tale before, Makarov only thought that his magic knowledge was quite profound, and he could quickly judge the composition of magic power when he encountered any magic. He never thought that this young man was so good in actual combat. This powerful ability to dispel magic. Even if he doesn't have any means of attack, he can still be regarded as an S-rank mage. Looks like Laxus got a bad taste this time. With him around, that kid's temper can be restrained. Makarov chuckled twice. Luo Yun, you can perform more advanced tasks in the future. Advanced tasks. There is something wrong with my wording. From now on, you can accept all the guild's quests according to your personal preferences. But if you want to accept the most difficult first-order quests, you'd better come and ask for my opinion. Then, does it mean that we will perform missions separately from Urza? No. I think you get along very well. If it's an entrustment that you are very sure of, it's okay to bring that child along to execute it. That's it, I see. Luo Yun paused for a moment, remembered something he cared about, and asked Makarov again. President, I often hear people mention that there is a boy with pink hair who is good at using fire elemental magic. How come the guild has not seen him for so long? You're talking about Natsu, right? He and Lisano went to the east for a long-distance commission, and they should be back soon. After finishing the important matters, Luo Yun walked alone on the way to the library after exchanging pleasantries with President Makarov. Although he had consumed too much magic, his body was quite exhausted, but his spirit was unprecedentedly comfortable. Everything is going well. From the very beginning, Luo Yun's purpose of joining the club was to become stronger. He didn't care if his strength was exposed or not. It's just that the stronger the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the correspondingly less time left for oneself. In his calculations, if he really became a key member of the Fairy Tale Guild, he might no longer have the time to obtain the magic of other members of the guild as before. But now, the situation is different. Luo Yun has already mastered the magic of most of the members. He was still worried about how to learn the magic of Laxus and the chairman Makarov. He never thought that because of such a commission, they would come to him to compete with him by accident. Now, apart from Urza's space magic, the magic of guild members that Luo Yun has never seen before, and the crushing magic of guildards who often goes out to receive commissions, there is no predation. The powerful magic of the entire guild members has been scooped up by Luo Yun. Predation, analysis, stomach pouch, the ability of predator to grab other people's magic can be said to be brought to the extreme by Luo Yun. Ding. The host's current skills: Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Ice Modeling magic, Light magic, high-level magic resistance, high-level physical resistance. Luo Yun can't even count how many kinds of magic he has mastered. Not only ordinary members of the guild, but now even the magic of the president of the S-level members is mastered by him. Luo Yun's strength must soon skyrocket. Next, as long as the Great Sage is used to further analyze and integrate information, Luo Yun can further enhance his own strength. However, this alone is not enough to satisfy Luo Yun. He hasn't preyed on the magic of Natsu and Urza at all that he wanted to prey on long before he joined the guild. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yun asked Makarov about Natsu's whereabouts, because at this point in time, Natsu, Mirajane, Elfman, and others should have joined the guild early. Since Makarov said that Natsu and the others are coming back soon, it is only a matter of time before he learns his Fire Dragon Slayer magic. For the rest of the goals, Luo Yun has already planned quite clearly. It's time to restart the plan to learn magic from Urza. Chapter 23. Before Natsu and others returned to the guild, and the first-class players in the guild had already fought against him, Luo Yun turned his attention back to Urza. If only utilitarian considerations are considered, the reason for choosing to teach Urza is to enable her to be able to cast space magic, and to allow herself to learn her magic through predation and analysis. During this period of getting along, Urza's progress is indeed rapid, and it seems that Luo Yun should soon be able to gain some inspiration in space magic. Next morning, in the underground library, Urza was concentrating his energy beside Luo Yun. The magic power, which could be controlled quite smoothly before, now has a slight fluctuation of instability. Urza's mind kept flashing the figure of Luo Yun when he executed the commission a few days ago. The strong magic power emanating from him, as well as the endless magic, are still switching back and forth in Urza's mind like a slideshow, filling her memory to the brim. Urza never believed that Luo Yun was just an ordinary member of the guild, and even couldn't understand why he was led to learn magic by such a strong person. But Urza believed what Luo Yun said, and since he guided himself to learn magic, Urza has always regarded Luo Yun as a close relationship between a teacher and a friend. Don't get distracted, Urza, keep doing it. When Luo Yun's voice came, Urza frowned, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and focused on controlling the aggregation of magic power in his palm. Sure enough, after concentrating his thoughts, the magic power in Urza's palm became much more obedient, and could even transform into different shapes according to Urza's mind, without collapsing or disappearing loosely. Well, not bad. Have you practiced these days? Well, I think there is progress, but it's not very obvious. There is no such thing. Urza, your progress is actually quite obvious, and I can see it. Yeah. For some reason, hearing Luo Yun's voice, Urza always felt quite relaxed. It is obvious that now Luo Yun is already a big man like a great wizard in Urza's heart. But the more Luo Yun talks to himself calmly like this, the more Urza feels his sincerity and patience. Urza, listen, the release of any magic is always the same. It must emphasize the 3 points of stability, strength, and control. On this basis, you can increase the speed of activation for optimization, but the premise it's the quality of your magic that needs to be up to par. Luo Yun carefully guided Urza with the magical knowledge he had summed up. Urza, what magic are you best at using? Yes, Urza said with some embarrassment. It's the magic of the dress-up department. This kind of magic shouldn't be comparable to your elemental magic. You made a very fatal mistake, that is to underestimate a certain type of magic. Luo Yun shook his head. Any kind of magic, as long as it is used well, has quite powerful power, and the magic of changing clothes is the same. Now, you remember the feeling that the magic power rose and was firmly held in the palm of your hand when you were doing the exercise just now, and then use this feeling to try to activate the magic of changing clothes. I rarely succeed in launching the dress-up magic, and I don't know if I can. It's okay, just try again if you fail. Urza tensed up a little. She wasn't lying. She didn't have much success rate in launching the dress-up magic with her level of magic power. That's why she didn't activate the dress-up when making the commission. But since Luo Yun requested so, Urza had no choice but to try to summon the armor of the sky wheel that had been summoned many times but ended in failure. Luo Yun, can you turn around? Fine. Luo Yun suddenly remembered that when the magic of changing clothes was activated, the curves of the body would be seen at a glance, and not looking back now seemed to give people the feeling that they were doing something bad. But in Luo Yun's impression, Urza doesn't seem to be the character who would mind such things. Switching magic, armor of the sky wheel. Ugh. In a daze, Urza's whole body was covered with a layer of strong light, and the armor he was wearing was instantly submerged in the strong light and gradually disappeared. The armor on her body has been switched from the different space to the armor of the sky wheel. The armor of the sky wheel is a kind of dress-up magic mastered by Urza. On the outside, the armor made of steel wraps around half of the chest, and there are 4 wings made of steel on the back. It looks like the sacred Valkyrie majestic feeling. With the armor of the sky wheel attached to the whole body, Urza was also extremely surprised. How can I summon the armor of the sky wheel so easily? Urza couldn't believe that the magic power of the armor that once attached to his body made him feel tormented, but now he could control it so easily. It worked, Urza. Luo Yun turned his head. You don't need to be so surprised. It's normal to successfully cast spells after the magic power has stabilized. It's the stability training during this time that makes you stronger. Urza felt unspeakably happy. She who had never smiled before showed a faint smile at this moment, as if her hard work for so many days had finally been affirmed. Luo Yun looked at the blade behind Urza's armor. This set of heaven wheel armor can summon more sword blades suspended behind him according to the magic power of the summoner. Urza once summoned 200 flying swords at a time as an adult, forming a raging sea of swords behind him, can be driven to kill the enemy at will. But now, little Urza has only summoned 4 blades, and her magical power is obviously not as strong as when she was an adult. But just this is enough for Luo Yun. Urza, try swinging your sword at me. What? I said, try attacking me with the sword in your hand and the 4 swords behind you. Oh. Urza stared blankly at Luo Yun, not expecting him to make such a request. Urza knew that with Luo Yun's strength, it was impossible for him to hurt him. If Urza had witnessed Luo Yun responding to Lax's lightning strike before, she would definitely not hesitate much. But now she has to make more psychological preparations to do something to her closest partner by her side. You have to hurry up, Urza, if you are entrusted now. If you move slowly, you may cause big trouble. Yes. Urza remembered that when he was attacked by wild wolves in the western jungle, Luo Yun yelled to himself to close his eyes. At that time, if he didn't follow Luo Yun's order immediately, he might end up like those wild wolves. Chapter 24. Thinking of this, Urza no longer hesitated. She closed her eyes and drove the flying sword behind her to stab Luo Yun. Ding! Predator activates. The target object is the part of the armor of the sky wheel. In the blink of an eye, the 4 blades behind Urza had disappeared. The sword body seemed to be sucked into a different space and entered Luo Yun's body after rapid self-distortion and decomposition. Ding! Predation complete. Parsing target. Because the target is an object in a different space with a complex structure, it will take more time to analyze. Please wait. Urza opened his eyes and saw that the blade he was driving had disappeared without a sound, and Luo Yun stood in front of him without a word and was stunned again. Don't worry, I will return it to you after I get your weapon research. Luo Yun smiled and said, this is also to increase your upper limit of magic power. Wait a moment. Of course there are reasons for helping Urza, but Luo Yun's main purpose is of course to let him master space magic. After a short wait, the parsing is complete. Ding! Parsing complete. Sensing the source of magic in a different space is not enough to use analysis to control space magic. Need more information to adapt to the activation conditions of the different space magic source to learn the magic. Although the analysis is complete, Luo Yun has not yet been able to learn space magic. This is, of course, after all, Luo Yun only analyzed a part of an armor in a different space, and did not directly prey on or analyze the magic power itself like preying on Lax's magic power. Luo Yun also needs to understand some of the conditions of the magical power to understand the structure of this space magic. Urza, how do you use space magic? Can you tell me? Luo Yun asked bluntly. Your magic power should be able to be strengthened when it is released, but if I don't understand your release process, I won't be able to help you very well. Luo Yun can now make up excuses at his fingertips, and can easily make up a particularly suitable cover to get Urza hooked. It is of course a trivial thing to share your impressions of using magic. Urza quickly explained to Luo Yun the process of releasing his magic power from beginning to end. She felt that Luo Yun would not care about her trivial experience at all, because the magic used by Luo Yun was obviously more powerful. However, the fact is just the opposite. What Luo Yun needs now is her insignificant feeling. It is like the key to open a vault. Although it is small, it is an abnormal key. Ding! Great sage analysis and appraisal. Combined with the information of Wizard Urza Scarlet, we are analyzing the source of magic imported from different spaces. It is expected to take a long time. Please wait. After learning about Urza's experience in releasing space magic, it's time for Luo Yun to help Urza strengthen the purity of his magic power. Ding! Stomach bag. Take out the magic stone. Urza, this is the sorcerer's stone I prepared for you this morning. It contains some magic power that I poured into it. It is harder than ordinary rocks. Try to attack it with the sword you are holding. Urza concentrated his energy, staring at the shining tip of the sword, aimed at the philosopher's stone, and slashed. Drink. The philosopher's stone was struck by a sword and remained motionless. Your mana is gone. Remember the technique I told you about concentrating your mana before? Find that feeling of keeping your mana in a ball, and concentrate that power on the tip of your sword, and try again. Urza nodded. Drink. After another sword strike, the sorcerer's stone shook slightly, but it was still unscathed. Well, there is progress. Next, try to improve the accuracy of the sword while maintaining the feeling of magic power just now. Try to use the straight sword as much as possible and make less slashing movements. 2 hours passed. A scratch appeared on the originally perfect philosopher's stone, and Luo Yun couldn't help but sigh that Urza is really a genius learning magic. She is similar to the top student in the class. Although the reserve of knowledge and experience in solving problems is definitely far from that of the teacher, she is quite smart, and she can understand everything no matter what she teaches, which is very worry-free. From the first sword she swung before to the sword she swung now, it can be said that there is a world of difference. I've really improved, that's great. Improving the purity by concentrating magic power is just a folk remedy. To become stronger, you need to accumulate magic power as a whole, but that can't be achieved overnight. Luo Yun picked up the philosopher's stone, looked at the scratches on it, and smiled with satisfaction. Afterwards, you also need to strengthen your training, coupled with the execution of commissions, and through the accumulation of actual combat. I believe your strength will improve by leaps and bounds soon. I see. I really don't know how to thank you. Urza's expression was both tired and excited. With the help of Luo Yun, she is really moving towards the strong self she expects step by step, all of which are due to Luo Yun. Then let's get here first today. Let's talk about it later. Just use the communication magic device to contact. Urza walked to the front door of the library. For some reason, a voice in her heart seemed to tell her she didn't want to leave so soon, and she still wanted to stay with Luo Yun. Even if you don't learn magic, or don't do any training, just chatting, simply talking a few words, or staying quietly without saying anything, is much more comfortable than staying alone or getting along with other guild members. Before she knew it, she realized that she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Luo Yun. Leaving hastily now is not enough to restore her inner admiration and gratitude. What am I thinking? He should be very busy. I'd better not disturb him. Urza shook his head self-consciously, trying to get rid of these messy, selfish thoughts in his mind. So he simply quickened his pace and ran away. I walked really fast today. I guess there is something urgent. Just as Luo Yun was thinking, the mechanical voice in his head came over quickly. Ding. Intelligence analysis is complete. The host has mastered the skill. Space magic lower level. Because the information from Urza Scarlet is too limited, the analysis takes a long time, and the analysis speed of the great sage body has not been affected. Please know, suddenly, the magic structure, casting method and release details of Urza's comprehension of space magic flowed into Luo Yun's mind as a deep memory. The corners of Luo Yun's mouth curled up at an appropriate angle. So that's what happened. The composition of space magic is so precise, much more complicated than other elemental magic. Chapter 25. Luo Yun did not expect that the space magic, which was not so eye-catching in the original work, would have such a sophisticated magic structure. In the original work, powerful players who use space magic, such as Marin Hollow of the 12 Shields of the Guardians or Minerva of the Saber-Tooth Guild, they immediately gave Luo Yun the feeling of a high-achieving student. But this power has since belonged to Luo Yun. Now let's try to what extent space magic can be used. The space-based magic analyzed by Luo Yun is not just Urza's dress-up magic. Due to his own understanding of the vast amount of magic knowledge, what the system analyzes is not just a magic of changing armor. What Luo Yun really obtained is the ability to take out stored objects from different dimensions. This ability does not seem to be any different from the stomach pouch skill of the predator in Luo Yun's body. But Luo Yun knew that this ability could be said to have helped him a lot. Changing magic, storage activation. With the magic powers slightly rippling from his body, Luo Yun felt that all kinds of magic props such as firearms, ammunition, seeds, tobacco, etc. stored in his body were transferred into a different space. In an instant, Luo Yun felt refreshed, and the magic power in his body seemed to be 30 to 40% stronger than before. Since this stomach bag can store magic items in addition to other people's magic, and the capacity of the stomach bag is limited, in fact, Luo Yun's stomach bag has always been occupied by magic items. That is to say, Luo Yun's magical power has been somewhat discounted from the time he joined the Predator to his first magic item. And it is also because of this reason that Luo Yun will have a strong mental burden when devouring other people's magic. But magic props are quite necessary, especially some guild members rely on props for their magic, but they don't have the trouble of too many props like Luo Yun. And now, thanks to the space magic, Luo Yun's entire stomach can be used only to store magic power, which is equivalent to a huge increase in Luo Yun's upper limit of magic power. Check the current strength. Luo Yun ordered the system. He felt that his strength was at another level compared to before and wanted to see what level he had reached now. Ding. Great Sage. Analysis and appraisal. Analyzing the current strength of the host. The analysis is complete. The current strength of the host. Quasi-Ishgar 4-day, king-level magician. Quasi-Ishgar, 4 heavenly kings. Luo Yun was surprised by himself. The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. This title is unique to the first 4 of the 10 wizard saints. The so-called 10 wizard saints are the 10 most outstanding mages on the mainland who were specially awarded the title by the Magic Council, and their strength far exceeds that of ordinary Guild S-rank mages. And the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar are the top 4 of the Holy 10 level, and their strength far surpasses that of the other 10 wizard saints. In Luo Yun's memory, in the division of power in this world, the most powerful belong to the 12 shields of the Holy Guardians of the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent, and below the 12 shields are the level of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar up. In other words, Luo Yun's overall strength is not much different from that of Warad Sequin, one of the 4 founders of the Fairy Tale Guild, and maybe far behind God Serena, who later became the guardian of the 12 shields. But this strength has far exceeded his expectations. Learning Urza's space-based magic is really a pleasant surprise. There's still a lot of time. Let's use the Great Sage to analyze it slowly. Gulip. Just as he was about to continue analyzing the existing magic, Luo Yun's stomach growled. In desperation, Luo Yun first preyed on several unexplained magic books into his body for analysis, and then walked out of the underground library. People's appetite is really troublesome. If only I could study without eating. Walking out of the magic circle set up in advance in the underground library, Luo Yun came to the back door compartment of the guild hall in a blink of an eye. Pushing open the back door, Luo Yun suddenly felt uncomfortable, like being pricked by needles. Countless eyes fell on Luo Yun. The fellow members of the guild, whether it's Max drinking, Kana playing cards, Wakaba smoking a cigarette, or Macau and Gray standing next to the commission bar, they all looked in their direction. Their eyes aligned, they all stared at themselves with shocked expressions. Luo Yun couldn't understand what happened at all. Is there something on my face? No. The companions of several guilds asked embarrassingly. Luo Yun, did you really kill that beastmaster? Laxus told us that you sparred with him, and he tried his best, and you didn't get hurt at all. The president confirmed with us just now. Luo Yun, how did you do it? Luo Yun looked at the shocked crowd with a bit of embarrassment. He didn't expect them to know this now. But no wonder they, I didn't mention it to anyone yesterday. You don't have to worry too much about this kind of thing. It's just that I haven't executed any entrustment before, and now I'm executing the entrustment normally. As for the strength of magic power, if I happen to know how to decipher other people's magic power, it's not surprising. So Luo Yun, you admit it? What the president and Laxus said is true. Well, that's basically it. Luo Yun sighed. It doesn't make much sense to deliberately conceal his strength now. But you don't need to be so shocked. If there are props that you want me to make in the future, I will still make them for you. It's nothing. As soon as Luo Yun finished speaking, the guild hall was filled with excitement and discussions were chaotic. The astonishment on everyone's faces just now was just to confirm whether it is true that Luo Yun really has such a powerful strength, as the president said. Now that Luo Yun himself admits it, they have completely exploded. Luo Yun really has the strength of an S-rank wizard. It's too exaggerated. He's only a teenager. Even monsters like Laxus barely reach that level after being implanted with the Dragon Slayer crystal. Could it be that a few of them joined forces to trick us? Hasn't he been reading in the library? While everyone was having a heated discussion, the chairman Makarov suddenly walked in from the main entrance. As soon as Makarov came over, the discussion among the guild members was reduced by half. Because Makarov had only left a while ago, and now that he has returned, he must have something important to announce. Chapter 26. Ahem. Makarov dropped his throat as soon as he entered. Everyone, let's have a party together later. Kana, prepare all the drinks first, and prepare more. Old man, why are you so happy? Gray sat by the barrel and grinned, as if it seemed a novelty. It's Natsu. Natsu and Mira Jane are coming back. This is the first time they have implemented a long-term commission, and I heard from the commissioner that the completion was quite smooth, and the guild is rarely reunited. We must celebrate for them. Old man, they are not even 15 years old. How can you let them drink? Never mind him. Just be happy. I started drinking when I was 12 or 13 years old. Makarov also chuckled. That's right. Just let those red tape go. People in our guild do whatever they want. And now that the guild has poured in so many powerful newcomers, we can be lively again. As he spoke, Makarov glanced at Luo Yun with admiration in his eyes. After the president finished speaking, the guild that had been quiet began to make noise again. Natsu is coming back. I remember it was an escort mission. The kid came back so fast. TSK, Gray, you keep saying that you are slightly better than Natsu. Now what do you say? It's long-winded. It's just a coincidence that I took a good mission. If you really compare magic power, how can that guy be my opponent? Natsu is coming back. Luo Yun was planning in his heart. Originally, Natsu was not in the guild when he wanted to prey on Natsu's magic power, but now Natsu came back when he wanted to analyze the magic of the great sage. But this doesn't affect anything. Anyway, with Natsu's passionate and straightforward character, it certainly doesn't take much brains to analyze his dragon-slaying magic. Luo Yun sat down next to the guild's bar, picked up the drink menu, looked at the prices on it, and felt a little surprised. The reward for making a sorcerer's stone is enough to drink half a night here, not to mention that he can also make expensive materials such as magic mithril. It seems that I really should take time out of dinner to come here to relax. Luo Yun was getting more and more hungry, and Luo Yun didn't want to spend more time thinking about what to eat. Just when he was about to order a smoked meat set meal, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. It's Natsu. Natsu is back. Luo Yun looked out the door, and a robust young man with cherry-colored hair walked in with a smile, looking exceptionally capable. He was obviously wearing a cool blue gown, but he was wearing a white scarf. From his attire, it was impossible to tell whether it was summer or winter. The figure is really strong. In fact, Luo Yun's figure is already quite well proportioned in the modern world, but in the world of fairy tale, just like Natsu, randomly picking out a mage who has a body of tendons since he was a child, looks quite uncomfortable. Behind Natsu, a taller, dark-skinned boy followed closely behind him, and beside him were two girls with fair skin and hair. We're back. The three people behind Natsu are quite familiar with Luo Yun. The girl with white hair and a bit of a bad girl look is Mira Jane, the dark-skinned teenager is his brother Elfman, and the other petite girl is her sister Lisana. The magic used by the three of them is receiving magic, which can eliminate monsters and enhance their own strength by forcibly possessing monsters. However, Luo Yun felt a little surprised, because in his impression, Mira Jane has always been the sunny girl with a smile on her face. It is true that she was very violent and aggressive when she was young, but after the battle with the Beastmaster, she became a gentle, cheerful, and good child. And now Mira Jane, bangs hang down naturally, with a look of evil, which is exactly what she looked like when she was a kid. Wait, Beastmaster. Luo Yun realized that he had overlooked an important point. Could it be that the Beastmaster I got rid of was the Beastmaster they fought with? Luo Yun has now eliminated the Beastmaster, which means that Mira Jane is likely to have such a bad character in the future. Why do you feel like you have unintentionally rewritten the growth trajectory of someone else's life? I remember that Natsu couldn't beat Urza since he was a child. Urza's strength is just like that now, so Natsu shouldn't be that strong now. I'd love to see what Urza would do against him after being coached by me. Mira Jane, your sister has set a new record for the youngest age to participate in an escort commission. It's all due to my sister. Natsu, sit down quickly. You are back today. We have a banquet. The returning siblings Natsu and Mira Jane were chatting and laughing with their old friends in the guild. Natsu leaned back on the bar and looked at Luo Yun's face, feeling quite strange. Hey, are you a newcomer to the guild? At this moment, Laxus walked right behind Luo Yun, and when he heard Natsu's words, he showed a disdainful smile. He joined the guild right after you set off, but his strength can be far behind those of you old members. If you don't believe me, prove it with your own eyes. Luo Yun was also a little embarrassed at the moment. It turns out that you have been flattering me behind my back. Natsu scratched his head, feeling that Luo Yun didn't look as scary as Laxus said. But there was one more thing that caught his attention. Laxus, why haven't you seen me for more than a month, and you are willing to take the initiative to talk to me? Talk out. Laxus blushed, and could only reply in a low voice with displeasure. Natsu really had a nervous and natural character, completely ignored Laxus, and just greeted Luo Yun with a big smile. Haha. Hello, my name is Natsu. You must be very strong, right? It feels like we are about the same age. However, you came to the guild late, so you can be regarded as my junior. What would you like to drink? I invite you. My name is Luo Yun. If you buy me a drink, I'll treat you to a meal. Haha. Why are you being so polite? Natsu laughed again. At this time, a shirtless black-haired boy approached not far behind Natsu. It was Gray. Natsu, if you want to treat me, I'm afraid you got the wrong person. Luo Yun is now the strongest prop craftsman in our guild, and his savings may be much larger than yours. Your entrusted reward is nothing to him at all. I'm right, Luo Yun, haha. When you save more money, it's almost the same as treating someone to a big meal. Duh. Chapter 27. Faced with Gray's ridicule, Natsu was also stunned. Luo Yun, are you really that good? Not only are you strong, but you can also make props. You are a genius. He is right, whether you want to believe it or not. This is the truth. Laxus interrupted again from the side. According to Laxus' previous arrogant personality, as long as it was not an S-rank mage, he would not waste a second talking to them. But now, as long as Luo Yun is mentioned, Laxus can't help but say a few words. After finding Luo Yun, he really looks like a completely different person. Although his tone was still as thorny as before, it made people feel a little uncomfortable, but what he said seemed to be much more respectful. This change of arrogant attitude also surprised other members of the guild. Well, I know he is very strong. Since this is the case, we should learn from each other and improve each other, right? We are all companions. Idiot. Laxus shook his head and walked away. Is that? My smoked meat set is not ready yet. Luo Yun didn't want to pay attention to these people anymore. Now it's important to fill his stomach first. Obviously it's called a predator, but no matter how preyed on it is, my stomach is still growling with hunger. Forget it. It's not bad to think about it carefully. After all, everything in this world is quite delicious. In the world of fairy tale, the meat of some creatures that Luo Yun has never seen is often used as the staple food for cooking, and the price is low. For foodies, it can be said to be heaven. It's done, it's done. Isn't it just trying to make the plate look better for you? Wakaba's voice came from behind the bar. Well, Natsu, since you're back, help me light up the fire and make the smokiness more. Good. After a while, a plate of smoked roast pork with oily fried eggs was delivered to Luo Yun's table. Luo Yun, who had been starving for a long time, also started to eat without any hesitation. At the same time, Mira Jane, who was originally behind Natsu, stared at Luo Yun closely from behind Luo Yun, with a little devil smile on his lips. She directly sat where Natsu had been sitting, and looked at Luo Yun, who was putting the steak into his mouth piece by piece, with a rather dissatisfied expression. Hey, didn't you just come to the guild not long ago? How dare you ask seniors to cook for you? Wakaba at the stove behind the bar smiled and said, Mira Jane, you are still the same. Luo Yun seems to be really good. You don't want to kick the iron plate. Whispering, whether strong or weak, a newcomer must look like a newcomer. Haha. The guild is about to end. The next generation is really difficult. Luo Yun finished chewing the steak in his mouth, and turned to look at Mira Jane calmly. The capable white ponytail, grayish-white complexion, and dark blue pupils half like sea water, these features have not changed much. But the purple crop top, denim shorts with skull, rather gothic choker, and black over-the-knee boots didn't look like anything a good girl would wear. The key is that her gentle and sweet smile, when she grew up, has now turned into a smug, evil expression that seems to have grasped everything. The contrast is really too great. Even though Laxus has said that Luo Yun is very capable, Mira Jane still doesn't believe that a kid who looks his own age can be so powerful. When she was a child, her character was like a powder keg. If she couldn't admit it, she wouldn't be like everyone else taking every bite of Luo Yun. Luo Yun also knew in his heart that Mira Jane was purely childish, so he thought about the addiction of being a big sister. In fact, if it's convenient, just let her have a good time. Anyway, everyone is a part of the guild, so she doesn't have any bad intentions. However, the more aggressive Mira Jane's attitude, the more Luo Yun wanted to play tricks on her. Hey, didn't you hear that? Mira Jane questioned Luo Yun again. Your name is Mira Jane, right? You haven't been in the guild for long. Luo Yun responded very simply. He never asked anyone when Mira Jane joined the club, but he remembered very clearly that in the original novel, Mira Jane once claimed to have joined the club when he was around 12 or 13 years old, which was about the same time as Natsu and Gray. Not much earlier. What? Who told you? It's just my guess. It seems to be true, huh? Don't get too carried away. You be asterisk 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 D. Mira Jane gritted her teeth and jumped off the bar seat. He's obviously just a junior, yet his tone is so arrogant. Aren't you also an arrogant rookie? I mean, Senior Wakaba. Yes, hee. Finally someone can cure this girl. Wakaba is already in his 30s, and he has a good relationship with Luo Yun in the guild. This random assist made Mira Jane's face turn purple with anger. You be asterisk 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 D duel. I want to duel with you. Mira Jane pointed at Luo Yun and scolded. Her wanton personality and punk attire reminded Luo Yun of those girls in middle school who followed the gangsters to collect protection fees, and she might be short of a cigarette. Although this kind of association is not appropriate. After all, Mira Jane has completed many entrusted tasks now and is a qualified mage, but her feeling is really inseparable from that. Okay, I get it. I'll just fight you. Luo Yun said that he had wiped out all the steaks and fried eggs on the plate. However, you have to say it first. What if I win? What if I lose? You rookie still want to beat me? Just dream. So you're afraid of betting. That's all right. Who's scared? Listen carefully. If you lose, you should kneel down in front of everyone in the guild and shout 3 times, Sister Mira, I was wrong, and then swear that you will never talk back to me again. If I win, you can cook me a meal and a drink in front of everyone in the guild. That's fine. It's a deal. In the eyes of everyone in the guild watching, Mira Jane put one hand on his waist and stood beside Luo Yun in a rather imposing manner, showing an evil smile again. She seemed to be ready to see the scene of Luo Yun kneeling and begging for mercy. At this time, Natsu also came out from behind the stove. Natsu, come here quickly. You don't need me to deal with this kid. You play with him first. Luo Yun smiled wryly. What if I win Natsu-senpai? If you win Natsu and me, I'll cook you meals for a whole year. But if you can't even win Natsu, you'll beg him again. Chapter 28. Mira Jane looked at Luo Yun with a treacherous smile. You shouldn't be afraid now. I don't know if Senior Natsu is willing or not. Although I don't have any malicious intentions, I heard that you are very powerful. It would be nice to have a fight with you. Elfman and Lisanna knew that they couldn't stop their sister's stubborn temper, and they didn't dare to say anything when she was angry, for fear of causing more trouble. Luo Yun's mood became more and more joyful. Then do as you say. Just wait and kneel. The guild members watched the excitement around Mira Jane, Natsu, and Luo Yun, and they all talked about it. Mira Jane clashed with newcomers as soon as she came back. It's really her style, haha. It's not bad for the guild to do this occasionally. It's the fights that make everyone closer. Who do you think will win? Didn't you say that Luo Yun is ridiculously strong? That's probably just the president's rhetoric to take care of the newcomers. After all, killing the Beastmaster is too ridiculous. It's true. I haven't seen anyone stronger than Mira Jane among my peers. Maybe only Laxus has that kind of strength when I was a child, and Natsu is not weak at all. I can't see it. Even Laxus bowed his head to Luo Yun. They seem to be serious. Do you want to report it to the president? Come on, the brats are just fighting. What can happen? In a quarter of an hour. Analysis of magic is more. It takes a long time, and it is now analyzing at full speed with the ability of thinking acceleration. Ding. The analysis is complete. Congratulations to the host for learning the skills. Advanced Reception Magic, Sleep Magic, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Luo Yun sat in front of the bar and drank a special drink with graceful movements. And Mira Jane reluctantly came out of the stove with a big pot of chicken stew under the eyes of everyone. Her teeth almost broke her lower lip. You serve food so slowly. You will be scolded by customers like this. Luo Yun teased Mira Jane with a faint smile. Anyway, it's still a long time, a year, right? You can slowly practice the speed of cooking and serving. I'm not in a hurry. Mira Jane gritted her molars furiously. This guy is definitely cheating. How could he have such a powerful ability? My magic is completely ineffective against him. The big guys in the guild were all shocked. Previously, they only heard Laxus say that Luo Yun's strength was astonishing. They were only secretly surprised and soon stopped paying attention. However, actually seeing Luo Yun make a move on the spot was much more shocking than hearsay. Hey, he's a lie. Where's Natsu's flame? What about Mira Jane's magic power? How did it disappear in an instant? Is it disintegration magic? Or counter magic? Is it the shattering magic like guild arts? Don't talk about magic. The strength of pure physicality is not at the same level. It's too exaggerated. This is completely one-sided crushing. Just now, the moment the iron fist condensed by Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic hit Luo Yun, all the flames on it were extinguished inexplicably. Afterwards, the moment Mira Jane launched the receiving magic and wanted to burst out a powerful force to defeat Luo Yun swallowed and prayed all the magic power that Mira Jane burst out in an instant. Before there was even a real fight, Natsu and Mira Jane were down. Then, just using the ice vines summoned by the fusion of ice modeling magic and seed magic, Luo Yun suppressed Natsu and Mira Jane to death. At this moment, let alone the two of them as opponents. Even if you are just a spectator, you can't help but marvel at the magic power of Luo Yun's magic. He used the same ice modeling magic as me. I have to control the ice cube with both hands to stabilize the magic power. Why does he not need to use his hands at all? This ice vine is obviously much bulkier than mine. How come it has the same growth rate as my plant? Gray, Droy, and other guild members who were present were not the ones who usually liked to ask Luo Yun to make magic props, and which one had no contact with Luo Yun, until Luo Yun really made a move. Even if it was just the magic he cast casually without any intention of fighting, it was enough to make everyone tremble. It's guild arts, right? You secretly helped Luo Yun shatter my magic structure with shattering magic, right? Mira Jane finally couldn't bear the humiliation and shouted out loudly. It is easy to destroy the magic released by the opponent without seeing any traces of the activated magic power, break up the target into molecules, and completely destroy it. This kind of thing can only be done by guild arts, the strongest S-level mage in the guild. Indeed, not only Mira Jane, but also those who have just witnessed Luo Yun launching the Predator, thought that he had learned this trick from guild arts secretly. But Mira Jane didn't respond, no matter how noisy she was. Mira Jane, guild arts went out to carry out the commission very early. This time he was carrying out the 10-year mission, and he hasn't been back for a month. The so-called 10-year mission is a difficult mission that no mage has completed within 10 years. From this point of view, the probability of guild arts helping Luo Yun crack Mira Jane's receiving magic is basically non-existent. Damn it, I wrote down this account. Ahem. Mira Jane was choked by the oily smoke from the stove, and her eyes were a little astringent. She piled the prepared snacks in front of Luo Yun again, and whispered impatiently, "Well, it's okay. Well, your craftsmanship is not bad. Let's continue to work hard tomorrow. I have to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner." TSK. Mira Jane originally looked at Luo Yun with a look of disgust, but after hearing what Luo Yun said, she blushed, but she was only unwilling. "I keep my word, and I will never break my word." "That's good." Night. When almost everyone was falling asleep, Luo Yun came to the guild's library alone again. "I didn't expect to be able to learn 3 powerful magics at the same time today. It's really a profit." After learning Urza's space magic, Luo Yun's magic power storage capacity has become significantly larger, and the magic power that can be absorbed at one time has also become more. Before Luo Yun absorbed one Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, he became a little stunned, had a headache and tinnitus. Now Luo Yun absorbed 3 magics in one day, but he was still fine, just a little uncomfortable. Although it is obvious that Laxus mana has stronger magic power, the difference is already obvious. Chapter 29. Nighttime is more precious to Luo Yun than others. Luo Yun is going to use this time to deeply analyze the magic learned today. Unexpectedly, at this time, his small communication magic stone suddenly lit up. This is the corresponding stone that matched the stone that Luo Yun gave Urza before. Luo Yun held the small communication magic stone in the palm of his hand, and as the connection of the magic induction was completed, Urza's appearance quickly emerged from the magic stone. Luo Yun, I'm sorry to bother you so much. Are you already asleep? Nope. Luo Yun took out a cup of black coffee that he had already prayed on from the stomach pouch in the skill. After taking a sip, Luo Yun felt more energetic than before. What's the matter? It's so late. Urza, you're still awake. It's nothing. It's just that I heard. Urza's uneasy expression was clearly shown in the communication magic stone. I heard that a female senior in the guild cooked for Luo Yun today. Huh? Were you not there, Urza? I remember most of the people were there. I went to the banquet later, and I was still practicing magic in the room at that time. Oh, that's exactly what I remembered. That Mira Jane lost a bet with me, and he will probably be forced to contract my food later on. Luo Yun said indifferently. I lost the bet. What's wrong? It's nothing, I thought. What Urza was about to say was somehow swallowed back by her forcefully. In the reflection of her true state, she lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. Senior Mira Jane, why did you bet with Luo Yun? Who knows, maybe she thinks my strength is overestimated by everyone in the guild. It's normal for us to have conflicts at our age. Luo Yun, you don't look like someone our age. Are you saying I look old? Huh. Before Luo Yun finished speaking, Urza hastily bowed to the sorcerer's stone and apologized for a long time. This made Luo Yun feel that the fairy queen's strong and meticulous discipline was indeed in her childhood. What I want to express is, this senior Mira Jane is not mature at all. He must be a wicked senior. Urza's brow furrowed. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Haha, is it possible that you want to fight her again? My strength is not enough now, but when I train for a while, I must teach this girl a lesson. Seeing Urza showing a rare angry expression, Luo Yun really couldn't laugh or cry. It feels like Urza's relationship with Mira Jane is going to be this bad, no matter what. Maybe this is fate, like Natsu and Gray. Urza apologized to Luo Yun again because she came to bother Luo Yun so late, and then quickly interrupted the magic communication on her own initiative. And Luo Yun's eyes have scanned all the books that are going to be analyzed tonight. Using the ability of parallel calculation in the Great Sage, Luo Yun can use another brain calculation in his body to analyze the magic in the magic book, and even if he falls asleep, he can make progress in magic research. Although this kind of analysis can only use the brain and the body, it is certainly not as fast as overnight research, but it is quite convenient. It can be said that half of the results of his comprehension from magic analysis were completed at night. Okay, I should go to bed too. I've eaten too much magical power today, and I definitely won't be able to make it through the night. And at the other end of the communication, Urza hugged a pillow in his room in the girls' dormitory, looking up at the ceiling. The heavy armor was taken off by her, and she lay flat on the mattress, her feet dangling aimlessly in the air. Although Urza is usually so reticent and calm and serious, it seems that she can't feel any emotion in her body, but at this moment, she is completely an ordinary girl with thoughts in her heart. Strange, why do I care so much about him? Because he's very powerful, obviously so young that it's not just that. He's completely different from the first time he taught me to control magic power. He's different from others. Did you bother him just now? Being disturbed like this in the middle of the night should be annoying to everyone, right? So sorry. Urza shook her head quickly, her red hair tossing from side to side before falling over her face. But that girl is damn it. When I first arrived yesterday, I felt as if someone was saying bad things about Luo Yun. It turned out to be her, the one with the white hair and the slender high-heeled boots. The dress is also very indecent. Just looking at it makes people. The fire is big. Urza was talking to herself. She could talk for a whole day in just a few minutes at night. I heard that her strength doesn't seem to be weak, although she is still far from what they call an S-rank mage. As long as I work hard to become S-rank, I can defeat her, right? No, I have to work harder. I am a little rusty of the magic knowledge that Luo Yun taught me recently. Thinking of this, Urza got up from the bed again. Early the next morning, Luo Yun came to the bar of the guild early. He didn't come here specifically to catch Mira Jane's breakfast, but simply because he didn't stay up all night analyzing the spell book, and he had a good sleep, so he woke up earlier. The magic books in the guild have been researched 60 to 70% so far. As long as we work harder, our guild's library can be temporarily placed for a period of time. Among Luo Yun's great sages, there are a number of subsidiary skills that assist in the analysis of magic books. He has reached a research height that other great wizards can't reach in their entire life after only 1 month of membership. Thinking of this, Luo Yun came to the bar, wanting to refill his cup of black coffee to cheer himself up, and then gnawed down all the magic books on the two large bookshelves. I didn't have any expectations at first, but as soon as Luo Yun came to the bar, he saw Mira Jane making a pretty delicate cake at the front desk. There was no one else around, but she decorated the cream pistils on the cake extremely meticulously. Fruits such as yellow peaches, honey pomelo, etc. were scattered beside the cream. Just by looking at the cake embryo, one could tell the high quality of this dessert. Mira Jane, who was so absorbed in the production, didn't even notice Luo Yun. Luo Yun couldn't help but look a little dazed. Luo Yun remembers that Mira Jane, her younger brother Elfman, and younger sister Lisena are all good at cooking, but he didn't expect Mira Jane to be so proficient in cooking food. Even this dessert can be so delicate. Chapter 30. Mira Jane, did you do this? Oh, you startled me. Mira Jane looked up and saw Luo Yun's face. Her fair cheeks immediately puffed up like an inflated bun. I didn't do it. Did you do it? This is also a question, really. Can I buy one? What are you talking about? I did it for you. Are you trying to insult me? For me. Luo Yun suddenly thought of the bet with Mira Jane yesterday. I really didn't expect Mira Jane to be so careful about this kind of bet, and now Luo Yun felt a little embarrassed. Then I accept it gratefully. Luo Yun took the cake from Mira Jane with a displeased face as a joke, and took a big bite without even looking at it. To be honest, even if there is poison in this cake, among the 5 major abilities of Luo Yun's predator, there is also the ability called isolation, which can convert harmful substances in the body into magic power. So he doesn't worry about these problems at all. Before chewing 2 more cake embryos, Luo Yun's eyes lit up the moment the cream touched his tongue. How is it? Is it delicious? Delicious, really delicious. If I can't tell where the delicious food is, I won't be so particular about it in the future, really. The entrance is very soft, and the taste of the cream is very mellow, but the middle and late stages are not greasy, but have a very refreshing aroma. Luo Yun recited his true feelings very naturally and smoothly. Mira Jane listened, and turned her head to the side with her mouth curled up. Her face began to feel a little hot. It's long-winded. What are you talking about so much? It doesn't matter if you talk more or less. Your character is really troublesome. Talk out. Mira Jane muttered something under his breath, then sighed. His non-aggressive complaint reminded Luo Yun of his primary school female deskmate in modern society. What's the matter? Is there something bothering you? Why can you break Natsu's magic and mine? I still don't understand. Mira Jane said unwillingly. Even an S-rank mage can only use magic to suppress our magic power. Uncle Gildarts is the only one who can completely disassemble it. And the magic you use is too powerful. Luo Yun ate a small cake embryo and asked, where's the strength? Let's hear it. Do you need to ask? How do I feel that the speed of your magic is just as fast as that of Uncle Gildarts? And the magic power is so abundant, full of strength and speed, I can't escape it all. Well, then do you think you have any weaknesses? A mage of my level is not qualified to evaluate your high-level magic. To be honest, the destructive power is not as terrible as Uncle Gildarts, but if it is as powerful as his shattering magic, Natsu and I will be in big trouble. Right. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Grandma Poliska. Mira Jane shook her head. It's just that you haven't met Uncle Gildarts. He should also appreciate your magic. Hearing Mira Jane's comments, Luo Yun's Great Sage started working again. Ding. Great Sage Analytical Identification. The host itself is being identified by combining the intelligence of the wizard Mira Jane Strauss and the replay analysis of yesterday's battle. Ding. Identification is completed. Sorcerer Mira Jane Strauss provided accurate information. The host's magic area is weaker in destructiveness, attack concentration is weaker, ability to store magic power is weaker, and other overall abilities are stronger. According to the appraisal results, you can use the Predator skill reasonably to choose an improvement path that optimizes the shortboard to enhance your overall strength. Well, thank you very much for providing me with very important information. Luo Yun thanked Mira Jane. What? I obviously didn't do anything. Unknowingly, the relationship between Luo Yun and Mira Jane seems to have changed from incompatible to tacitly harmonious. Of course, Luo Yun didn't think too much about it. He was thinking more about how to further strengthen his system skills. And Mira Jane is only willing to have a short and peaceful exchange with Luo Yun simply because there are no people and there is no problem of losing face. At this moment, Luo Yun has also been sitting at the bar for a while. After a while, Urza, Levi, Biska and Lockie came over from the girls' apartment, pushed open the gate of the guild, and were surprised to see that Mira Jane was already standing at the bar preparing food. What was even more surprising was that Luo Yun would come out early to stay with her. After all, The relationship between the two was at its worst yesterday. Urza watched Luo Yun eat the snack prepared by Mira Jane one bite at a time, and suddenly an indescribable emotion rose in her heart, as if her chest was blocked by a big stone, which made her very uncomfortable. Of course, it was impossible for her to show her discomfort, but she just pretended not to see Mira Jane and greeted Luo Yun quietly, and Luo Yun waved her hand in response to her calmly. Mira Jane, are you so hardworking? Levy covered his mouth and said in a low voice of surprise, I've never seen you get up so early before. It's so noisy. It's not because I lost to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this kind of thing. Hey, you have finally been subdued. What did you say? Want to fight? Levy and Biscuit teased Mira Jane's anger one by one, which made Mira Jane lose most of her interest in making snacks. However, at this time, Urza had a look of displeasure. You have already lost to Luo Yun. Why are you still mentioning such embarrassing things? It's better to be quiet now. Everyone looked at Urza in unison and saw her standing majestically in armor in the middle of the carpet not far from the bar, with a military-like solemnity and determination on her face. Facing Mira Jane, she seemed to be really angry. Everyone can see Luo Yun's strength, and she is also an extremely important person to her. She can't tolerate anyone who dares to disrespect Luo Yun, even if she is a guildmate. Huh, I remember you. Aren't you a newcomer to the guild just these 2 days? It's not you who defeated me. Why are you yelling at me? You can yell if you lose. Why can't I? Has President Makarov made any rules about this? What are you talking about, you armor girl? A girl with a navel. Fat pig head. White-haired monster. The scolding between the two was endless. Luo Yun is also rare to see Urza's childish side. If it weren't for the huge explosion that followed, no one would be able to stop these two people. Chapter 31. The scolding war between Mira Jane and Urza is endless. At first, Luo Yun and everyone in the girls' dormitory felt that they had just a little verbal conflict. But when the words they cursed became more and more ugly and illogical, everyone seemed to have stayed out of the matter. Obviously, Mira Jane is already a mage who has solved many commissions, but at this time, she is still as naive as a child fighting. And Urza has completely lost the calm and introverted feeling she usually gives people, and she is completely unwilling to give in to Mira Jane. Dead hair. Ugly girl. As the two scolded louder and louder, Luo Yun suddenly felt a powerful magic power nearby. Under the great sage's all-encompassing ability, he perceives a vast magical power even stronger than that of Laxus. I'm afraid that some strong person came to the door and prepared to make trouble. Luo Yun's eyebrows sank. Strangeness. But what made him feel wrong was that this magical power didn't seem to have any killing intent. The killing intent might be a bit abstract, but if it is explained by Luo Yun's analysis of everything in the universe, this magical power seems to have no vector, just like a powerful energy without the master's control, without any purpose at all. In the next second, the loud explosion roared in everyone's ears. Boom! Shush! The gate of the guild was torn apart in the blink of an eye, and even a small circle of walls around it was blown to pieces. The flying stones and rubble made everyone instinctively take a few steps back, and the smoke and dust flew up like a salute, and was bounced off the ceiling, blending and covering the whole room. Except for Luo Yun, everyone was already full of horror, staring in the direction of the door in a daze. No matter how imposing they are at ordinary times, no matter how much experience they have in handling incidents beyond their peers, they are still children after all. How could it be possible to remain calm in the face of such a strong explosion? Oops, sorry. A middle-aged man in a dark green cloak slowly walked from the door. With a big red back, khaki skin, and an unshaven beard, he looked quite chic. The person who came in wearing slippers was the Uncle Gildarts that everyone used to talk about. Luo Yun stood there without any reaction. The moment his eyes moved to Gildarts, the mechanical voice of the great sage in his head was delivered. Ding! According to the analysis and identification of the great sage, the target object is Gildart's Clive, and the magic he masters. Super advanced crushing magic. Strength, super S-class wizard really. No wonder I said why this magical power seems to have no master. It should be released in his unconscious state. Uncle Gildarts. So it's you. Oh, I'm so confused. Why did you tear down the guild door? Forget it. Anyway, it won't be troublesome to rebuild one later. Gildarts apologized with a silly smile. If Luo Yun remembers correctly, this Gildarts is the only mage in Fairy Tail who uses super magic as his basic magic. In other words, his random blow is like an ordinary magician's big move, possessing quite terrifying destructive power. His magic often unleashes unconsciously, smashing all surrounding buildings to pieces, so that when he returns, the residents of the whole street will be quite disturbed. Guildarts has always disliked entering the guild through the main entrance. He always breaks through the walls. He never thought that he would smash the main entrance once in a while. Guildarts scratched his head in apology, looked at the few people in front of him again, and couldn't help grinning. Ah, there are more children in the guild again. Mira Jane, you and this girl seem to have a good relationship. What? I have a good relationship with this ugly monster. Let me start a fight with her now. Whoever is afraid of whom. I will not be polite. Urza shrugged the armor on her body, showing her sharp eyes from the side, and she has begun to change from that introverted girl to a bit of a fairy queen. Okay. If you want to start a war, there is plenty of time for you to start a war, huh? Guildarts continued to smile nonchalantly. There's plenty of time for war. What does that mean? Strange. You should know why I was in such a hurry to come back. Didn't the president mention it to you? Seeing that everyone was talking to what seemed to be an important part, Luo Yun also began to listen more seriously. However, Guildarts is selling out at this time. I always feel that it's a bit too wasteful to tell you now. Anyway, I will announce it again later. I'd better have a light meal first. Mira Jane, what a rarity. Now is your turn to be the head chef. No. Hey, have you eaten? I'm going to go back to sleep. Mira Jane blushed, reluctantly walked away from the broken gate, and gave Urza a blank look before leaving. Of course, Urza was not to be outdone and gave her a stare, as if she didn't take her senior's arrogance seriously. Ha. Interesting and interesting. It's quite interesting to have that little girl have a competitor. In the following time, Guildarts greeted Luo Yun and Urza, the new members of their guild, and got to know each other. Luo Yun went back to the library after seeing Guildarts, and Urza didn't stay too long, and returned to the room for training after simply eating a little dry food. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. On the second floor of the guild, President Makarov and Guildarts were quietly chatting about something, and almost everyone in the guild was present, gathering on the first floor to wait for the two to speak. Originally, Laxus, who was an S-level mage, should also be standing on the second floor, but he seemed a little embarrassed, unwilling to look down on Luo Yun from above, so he consciously stayed on the first floor with the Thunder Gods. Luo Yun noticed that even the mages who just took over the commission today temporarily put aside the commission at hand. It seems that they really want to announce something more important. Seeing Guildarts return, Natsu yelled upwards, "Guildarts, we're going to have a good match later." As the strongest under the chairman, Guildarts has always been the goal in Natsu's heart. Laxus on the side gave a TSK, while Guildarts on the second floor just smiled with difficulty. Natsu, don't be in a hurry, there's still plenty of time later. Guildarts was leaning on the railing on the second floor as he spoke. From his unsteady expression, Luo Yun could see that he had also put in a lot of effort not to smash the railing around him. Everyone, the annual selection of S-class mages is about to begin. Chapter 32. As soon as Guildarts finished speaking, the guild erupted into a thunderous discussion. Everyone's emotions were suddenly excited by this news. S-level wizard assessment. As the name suggests, as long as you pass this assessment, you can become an S-level guild member like Guildarts and Laxus and be eligible to perform S-level commission tasks. Although the selection test for S-level mages is held every year and the content of the assessment is not very different, the specific time varies from year to year, and occasionally it is suspended for special reasons. Coupled with the fact that every mage is coveted for the position of S-rank mage, it is normal for everyone to be excited. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet. Guildarts went on methodically. Everyone should know that, with my lazy personality, every time I finish a mission, I will stay for a while and bring back some special products for everyone. And the reason why I came back hastily this time is because I want to preside over the assessment of the S-rank wizards. Our guild has always been the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, but this strongest guild is not permanent. If there is no strong person who can perform S-level tasks, it is very possible to be surpassed by a large guild like Phantom Lord. Therefore, it is quite necessary to carry out this assessment. This S-level mage assessment is similar to the previous ones, but since our guild also has newcomers this year, let's mention it again. At this time next week, the assessment will officially begin, and there will be about 3 rounds of examination content. The first round is to arrive at Sirius Island, our fairy tale examination site. Of course, there may be dangers on the way, and maybe there are lucky ones who have not encountered any difficulties. They will be intercepted by magicians like Laxus and me. There may be obstacles from those who take the test. The 10 people who arrive at the examination room the fastest pass the customs and enter the second round of examinations. The second round is to compete on who can find the grave of the first president. We will discuss the details later. The third round of exams is to fight against the president and let him personally test your strength. After Gildarts finished speaking in such a long list, the discussions among the companions downstairs were once again pushed to the top. I'm definitely going to take the exam this time. My modeling magic has been on a new level recently. Of course, who doesn't want to be an S-rank wizard? Gildarts chatted with the chairman for a while, and then said, well, after considering the opinions comprehensively, we decided to make an exception. This time, the newcomers Luo Yun and Urza are also eligible to participate in the assessment. Because the strength of the new members is said to be quite good, even if they cannot pass the assessment, let them adapt and advance. It feels good to have a test. Of course, it's up to them to decide whether to participate in the assessment. After Gildarts finished speaking, the restlessness of the guild gradually subsided. Luo Yun, do you want to take the assessment? Well, I should participate. Luo Yun thought about it, and seemed to think that it would be profitable to participate in this S-level assessment. After all, the assessment was hosted by Gildarts, and he would definitely put pressure on the examiners. At that time, I can spend a little effort to prey on his magic. If I pass the assessment, I will be able to perform S-level tasks in the future, so why not do it? Of course, it's not like Luo Yun didn't think about showing off his true strength to the president directly and performing various difficult tasks like Gildarts to further accumulate strength. But this is really not a safe move. For one thing, the magic books in the guild have not been studied thoroughly. Basically, every time Luo Yun finishes studying a book, he can feel that his control over magic power has become more stable with the accumulation of magic knowledge, and his magic power has also become more stable. Enhancement: there is absolutely no need for Luo Yun to take risks to improve his strength. Secondly, the outside world is also quite dangerous. In the original work, even Gildarts almost died when he encountered the black dragon named Acnologia. Not only the black dragon, but in the outside world, regardless of the strength of the Magic Council, the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire alone are enough to pose a considerable threat to him. If he became popular because of the exaggerated skill of predator magic power, which does not belong to this world, and the people of the Alvarez Empire noticed him and came to him, the consequences would be disastrous. Luo Yun, who hasn't taken many missions, doesn't know the outside situation for the time being, so it's better to learn the magic in the fairy tale guild in a steady manner. Thinking of this, Luo Yun finally decided to participate in this assessment. As soon as Luo Yun said that he wanted to participate, half of the guild members retreated. They have seen Luo Yun's battle with Mirajane and Natsu, and know what kind of strength Luo Yun is. But of course there are those who insist on continuing to take the S-level exam. Because the content of the assessment did not say that they must have a one-on-one duel with the selectors, so they also had the expectation that they would not meet Luo Yun on the way, so they had to make their own efforts. Urza, do you want to take this test? Luo Yun walked up to Urza and asked. If you don't want to take part, I'll assign you a topic in advance. When I go to the exam, you can just practice according to the topic I said. Urza was suddenly asked by Luo Yun, and he didn't know whether to accept or refuse. I think I just took this kind of exam not long after I came to the guild. Isn't it a bit leapfrogged? While talking, Kana behind Urza smiled and patted her shoulder and said, Urza, don't be so nervous. Even if you fail, you can still take the exam in advance to prepare for the next year's exam. Like me, I will definitely take the exam. Although I will definitely not be their opponent, ha ha ha. Kana's words really comforted Urza a lot, but Urza still felt that it was too much to participate in this assessment at his own level. At this moment, the voices of Mirajane and Lisena came from the side. Sister, are you going to take part in the assessment? That's amazing. It's okay. This assessment is not only about magic power, but also about intelligence. I won't lose to that Luo Yun again. Hearing Mirajane's proud voice, Urza's eyes seemed to be on fire suddenly. I changed my mind. I'm going to take the S-level assessment. 3 black lines hung directly on Luo Yun's face. This is really... Should it be said that the fighting spirit between the girls is really too strong? In short, Luo Yun felt that if he didn't have system skills, it would be quite oppressive to be caught between the two. Chapter 33. Urza, the S-level assessment seems to be done in a team. I'll remind you a little bit this week, and then let's form a team. Although Luo Yun has preyed on Urza's magic, Luo Yun will not give up guiding Urza because of this. After all, Luo Yun and Urza have been together for such a long time, and they will have close contact in the guild in the future, and the president is very satisfied that Luo Yun will help newcomers improve their strength. So Luo Yun will continue to help Urza grow in public and private. Space magic is really quite complicated high-level magic. With the current level of Urza's control, the information she provided can only make him comprehend at the elementary level. I searched through the books in the library, and even the high-level magic of super magic is involved, but there are very few introductions to space magic. Afterwards, Luo Yun will study further and follow Urza. It's all about growing up. In this way, Luo Yun trained Urza for another week. He knows that with Urza's strength, he can quickly reach Mirajane's strength without his own help, and with his own help, he will only become stronger. A week passed, and in the waters leading to Sirius Island, 8 small sailboats rented by Makarov docked along the shore. Seniors like Wakaba and Macau, who did not participate in the S-level assessment, ensured that the assessment started smoothly at different starting points. The image of the president was uploaded from the medium-sized communication magic stone they held in their hands. In the first round of S-level assessment, we only record 10 people. After arriving on Sirius Island, the first 10 people who arrive at the second round of the test site are eligible to start the second round of assessment. The first round of assessment will be conducted in pairs, and I will announce the list of participants. The first group, Alzak and Biska; the second group, Luo Yun and Urza; the third group, Gray and Mirajane. I announce now that the assessment has officially begun. The moment the assessment was announced to begin, the senior members of the guild made gestures, and the 8 small sailboats immediately left the shore. The first round of assessment is obviously a comprehensive assessment of speed, magic power, and luck. Not only do you need to be fast enough, but you also need to have enough luck to avoid danger or have enough strength to deal with the troubles set by the president. Typhoon shooting. Dark spark. It is obviously not enough to rely solely on the speed of the 2 long oars supported by them. Each examinee has their own special abilities and wants to quickly reach Sirius Island in the center of the sea. They basically use magic to recoil to drive the ship forward quickly, which is also the most practical way. But Luo Yun and Urza sat on the boat without paddling for a long time, and even Wakaba didn't know what they were doing. Luo Yun, you can't keep up with their speed. Luo Yun smiled indifferently and said, "It's okay, I'll leave later." After that, Luo Yun turned his head, and Urza beside him had already shrunk his whole body to the bottom of the boat, motionless, and even tied a rope to his body. "Luo Yun, is this okay?" "Well, hold on tighter. I'm afraid these ropes are still not strong enough. The speed will be very fast later." As Luo Yun said, he used space magic to take out the stored magic items one after another. Then, there was his dazzling magic show. Smoke magic. Propelled by several huge smoke fists, Luo Yun and Urza's boat moved forward quickly. After the smoke magic, countless magics were launched, like the thrusters of a rocket spouting raging flames, instantly bringing Luo Yun's ship out of sight. Wakaba looked at Luo Yun's ship in shock. The pipe from his mouth fell out. "This guy, what's going on?" If Wakaba is not mistaken, at least 7 or 8 kinds of magic should have been activated at the same time just now, and there may be more in reality. There are smoke that propels the ship forward, modeling magic that freezes the sea into ice, plant magic that pushes the ship to slide on the ice, and various elemental magic that provide recoil. Anyway, there are no other opponents for the assessment around, so it doesn't matter if Luo Yun just let it go. Luo Yun's small boat galloped across the sea like a cheetah running on the grass, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Urza could no longer hear any sound, only felt the strong gust of wind blowing her skirt, swaying endlessly. Even though she pressed it firmly, it still kept flapping outwards, and the severe cold of the strong wind even penetrated into her armor. It wasn't until the speed of the boat slowly decreased that Urza felt a little better. "We've arrived." Luo Yun's voice came from beside him. "What?" "On Sirius Island. This is too fast." Urza couldn't believe how long it took them to get to the island. "No matter what you say, this speed is too exaggerated. Even an express motorboat with some auxiliary magic can't have this level of speed. It's more like flying in the sky than walking on water. Shouldn't we be looking for a place to qualify for the second round of assessment?" "Don't worry, let me investigate first." As Luo Yun said, the subskills of the Great Sage system in his body's Big Sage system were running rapidly. All kinds of things can know all the unshielded information, which of course also includes the geographical location information of Sirius Island. Even if Luo Yun's development of the Great Sage system is still incomplete, and he can't expand the scope of his knowledge to as far away as the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent, it is still quite enough to only know the topographical position of his own area. Relaxing. Soon, the map of the entire Sirius Island appeared in Luo Yun's mind. Although it is impossible to investigate every plant and tree on Sirius Island very clearly for a while, Luo Yun already knows the general location of each area like the palm of his hand. However, Luo Yun still failed to find the tomb of Mavis, the first president of the Fairy Guild. If Mavis' tomb can be found, Luo Yun will be able to pass the level unimpeded until the third round of assessment. Anyway, it is impossible for someone to be faster than Luo Yun now, so it is better to spend more time preparing for the second round of assessment in advance. Urza, wait a little longer. I will continue to use magic to investigate our location. Is this magic of perception? It's so profound. Roughly the same. Luo Yun and Urza sat and rested for a few minutes. Yes. Luo Yun clapped his palms and stood up. The location of Mavis's tomb was already accurate to the horizontal and vertical coordinates in his mind. It can be said that you can sit back and relax after passing the second assessment. Chapter 34. It's amazing. Did you really sense the position like this? There should be nothing wrong, Luo Yun said, walking ahead to lead Urza. While walking on the stone road on the island, Luo Yun could see some strange scenes where the surrounding plants were shattered one by one. You don't need to look at this kind of thing to know who did it. Luo Yun and Urza continued to walk, and just when they felt that they were getting close to the start of the second assessment, they heard trivial voices faintly behind them. The sound is like the crisp sound of glass and concrete smashing against each other after the earthquake destroyed the house, which makes people's scalp numb. Ding. Great Sage, analysis and identification is identifying the target voice and is analyzing it for you according to the waveform. Ding. Confirm the target identity is Gildart's Clive. Luo Yun knew of the Great Sage's arrival before the analysis and appraisal report was generated. After all, every creature on this island is within Luo Yun's awareness of everything in the world. In fact, when Luo Yun led Urza, he deliberately chose a path where he could meet Gildarts by chance and complete the exam, all of which were within his planning. After all, Gildarts was one of the main reasons for his coming to the assessment. Just as he was speaking, Gildarts appeared in Luo Yun's sight. Huh, why are you here? Gildarts walked slowly, scratching his head. His left hand and foot are both prosthetics, so walking is not very coordinated and looks a little clumsy. However, when several wild flowers around him suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes and were shattered into pieces of dust and scattered on the ground, Urza was already sweating profusely. Too horrible. She didn't need to fight to know how strong this man was. I said, why are you here? Didn't the exam just start? Could it be that you cheated? While Gildarts was talking, the image of Wakaba suddenly appeared on the Philosopher's Stone of Communication in his hand. Wakaba was in charge of monitoring the start of Luo Yun and Urza's assessment. After talking with him for a while and confirming that Luo Yun was not cheating, Gildarts put the Philosopher's Stone into his black cloak and smiled. Hee hee. Ha! Interesting. This year's newcomers are really interesting. Gildarts faced Luo Yun and Urza exuding a strong sense of oppression. President Makarov asked me to pay more attention to you before. Luo Yun. I remember the name correctly. Do you know what President Makarov said? He said that you are a super rookie who is rarely seen in 10 or even decades, and your magical talent is no worse than that of the second-generation president. Then, since I met you, I have to take a good look at your level. Of course, the first level of the S-level wizard assessment is not so easy. Luo Yun looked at Gildarts quite calmly, showing no extra emotion. It can be said that he took the S-level selection test just for this moment. Urza, you escape over there first. Turning over that depression is the location of the second assessment. Luo Yun showed Urza the way. It was obvious that he wanted to deal with Gildarts alone, without involving Urza. But, nothing to worry about. Don't worry, I'll be there in a while. Watching Urza leave, Gildarts didn't mean to stop him. Since someone wanted to fight him alone, he, as a real man, should have accompanied him at that time. Well, very mature, not bad at all. Gildarts went on to say, I heard that the magic you master is one of my disintegration magic. I'm really interested. Because apart from me, I really haven't seen anyone who has mastered decomposition magic. Listening to these words, Luo Yun just thought of, I didn't expect that using the predator's predation magic power would be misunderstood by such a person as the type of magic used by Gildarts. But that's fine, at least in this way, my ability will have a basis in this world. It's better than my power being too mysterious to be suspected by others. What are you in a daze for? Suddenly, in Luo Yun's sight, a mountaineering boot suddenly exerted force, kicking up dust several feet high, and Gildarts disappeared immediately. In the blink of an eye, Gildarts was close to Luo Yun. Crush. Shwa. It didn't show any magic power, nor did it show any form similar to a magic circle. The moment Gildarts' magic was cast, Luo Yun's calf oozed blood. The injured Luo Yun didn't show any expression. He knew that he would be injured. After all, both are S-level mages, and the strength of Guildarts and Laxus is very different. Huh, what's going on? For the moment, Guildarts was taken aback. Because Guildart's smashing magic is too lethal, he usually doesn't use magic to fight people. Otherwise, he will easily wipe out the opponent. But Makarov explained to Guildarts before that if he meets Luo Yun, he must be a little bit more serious to see how far his strength can be stimulated. That's why Guildarts used shattering magic to make Luo Yun suffer first. However, his magic only caused Luo Yun to bleed a little bit. It's like accidentally scratching your chin with a razor. The wound is more itchy than painful. As for Luo Yun, he remained calm. It seemed so, but his brain was running fast, analyzing the shattering magic that Guildarts attacked him just now. Ding! The damage value of crushing magic has exceeded the defense power of the advanced magic resistance. Even high-level magic resistance can't stop Guildart's casual normal attack, which is really powerful. Smashing magic seems to destroy the atomic structure from the inside of matter, but in fact it can be eaten by predators. I remember that when the shattering magic selected the shattering range, I used one hand to release the impact or flying grid. If this is the case, it proves that my predator should be able to absorb its magic power. It's just that you have to suffer a little. Looking at his skinned calf, Luo Yun felt rather happy, because he knew that the voice of the predator system would soon flood in, and he would become even stronger. Ding! Predator analysis has been activated. Analyzing Guildart's Clive's super magic. Crush for the host. Analysis of super advanced magic. Please wait later. You are really stronger than I imagined. As Guildart said, he walked towards Luo Yun again. At this moment, the magic power all over his body soared. White phantoms washed over his body continuously, and even the ground trembled slightly. Chapter 35. Every time he took a step, an inch of the soil around him would burst into dust. The white magic power constantly washing over him that erased all the color and form of matter had made Luo Yun completely unable to see Guildart's face clearly. On the depression in the distance, Urza, who felt the tremor of the earth, couldn't help but look back worriedly. Although they were no longer in sight, even though they were far apart, she could still hear the powerful magic emanating from Guildart's cracking the ground around him. No matter how much she believed in Luo Yun's strength, the restless sound made her sweat for Luo Yun. This terrible destructive power made people imagine what would happen if it hit him right now. Facing Guildarts, who was approaching step by step again, Luo Yun remained unhurried and put a cigarette to his mouth instead. You kid. Guildarts has approached Luo Yun. In the past, when he hosted the S-level assessment and served as the examiner, Guildarts would stand still and let the opponent attack him, and then easily suppress those little devils. Only for Luo Yun this time. He made an exception and took the initiative, but he didn't expect to have much effect. This made the Fairy Tale Guild's older generation S rank a little bit uneasy. He has definitely reached the level of S rank. Teach me a little more, and then let him pass. Thinking about it, Guildarts raised his right hand, and an invisible shock wave instantly demarcated the range and spread around Luo Yun's side. Break down. Call. Suddenly, a white cloud of smoke exploded in front of Guildarts, quickly engulfing and covering his vision. What's going on? Guildarts could have used disintegration magic to disintegrate the opponent into countless small clones, making the opponent lose the fighting spirit. He originally wanted to use this method to teach Luo Yun a lesson, but unexpectedly, a cloud of unknown smoke exploded. Ahem, is it the smoke avatar? Choking, Guildarts slightly raised his right hand, decomposed the smoke that had just exploded, and instantly drew a smoke-free area with fresh air, only then came to his senses. But Luo Yun in front of him has long since disappeared. At this moment, Guildarts recalled the moment when Luo Yun held up the cigarette, and it turned out that he was already planning for the next step at that time. And I underestimated this boy from beginning to end. The president is right. Guildarts closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He is really too strong. No matter in terms of strength or planning, he is completely at the level of an S-rank mage, or even above that. Young people are so good. What else does the older generation need to worry about? Let him pass the level. Next, I'd better fix the other children. On the other side, next to Urza, Luo Yun's sudden appearance surprised Urza. But seeing Luo Yun making dishes, she was quite worried. Luo Yun, you look uncomfortable. Are you okay? It's nothing. Just a little dizzy suddenly. Just take a rest. Are you injured? I seem to see you bleeding just now. It's just a little scratch, so it's nothing. Luo Yun smiled heartily, and the system sound in his head came again. Ding. The analysis is complete. Congratulations to the host who has mastered super advanced magic. Smash. Exchanging this little pain for a guild's strongest super advanced magic. Is there a more worthwhile deal in the world than this? Anyway, his magic has already been preyed upon, and it is meaningless to continue fighting with him. It would be more efficient to think about how to get rid of him. But it's really hard, much harder than expected. I didn't expect to consume so much physical strength to prey on Gildart's smashing magic power. If I didn't run away and confront him head-on just now, I'm afraid I won't be able to use any decent magic again. After Luo Yun comprehended space magic and enhanced the storage capacity of magic power, the capacity of predation magic power also increased greatly, which made him think that he could hunt magic power as he wanted in the future. But sure enough, the ability to directly prey on the opponent's magic power cannot be abused, especially when facing such a strong man with huge magic power. It is easy to run out of energy. Because the magic power released by Gildarts far exceeded Luo Yun's expectation, now Luo Yun is much weaker than before. But what does that matter? It is precisely because Gildarts is a companion of his guild, Luo Yun does not have to worry about him killing him, so he can use this ability recklessly. As long as it is used with a little restraint against the real enemy's strength, there will definitely be no problem. In this way, Luo Yun and Urza passed the first round of S-rank wizard assessment with exaggerated speed, and they passed the second round of wizard assessment without any effort. Because Luo Yun had grasped the specific location of the grave of the first President Mavis when he first landed on Sirius Island, there was no need to go to the trouble of searching, calculating, and surveying like other people. The speed went straight to the destination and completed the second round of assessment. Interestingly, except for the group of Luo Yun and Urza, no group of mages passed the second round of assessment at all. Most of the guildmates were subdued by Laxus and Gildarts as early as the first round of assessment. But the only group with good luck, Gray and Mira Jane, who passed the first round of assessment, also failed to find Mavis's grave for a long time and were out of the game due to their poor brains. Then came the third assessment. According to what Gildarts said, the third S-rank mage's assessment needs to be played against the president, so that Makarov can personally confirm the strength of the mage before making an assessment. In the examination room of the third round of S-level test on Sirius Island, surrounded by rocks on all sides, the surrounding trees are sparse, and the site looks quite empty. Makarov stood opposite Luo Yun and Urza. Around the three of them, pieces of medium-sized communication magic crystals were inserted on the ground, reflecting the faces of each guild member. Those guild members who did not participate in the assessment and those who failed in the assessment all connected with the magic power of the magic crystal through the communication magic stone in their hands and saw the real-time picture of the third assessment. They were all surprised that these two newbies who had just joined the guild became the only group of mages who were qualified to participate in the third round of assessment, which showed how strong they were. Congratulations on being here, Makarov said with a smile. To be honest, before last year's Laxus, there had been no mages who had completed the 3 rounds of S-level assessments for more than 10 years. Chapter 36. No mage has been able to complete it for more than 10 years. Urza couldn't help being taken aback. She obviously didn't understand what this concept was. I and Luo Yun are obviously newcomers who have just joined the guild. So how could it be possible for the guild to break the record that no one has broken for so long? Even if Laxus can pass this test, Urza can't imagine that he can perform all kinds of difficult tasks like him now. All of this was obtained by relying on Luo Yun's power. But then, Urza can no longer rely on Luo Yun to pass the level smoothly. Makarov continued, "You will challenge me one by one next. After I say you are qualified, you can pass the third S-rank mage assessment and become an S-rank mage smoothly. Luo Yun, start with you." As Makarov said, he looked at Luo Yun. The moment his eyes crossed, several magic powers surged out from Makarov's body at the same time, pouring them into his right arm, suddenly expanding his right arm to 100 times its previous size. The fist bone of a giant. In less than 2 seconds, Makarov looked like a giant truck grew out of his shoulders, and his magical arm suddenly became a weapon capable of attacking a city. In addition to light magic, Makarov is also good at all kinds of elemental magic. Among the power-enhancing magic, this gigantic magic is what Makarov is best at. With just a breath, he has a power that is as terrifying as a prehistoric giant beast. Brute force. Different from the small sorcerer's stone, the medium-sized sorcerer's stone has a wider transmission range and can reflect the panorama near the owner's location. In the image imported by the sorcerer's stone, everyone looked at the calm Luo Yun. Faced with this heavy punch that can cut through the rocky ground with just one blow, Everyone didn't understand why Luo Yun was able to stand here defenseless, and didn't even use a little magic power generated for defense. Even though everyone has seen him face danger in front of Mira Jane and other guild members, they did not expect him to be so calm in front of Makarov. Oh, look at it. At this moment, Laxus sneered at the crowd watching the communication philosopher's stone in the guild. Look, this is just the tip of the iceberg of Luo Yun's true strength. In the picture reflected by the medium-sized communication magic stone, Makarov poured more and more magic power into his heavy fist, and his giant fist has swelled from the size of a truck to the size of a castle. Any wizard who faced this blow would break 2 bones, but Luo Yun still didn't respond, because the due response had already been made in his heart. Ding. Great Sage analyzing appraisal. Analyzing the magic power of the target. Ding. The target is gigantic strengthening magic. The damage is expected to be lower than the host's high-level physical resistance, and it is identified as no need for defense. At the moment when the analysis was over, Makarov's punch was aimed at Luo Yun. No, it would be more appropriate to say that a building fell from the sky and smashed hard on Luo Yun's face. But this building will not collapse, let alone collapse. It will only push all the strength. Squeeze onto Luo Yun's face. Boom! In an instant, the rocky ground under Luo Yun's feet cracked suddenly, and the cracked ground sank an inch again. The strong wind from the heavy punch made Urza's red hair sway wildly behind his head with the wind. All the mountains were shaken continuously. A huge shock wave shook off Luo Yun's head, pushing the dust far away beyond the horizon. Urza, who was blinded by the wind and sand, was blocked by the impact for a while. The aftershock of this blow alone was enough to numb her senses. It was really hard to imagine how she would deal with such an impact. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 5 seconds passed quietly. In front of the Sorcerer's Stone of Communication, Laxus showed a sinister sneer, and there was also a bit of bitterness in that smile. Looking at the Sorcerer's Stone of Communication, the wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild were stunned. I saw white gas coming out of Luo Yun's head, and he actually put his hands in his pockets, and with a calm face, he abruptly received this punch that could attack a city. He didn't use magic to counter it, and he didn't have any plans to evade. Just relying on the defensive power brought by the high-level physical resistance and the condensed body with the remaining magic power on his body, he forcibly blocked Makarov's heavy blow. This kind of ease, everyone in the guild has only seen it from a super S-rank mage like Guildarts. And Makarov couldn't help but think of the scene when he fought the Beastmaster many years ago. The hardness of Luo Yun's body reminded him of that monster. "Aren't you attacking me?" asked Makarov. "It shouldn't be necessary. The assessment rules are just approved by the president." Luo Yun's response was a bit aggressive. He wanted to make Makarov more interested in him, so he could use more powerful magic to attack him. To be honest, if Luo Yun can prey on magic of the level of Fairy's Law, let alone being exhausted as a side effect of magic overload, even if he is left in a coma for a whole month, he will feel that it is not a loss. But Makarov is not a tyrannical person like Laxus. He just smiled and said, "Luo Yun, you have passed the S-level assessment. From now on, you will be the new S-level mage of our guild." The president's words were transmitted to the guild through the Sorcerer's Stone of Communication. Everyone who heard the news couldn't believe Luo Yun's feat. I said, this definitely broke the record for becoming the fastest S-class mage after joining the guild. Indeed, even Guildarts didn't pass the test so quickly. Looking at the image of Luo Yun on the Sorcerer's Stone, Mira Jane felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Probably, it was the feeling that one of his companions who had been unconvinced for a long time turned out to be a long-hidden high-world expert. Even though Luo Yun defeated Mira Jane not long ago, Mira Jane admitted Luo Yun's strength, but he didn't expect to be so strong. No matter how you look at it, it is at least equal to Laxus, and according to Laxus' own statement, it is even higher than him. The thing that provoked Luo Yun by myself before was like a child's nonsense. After that, Mira Jane didn't know how to face Luo Yun anymore. "President, is this enough?" "Well, that's good. You already have the strength of an S-rank mage." Makarov nodded and looked at Luo Yun with relief. "Okay, now it's your turn, Urza." Chapter 37. Yes. Urza stood solemnly on the examination field. Under the heavy armor, the sea blue short skirt looked not so bulky, giving people a feeling of both strength and speed. "Nowadays female knights are quite rare. Let me see how your sword skills are. I will definitely work hard." On the surface, Urza seems to be as calm as Luo Yun, but she is actually quite nervous. She understands that Luo Yun is by no means an ordinary mage, but rather a genius. Now that he was led all the way by this genius, he had to fight the president directly, which was simply a joke. But she still put all her energy into carefully observing the president's every move, and she had no other choice. Good posture, let's take the move. A golden magic power suddenly condensed from Makarov's palm. This is his frightening light magic. Although Luo Yun has fought against Makarov before, Urza has never experienced Makarov's magic power. When the golden light gradually projected onto Urza, she understood that if she didn't use her sword again, she would have no chance to use her sword again. Changing magic, the armor of the sky wheel. With a flash of inspiration, Urza's armor suit was quickly twisted into a tube-top style steel armor in the strong light. The key is that behind Urza, only 4 flying swords were summoned in front of Luo Yun, but this time she summoned 10 at once. Field of light. Makarov's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he stretched his hands forward. A dazzling barrier of light flashed in front of Luo Yun's eyes, illuminating Urza and the flying sword she summoned. The magic power condensed in this barrier washed over Urza's armor like a hail of bullets, and even made a blunt knocking sound. Moreover, the light element's attack became more and more violent. If the decisive move was not found quickly, Urza's armor would probably be forced back into the other world by the light element's barrier. However, Urza was already out of breath under the intensive offensive, not to mention the flying swords gathered behind him against the general. Sword wing. In desperation, Urza could only use the flying swords around her to guard her body, serving as a shield to resist Makarov's light magic attack. Ping ping, ping ping. Not bad. You still know tactics. Under the strong light, Makarov looked at the girl in front of him with relief. Obviously, she made the right choice between offense and defense. Although her strength is far from Luo Yun's level, she is still an excellent mage who can fight flexibly. The current Urza is only stronger than Natsu and Mirajane in terms of strength, but she has just joined the guild not long ago, and she will definitely make a huge breakthrough in the future. Looking at Urza in the image, the members of the guild looked at the flying swords gathered around her attentively, and couldn't help but marvel. It can resist the old man's light magic for so long, so strong. I thought she could only know swordsmanship, but I didn't expect her to be a magician of space magic. She really underestimated. She has only one eye. Why is she so sensitive? Sister Urza, it's amazing. Obviously, Urza's performance has also been recognized by everyone. However, this is still a long way from the level of an S-rank mage. The golden barrier gradually dissipated, and President Makarov looked kindly at Urza, who was prostrate on the ground. Even though she had exhausted most of her physical strength, her body was still protected by the sword-winged shield, and she didn't suffer any damage. But just resisting the president's blow had exhausted her strength, and if the president made another heavy punch at this moment, Urza would probably die of exhaustion on the spot. Urza Scarlet. Exist. You've done a good job, but there's still a gap between you and an S-rank mage. Of course, I know. I will continue to work hard. Well, that's it. When you can still swing your sword at me in this situation, you will be a qualified S-rank mage. Remember my words. Yes. Urza learned a lot in this fight with Makarov. She was exhausted, but she still clenched the long sword in her hand, and the flying sword beside her was always guarding her, never slack or loose. This solemn and sacred fighting stance exuded a general air, worthy of the name of a knight, and also made Luo Yun, who was watching the battle, feel a bit of the demeanor of a fairy queen. At this moment, everyone who watched her fighting form through the Sorcerer's Stone also felt Urza's firm willpower. The assessment of the S-rank mage is finally over. After being promoted to an S-class mage, there was nothing special like an award ceremony, and Luo Yun didn't feel that his life had changed in any way. However, when he passed the guild entrustment column, he would occasionally check to see if there were any good tasks in the S-level entrustment. As for Gildart's super magic smashing magic skill, he hasn't used the Great Sage in his body to study it yet, so everything is still as usual. The biggest change in Luo Yun's life is that Urza is like a different person after the assessment. Kana, the guild can't reimburse you for your drinks this week. You drank too much. Why is this? Gray, put your clothes on. You're really... Wait a minute. What Luo Yun hears most every day is the voice of Urza's binding guildmates like this. Because everyone was infected by Urza's willpower in the S-level assessment, the president also agreed to let her serve as the disciplinary committee member in the guild. So Urza has gradually changed from an introverted and silent girl to a positive person who always cares about the group. Molecular. At the very beginning, Urza was of course not used to it, and he had to hesitate even when talking to people. But as long as Mirajane appears at the right time at this time and has a quarrel with her, Urza will no longer care about the introverted self he used to be and start to treat every member of the guild strictly and seriously like this. She seems to be getting closer and closer to the Urza in Luo Yun's impression. However, only when facing Luo Yun himself, Urza lost this rigid personality at all and became as reserved and restrained as when the two first met. Luo Yun didn't bother to guess the specific reason. After all, as Luo Yun expected, he was busier than before after being upgraded to an S-class mage. Chapter 38. Boom. Is it Luo Yun? Come in, come in. Luo Yun pushed the door open and entered. Makarov sat on a leather chair facing him in colorful pajamas, looking as if he hadn't woken up. President, why do you look so sleepy? What can I do for you? Sit first, sit down, and let's talk slowly. Makarov bounced off the back of the chair, lifted up a pile of documents on the table, and examined them carefully. His expression looked a bit complicated, neither particularly happy nor irritable. Luo Yun, now you are an S-level mage, but you haven't performed any S-level missions yet. Is that right? Yes. After Luo Yun became an S-level mage, he still read the remaining magic books in the guild library every day, and didn't have much time to take care of the tasks in the entrustment column. It is true that he would occasionally look at S-rank commissions and remuneration, but he didn't think there was anything particularly interesting. And because of the desire to become stronger, Laxus will actively do it every time an S-level commission is issued, and the completion efficiency is quite high. So Luo Yun has not been exposed to S-level missions so far. Makarov gave an hum and said immediately, recently, I want to ask you to do something. After the end, I will pay you the average salary equivalent to an S-level commission. Because Laxus and Guildarts are busy lately, and I think it's the best time for you to go anyway. Luo Yun began to be a little curious about what Makarov said. In short, it's, Luo Yun, do you know that there is such a thing as a meeting of presidents? Makarov sighed and said, our Magister's Guild is governed by the higher-level Magic Council, and all the guild leaders under the jurisdiction of the Magic Council have to regularly attend the guild leaders' meeting every year. It sounds serious, but it's just a banquet. When Makarov said this, Luo Yun almost understood. Although it is a banquet in name, there are many details that need to be paid attention to. For example, rhetoric, drinking, and security. Makarov looked at Luo Yun in surprise and said in a daze, why are you so smart, kid? That's right, that's exactly what you said. Although it is a happy and lively party in name, every move represents the image of the guild. This is no joke. If you say the wrong thing on an important occasion, or if someone drinks too much and does something stupid, it will affect the image of the guild in Kingdom of Fiori. The Magic Council's attitude towards the guild will also be affected. In short, this president's meeting is a very important large-scale meeting, and you must attend it carefully. Of course, Luo Yun knows the meeting of the president very well, because he obviously remembers that in the meeting of the president in the original work, Makarov had a conflict because of drinking too much and caused a series of incidents. The president asked me to come. Do you want me to attend the meeting on your behalf? Find an excuse to say that you are not feeling well. Stinky boy, how can I be so evil, and you are not old enough to attend the meeting on my behalf? Although your strength is good, but the mages of other guilds don't know you, they will only think that our guild looks down on them. Makarov smiled slightly. It's not like what you said, you just need to accompany me to the meeting. According to the regulations, it is possible to invite a guild member to accompany it. This is also the consideration made by the Magic Council out of fear that the presidents will go too far. After all, in the past, even some guild presidents drank so much that they didn't even know how to go back to the guild, and they just fell asleep on the side of the main road. How could the Magic Council lose face like this? As for Luo Yun, your task is also very simple. Try to block the alcohol for me, and don't let me drink too much. I heard from Kana that you seem to be very good at drinking. Luo Yun smiled bitterly and said, President, I'm still underage. Where did you hear that I can drink well? If they know that I'm underage, they will only drink you alone. How can they know if you don't tell me? Learn to be flexible. Okay, but if it's just to keep the drink out, isn't Uncle Guildarts better suited for the job than me? Guildarts? Huh, he'll only drink crazier than me. And don't you know that guy? Maybe he'll blow up a party bar with him. Haha. After Luo Yun asked, he realized that he had indeed asked a question that should not have been asked. Rather, Guildarts is the worst fit for this kind of interior work. At that time, the presidents of big guilds like Blue Pegasus and Lamia Scale will be there, especially the Phantom Lord Guild that is as famous as our guild. Treat them with extra respect and don't hurt your friendship. I will introduce you to you at that time. Would you like to come with me? What's the matter? Just go. Luo Yun agreed to Makarov's request without thinking. His thinking is also relatively simple. If he participated in the meeting of the presidents, Luo Yun could quickly get acquainted with these guilds, understand the powerhouses of Fiori Kingdom in this timeline, and maybe have a chance to prey on their magic. And the task is so simple, it is impossible for Luo Yun not to accept such a good thing. Well, what day is the specific time? The day after tomorrow. I'm going to attend the meeting in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, so I'm so anxious to see you. You just need to come to me then, and I'll arrange everything. No problem, Luo Yun said, and walked out the door. Looking at the back of Luo Yun's departure, Makarov couldn't help feeling that it would be nice to have a new S-level mage, and now it's much more worry-free. If it was Laxus who accompanied me to the meeting, I don't know how many troubles would come out. This grandson's temper just doesn't let the grandfather worry. And Luo Yun completely put aside the matter of the president's meeting and began to plan his next schedule. I have almost finished reading the books in the guild library. These days, under Luo Yun's studying hard, only 10 to 20% of the books in the guild library have not been analyzed by himself. From when Luo Yun joined the club to test fusion skills until today, he has been using the analysis and appraisal ability of the great sage to obtain the magic knowledge in books, but he has little time to combine this knowledge with the magic he preyed on. This is something that Luo Yun needs to free up to experiment, and tomorrow's free time can just complete this work. The only thing left is that the remaining 10% or so magic books need to be studied. The content of this 1/10 magic book seems to be more obscure than other magic books. The book is thicker, and it takes longer to analyze. Chapter 39. Luo Yun guessed that there must be quite special magic knowledge hidden in the last 1/10 of the thickness of the magic book, and Luo Yun might learn a lot of new magic. You know, the second president of Fairy Tail, Prek Gelberg, is a mage who is proficient in dark magic, and because he has too much magic, he is keen on more powerful dark magic. Since he has been exposed to a lot of dark magic, it is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 related books in the guild library. Luo Yun decided to read the last remaining books in the guild's library after the guild leaders' meeting, and during the free day, instead of going to the library, he decided to go outdoors instead. Because if he wants to test shatter magic, it is absolutely impossible to choose to test it indoors. Otherwise, the tragedy of the guildarts tearing down the house will be repeated. The sun was just right, and Luo Yun came alone to a field not far from the guild near the harbor. It has been a long time since I tested my magic strength, and the magic I learned these days must not be wasted, so it is necessary to do some experiments. Luo Yun didn't say a word, and a crystal blue light appeared on his hand. As the magic power surged in his hand, thicker and thicker ice walls suddenly formed where his eyes gathered. Ice modeling magic. Almost without consuming any magic power, 3 extremely thick ice walls stood impressively beside Luo Yun. The speed of this kind of modeling magic is extremely fast. Even if Luo Yun wants to build a palace of ice and snow, it will not take much effort for Luo Yun. These 3 ice walls are Luo Yun's imaginary enemies today. The moment the 3rd ice wall was built, Luo Yun lowered his eyes and moved to the first ice wall in front of him. Breakdown. Ping. There was a sharp beeping sound immediately, and the sound of glass shattering continuously flowed out from the inside of the ice wall. The narrow, long, and deep cracks began to crawl on the ice wall without knowing when, and spread all over the wall in the blink of an eye. Under the prism-like brilliance, the reflection looks extremely modeled. There are countless cracks on the wall, each of which represents a section of the ice layer. With just one glance, Luo Yun has already made chisel marks on the wide ice wall he made. And this was done in a state where Luo Yun restrained the release of his magic power quite a bit. Crush. With the real launch of Luo Yun's shattering magic, the moment when the magic power poured from Luo Yun's body into his designated casting range. Snapped. A loud noise like a cannonball exploded instantly in the ear, and after the deafening explosion, the lingering sound pierced Luo Yun's cochlea one after another. Just standing still made people dizzy. Using shatter magic on this ice cube did not have the destructive shattering of the ice cube as expected. Luo Yun thought that he would see the ice wall turning into shards and flying around, but it was not the case. As if using a paper shredder to shred paper, the ice wall built by Luo Yun disintegrated from the inside in the blink of an eye, and was reduced to countless extremely small ice particles that were hard to see with the naked eye, scattered along the gravity. On the ground, the luss of the wilderness was covered with a white beach. That's Gildart's smashing magic. The destructive power of super magic is incredible. Luo Yun didn't inject much magic power into the magic at all, but simply used it actively to achieve this effect, and I don't know what will happen after exerting the force. However, Luo Yun came to test today, but this is not enough. As mentioned before, Luo Yun usually uses the Predator's predation and analysis ability to acquire skills, But this can only allow Luo Yun to learn magic, but it cannot make him master it. If the analysis ability of the great sage is used to analyze the skills themselves and the knowledge in the books, Luo Yun can truly use magic for himself. Therefore, Luo Yun is here today to test fusion magic. Just like he tested before, he wants to learn from each other's strengths and fuse the magic he has mastered into different kinds of new magic. Before Mirajane said that my magic lacked lethality, this shatter magic can just make up for this weakness. However, I don't know if super magic can be integrated with ordinary magic. Luo Yun searched for information related to shattering magic in the information of Great Sage. Yes, thanks to Luo Yun's voracious reading and analysis these days. In a magic book I read recently, there happened to be magical knowledge related to crushing magic. After a little review and analysis, the principle of smashing magic, the activation process, and the compatibility of elements are clearly engraved in Luo Yun's mind. The rest is the practical part. Smoke magic. Taking out a thin cigarette, Luo Yun held it in his mouth. Under the magic power of the fire element of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, the mouth of the tobacco slowly burned. As a teenager, Luo Yun, who is not very used to smoking, still feels that the smell of smoke is a little unpleasant, but his isolation ability among predators can remove all substances such as nicotine that are harmful to the human body in cigarettes, and he gradually accepts the feeling. Luo Yun took a shallow breath, and at the same time, the magic power on his body was quickly poured into the cigarette. Between breaths, Luo Yun exhaled a large cloud of smoke. Driven by magic power, the speed and scale of this smoke were hundreds of times faster and wider than ordinary cigarettes. The smoke slowly approached the remaining 2 wide ice walls. The moment the smoke touched the ice wall, boom, bang, the walls soaked by the smoke instantly collapsed into countless tiny white ice particles, and the explosion of glass shattering frantically squeezed in the ears, and the extreme ice of the whole body began to shatter irregularly like a virus spreading and corroding far away. It looked like being gnawed by an invisible ghost. When the smoke completely enveloped the ice wall, there was no ice wall left, and what was left was just a pool of almost invisible and qualityless tiny substances that could not even be counted as fine powder. Not to mention the ice wall on the wilderness. Even the ground was eroded by the mist, and an irregular crack was broken. It wasn't until the fog gradually dissipated with the area, and the magic power was gradually dispersed to the edge and weakened, that the broken rustling sounds in Luo Yun's ears gradually subsided. But at this moment, not only the ice wall, even the ground has been cut threefold by the corrosive mist. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. Luo Yun looked at his work with satisfaction. If smashing magic and smoke magic are successfully combined, it can release smoke that can shatter objects like this. The destructive power of this magic rarely reached, or even exceeded Luo Yun's expectation. Chapter 40. It seems that it is just a combination of 2 kinds of magic, but the structure of the magic structure behind it is quite sophisticated. This is like a computer, which looks ordinary on the surface and is often seen by children. But why the graphics card, sound card, memory core, and various parts inside are designed in this way, and how they are made, reserves may be difficult to fully clarify. What's more, this is super magic. The magic structure behind it is so complex that the structure of modern computers is far beyond comparison. But with Luo Yun's magical knowledge, he is very clear about all the logic behind it. Using magic power to drive the invisible grid to define the casting range, using shock waves to lock the range, and finally pouring magic power that can be converted into liquid into it to achieve atomic-level shattering. Smashing magic. Although it seems that it can directly shatter objects without any traces of casting spells, in fact, the essence of shattering is caused by the riot of magic power. Since the essence of shattering magic is still magic power, it proves that this special magic power can be used in place of other magic power. You just need to pay attention when casting the spell. Combining super magic with ordinary magic, not to mention the Ishgar for Heavenly King level, almost no magician can do this kind of thing. Even Gildarts, who is proficient in super magic, can only skillfully use smashing magic, but he doesn't know anything about the underlying magic logic behind it, let alone fusion magic. These magicians rely on experience to use magic. Only Luo Yun adds bricks and tiles from the bottom layer by layer, laying a solid foundation for all magic knowledge before conducting systematic research, so he can do what other magicians can't match. It seems that today's magic research is very successful. Try to integrate it with other magic. This is super magic. It would be a waste if it is not widely used. With that said, Luo Yun started his experiment again. The day passed quickly. Upon returning to the guild, Luo Yun sat in front of the bar. Mira Jane was wearing an apron and was working in front of the bar with her back facing herself, and the aroma of cheese wafted from the stove door behind. Are you making baked rice today? I've caught up. Do you like baked rice very much? It's comfortable to eat when you're very hungry, don't you think? Mira Jane glanced back at Luo Yun, didn't know what to say, just hesitated to speak, and the previous savage and domineering expression faded a lot. Ever since she saw Luo Yun's formidable strength in the S-level wizard assessment, she often felt a little ashamed and began to regret that she didn't know how to praise before, and she wanted to challenge such a strong man. However, Mira Jane is really a well-behaved girl. She said she would contract Luo Yun's meals for a whole year, and she went to the bar almost every day to prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She was very punctual. A bowl of baked rice was brought to Luo Yun's table, and the milky aroma of cheese flooded into the nostrils along with the heat, making one wish to wipe it all away immediately. Mira Jane wiped her hands with a wet towel and went back to the bar to make drinks. Luo Yun looked along Mira Jane's whole body and couldn't help feeling that Mira Jane really deserved to be the signature girl in the fairy tale guild. A delicate baby face, after putting on a rebellious expression that makes everyone uncomfortable, it looks even more attractive. But today she is wearing a cool black sleeveless blouse behind the apron, which not only has a faint beauty, but also makes her skin fairer. As expected, this kind of aesthetic exquisiteness has been slowly developed since childhood. Although she is only a teenage girl, Mira Jane already has a hint of the charming temperament of a mature woman. But Luo Yun wouldn't just stare blankly. There is a saying, food and s*x are also important in restraint. Even if you don't talk about restraint, appetite is ahead of hue, and now Luo Yun just wants to fill his stomach quickly. It's not possible to use the predator to kill Mira Jane anyway, and there's not much point in wasting time here. Why are you staring at me? It's nothing. I see a bug on you, and I want to remind you. What? Mira Jane completely forgot about the topic just now. She trembled all over and got goosebumps all over her body. Bug? Where? I didn't see it. After you shook your body just now, you have disappeared. Why do I suspect that you are playing tricks on me? Luo Yun didn't respond and raised a spoon to mix the rice on the table, and the bright yellow cheese was pulled into thin strands. Luo Yun, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. A clear female voice came, and Luo Yun knew who she was without looking back. Seeing the red-haired girl approaching, Mira Jane's face darkened. It's dinner time. It's normal to have dinner, Urza. Before Luo Yun finished speaking, Urza sat beside him. Dinner? That's fine too, Mira Jane. Prepare one for me too. What are you talking about? If you want to do it yourself. I'm not a waiter in the restaurant. I just lost to Luo Yun in a bet, but I didn't lose to you. Then I kindly ask you to make a baked rice for me now. Is that all right? Then it's okay if I reject you nicely? Urza, who was speechless by Mira Jane, angrily went to the kitchen to fill a baked rice and sat on the right side of Luo Yun. And before that, Mira Jane served himself a serving and sat on the left of Luo Yun. It seemed that the purpose was to upset Urza. What kind of food is this? It's really hard to swallow, Luo Yun. Don't eat Mira Jane's food in the future. It will affect the normal sense of taste. What are you talking about? Don't you have a long tongue? No taste. Although the assessment of the S-level mages made everyone grow up, the dispute between the two girls was as uncompromising as before. Only Luo Yun, who was caught in the middle, seemed quite embarrassed, and the two of them had to use themselves as the axis of anger, as if it would be a sin no matter which way they turned their heads. Luo Yun, tell me, how is my cooking? Mira Jane looked at Urza with teeth itching, a spark of hatred bursting out of his eyes. Luo Yun didn't want to favor any side, so it was better to choose to tell the truth. Urza, although Mira Jane's temper is a little bit bad, but the cooking skills are really good. You should also feel it. Luo Yun looked at Urza's plate as he spoke, and couldn't help being shocked. Urza's plate was empty, and in a matter of seconds his plate of gratin disappeared without a trace. It's indeed a bit standard, but if it's me, I can do better than this. Urza closed his eyes and picked up a tissue to wipe the rice crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 41. You are really shameless. You can turn your head and say such things after eating all the food. What I'm talking about is the truth. Otherwise, if you ask me to show Luo Yun tomorrow, you will understand the huge gap between the two of us in terms of cooking. Sorry, I'm responsible for Luo Yun's 3 meals, and it's not your turn to intervene. Luo Yun decides who cooks what he wants to eat, so stop being self-righteous. Take it easy. Luo Yun was forced to do nothing by these two girls. Let's not talk about that. I won't be able to taste the craftsmanship of the two of you tomorrow. I'm going to attend the commission assigned by President Makarov in the afternoon, and it's estimated that I will leave at noon. Ah, so that's how it is. For some reason, Mira Jane suddenly looked a little frustrated, while Urza's expression was unnaturally relieved. After eating, Urza was embarrassed to stay for a long time, and went back to her room after cleaning the dishes. As soon as Urza left, Mira Jane seemed to change his face, and the angry face suddenly relaxed. Luo Yun, do you think I want to change my temper? Mira Jane took off the apron and hung it on the handle by the stove door, revealing the shiny silver ring under the rubber collar. She seemed a little embarrassed by her gaffe just now. Luo Yun also didn't quite understand. This is not like the competitive little girl in his impression. Why do you say that? It's nothing. It's just, I always feel that being angry with that kind of idiot will disturb a normal person like you. It doesn't matter. It's good if the guild is lively. If there are quiet people, there must be noisy people. Luo Yun responded with a casual laugh. I always feel that you are insinuating and scolding me by saying that. Then let me put it another way. Your character is also very positive and energetic. I think it's pretty cool. Really, you don't seem like someone who can ask whether it's true or not. Luo Yun took the special drink offered by Mira Jane and drank it down, not noticing the blush on Mira Jane's neck at all. I'm leaving first. There is still a commission tomorrow. I have to go to bed early today. Because he planned to go to the guild library after the entrustment, Luo Yun returned directly to his room in the boys' dormitory after eating. Luo Yun sleeps directly in the library 5 or 6 days a week, and occasionally returning to his dormitory feels like sleeping in a hotel, which makes people feel particularly uncomfortable. The first thing to do after returning to the dormitory is to help the guild members make magic props. Even though Luo Yun became an S-rank wizard, he still did not stop making magic props and wizards. Anyway, the guild members have a good relationship with him. In addition, after the control of magic power is enough to make expensive materials such as magic mithril, Luo Yun hardly relies on entrustment, but only by making props to guild members or selling them to others make a lot of money. And money is of course never too much. Zizi. The light created by the electric sparks with magical power quickly cut the material in front of him. In less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Yun completed all orders for magic props. Analyzing the magic books in the library can really improve the stability and control of the magic power. It used to take at least 2 hours to complete these orders. Luo Yun was lying on the chair a little tiredly. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the small magic stone of communication on the table emitted a blue light. Holding the Philosopher's Stone, Luo Yun's magic power was only connected to it a little bit, and Urza's image emerged above the Philosopher's Stone. Luo Yun, are you asleep? It has been almost a month since I came to the guild. Urza is no longer the silent face she used to be. Now she talks to Luo Yun like a normal girl. The only difference may be that she cares more about Luo Yun's feelings than girls. Even when he spoke, Urza treated Luo Yun in a different tone. Perhaps Luo Yun himself didn't feel it deeply, but the rest of the guild must have felt it more clearly. What's the matter, Urza? Haven't I already arranged all your training tasks for tomorrow? No. Urza in the reflection shook his head. I want to know if there is any magic that can quickly improve cooking skills. Luo Yun propped the back of his head with his hands and leaned back on the chair, heaving a sigh of relief. I don't think this kind of magic is necessary. If you like to cook, you can go to Mira Jane to learn how to cook, and you should be able to. Absolutely not. Urza suddenly burst out with astonishing aura, and the voice coming through the Philosopher's Stone startled herself. Luo Yun also subconsciously moved the Philosopher's Stone away from his ears. Sorry. I don't think so, although your relationship is not very good, but... No. She's the only one who can't. I absolutely can't lose to her in this matter. It doesn't matter how much she mocks me and belittles me. Listening to Urza's rarely tough tone, Luo Yun felt that her temper was getting closer and closer to the fairy queen in his memory. Luo Yun, do you go to the bar to eat every day? It was like this before, but if the entrustment is carried out, maybe it will happen. For example, I will definitely go out tomorrow. I see. I will definitely work hard. Urza broke the connection with the Sorcerer's Stone by leaving such a sentence. Luo Yun put the Philosopher's Stone on the table. Looking at the bare surface, he felt a little complicated. What the hell are you going to do? Luo Yun doesn't want to pretend to be sentimental to guess Urza's mind. But if it is simply said that she and Mira Jane are quarreling around Luo Yun all day long, Luo Yun can bear it. This is basically the same feeling that the two gave Luo Yun when they were young in the original work. Moreover, it is more interesting to see girls making noise around him than to study magic alone all day. But business still needs to be done. Lying on the bed, Luo Yun soon fell asleep. Tomorrow, he should see many familiar and unfamiliar faces. It is very important to nourish his mental head in advance. President, are you still not getting out of the car? Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer and get out of the car. In the afternoon, Chairman Makarov and Luo Yun were sitting in a luxurious carriage. The carriage had already been tied up in the shed, but the two of them had no intention of leaving for a long time. Relying on the ability of everything in the universe to detect intelligence, Luo Yun's mind emerged a number of moving units with good strength, and they all carried a lot of magic power. Obviously, each of these energy units represented a guild leader at a party. After these guild leaders basically entered a rather well-built bar in front of them, Makarov's messenger magic stone shone brightly. Chapter 42. We should go, Makarov said in a low voice with uncompromising composure. President, why did you have to wait so long? It's just the way of the world. That's why I hate parties hosted by the Magic Senate. Makarov sighed and said, in this kind of place where the guild leaders gather, even if the timing of the meeting is not well adjusted, it is easy to attract criticism. You must be extra careful in every move. Although we, Fairy Tail, are the strongest mage guild in Fiori Kingdom, in fact, there is no gap between us and the few guilds behind. Basically, we are on equal footing. On weekdays, I don't care about these rules at all. But today, Luo Yun, you can just pretend to be a little respectful, put on a face on the surface, and know in your heart that they are a bunch of old antiques. I see. On the surface, Luo Yun agreed to Makarov, but in his heart he felt that this was really unnecessary. If nothing else, just talk about a guild arts in the Fairy Tail Guild. How can the other guilds find such a strong man? You must know that in the original work, when the Fairy Tail Guild declared a full-scale war with the second-ranked guild, even Guildarts and Laxus, two S-rank powerhouses, won the battle without making a move. Although these guild leaders are indeed very strong, Makarov is really conservative in terms of combat effectiveness alone. Luo Yun knew that what Makarov was worried about should be the pressure from the Magic Council. If the Magic Council puts pressure on the Fairy Tail Guild, the actions of the originally unfettered guild members will be greatly restricted. This is a bit tricky trouble. It was impossible for Luo Yun to think about the situation of the Magic Council in this year for a while, so he decided to listen to the chairman's arrangement for the time being. After getting off the carriage, Luo Yun and Makarov walked into the bar. It should be said that it was indeed the meeting place chosen by the big shots. Before going inside, Luo Yun felt a sense of grandeur rushing towards him. Outside the door is the Champ's Water Terrace. There are two fountain sculptures on both sides of the entrance. The shape is quite unique and exquisite. Several people in black uniforms who seem to be wizards greet the guests at the door one by one. Seeing Makarov, they seemed to recognize him and registered without asking. But when they saw Luo Yun, they were obviously stunned, and they had to be introduced by Makarov before they could let them go. Luo Yun glanced at the few people in front of him, and the analysis and identification of the great sage skill in his mind was over. It's just a few waiters, and it can be said that it has nothing to do with the high level. When I came to the inner room, I passed through a not-so-long aisle, and I could see the spacious and imposing scenery inside the bar at a glance. This is the banquet hall. The wine cabinets on both sides are all displaying expensive red wine that Luo Yun has never seen in the guild, and whiskey is placed in the lower row, and there are so many types that Luo Yun can't name them. On both sides of the wine cabinet, the redstone floor is covered with a thick fur blanket with mixed orange and yellow colors, and the chandelier on the ceiling is inlaid with diamonds. The most striking thing is that in the middle of the banquet hall, there is a suffocatingly large round table with an assortment of dishes that are particularly eye-catching. There are more than a dozen chairs surrounding the round table. On the chairs, several Luo people with familiar faces have already sat down. Seeing the president, they straightened up and said hello to Makarov. President Makarov, you are really safe and sound. I haven't seen you, President, for a long time. Fairy Tail is really outstanding. It would be great if our Sabertooth has half as strong as your guild, President. Before even taking his seat, several guild leaders praised Makarov. Luo Yun had never seen any contact and cooperation between them and the Fairy Tail Guild before, and this was all because the Fairy Tail Guild was so famous now. Makarov slightly lost his smile and reluctantly chose a seat to sit down, and Luo Yun sat next to Makarov. Not long after sitting down, the glasses of Makarov and Luo Yun were filled with wine soon. Seeing that all the guests were about to arrive, and only one table had not yet been seated, Makarov looked at the mages sitting around, turned his head to Luo Yun and whispered, Luo Yun, the next vacant table next to us is the second-ranked Phantom Lord Guild in Kingdom of Fury. You must pay attention to them. This is a big guild with the same reputation as ours. It doesn't matter if you offend other guilds, but this guild, because the relationship with our guild is not very good, every year I'm a little bit concerned about their actions, so you can just think I'm supercilious. Well, I see. Luo Yun didn't need Makarov to introduce this Phantom Lord Guild. He was already quite familiar with this guild. The original leader of the Phantom Lord Guild was once the leader of another long-standing guild, Cyan Skull, which was destroyed by the former Fairy Tail Guild. The leader established it to avenge Fairy Tail, joined the Phantom Lord Guild. In other words, the Phantom Lord Guild and the Fairy Tail Guild have been at odds since their establishment. After so many years, the two major guilds have developed very powerfully. With the growth of each other's strength and the change of president members, the enmity should have faded a lot. But in the original work, it was around this point in time that Jose and Makarov, the presidents of the Phantom Lord Guild, got into a fight after being drunk, and a new round of enmity broke out, which led to a fight between Fairy Tail and the Ghost Guild. War. But Jose is not here yet, and Luo Yun doesn't want to think too much about him. After all, my job is to hold back the president's drink, and it is enough to only care about the few presidents in front of me. President Makarov, who is next to you? Several presidents looked at Luo Yun in unison. At this moment, Luo Yun quickly had the sense of toasting the elders during the Huxian New Year in modern society, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. Hello, everyone. My name is Luo Yun, and I'm a mage from the Fairy Tail Guild. Luo Yun? Strange, we haven't heard of you before. Maybe we forgot. The old man's memory is not very good. Have you performed any commissions recently? Our guild and Fairy Tail have overlapped in some important commissions. Maybe we can recall them as soon as you mention them. Ahem. Makarov coughed twice, and the other presidents quickly fell silent. It doesn't matter if the presidents don't know this mage. I will introduce it to you next. Chapter 43. When Makarov introduced, Luo Yun stood. His eyes just glanced at the presidents, and the great sage popped up more than a dozen messages in Luo Yun's mind. Ding. Great sage analysis and appraisal. Confirm the target is. Luo Yun read out the content of the message sequentially in his heart. The old lady of the dumpling head. Uba Baba-sama, the president of the Lamia Scale Guild. The monk next to him looked like Juranikis, the strongest other than the guild leader, who used earth magic with extremely deep magic power. This disgusting E fat uncle is President Bob of Blue Pegasus, a friend of Mr. Makarov. This perfumed double chin is Blue Pegasus Knight. Goldmine of Quattro Cerberus is also Makarov's friend. In addition to a few prestigious guilds, information about the presidents of the lower-ranked guilds also unfolded in Luo Yun's mind, but Luo Yun had no impression of them. The only thing I care about is the Saber-Tooth Guild. In the original work, their guild will become quite powerful in the future, but now their guild is completely inconspicuous. Portion. Just by glancing at everyone, Luo Yun has already confirmed everyone's identity information. At this time, Makarov has just started to introduce it to everyone. Luo Yun, this is from the Lamia Scale Guild. This is... Whenever Makarov introduced a wizard, Luo Yun greeted them proactively. Everyone, this is Luo Yun, one of the youngest mages in our Fairy Tail Guild, and he has only joined Fairy Tail for a short time, so it's normal that the guild leaders don't know him. Although he is still young and still needs your advice in many aspects, I can assure you of Luo Yun's strength. Seeing everyone looking at him because of the chairman's introduction, Luo Yun always felt inexplicably bored. What? It hasn't been long since joining your Fairy Tail? Suddenly, there was a joking sound from outside the door. There was quite a strong, evil magic power in that voice. When the speaker's voice passed everyone's ears, almost everyone's brows were slightly frowned. This is not hostility to the visitor, but a slight physical discomfort with the evil magic power emanating from him. Luo Yun looked back. In front of the aisle with overlapping terraces, a man wearing an exaggerated purple wizard hat walked slowly with a strange and confident smile on his face. He has long purple-red hair, a mustache, and a pair of sword eyebrows of the same color, and his eyes seem to be full of desire for power. And even if he didn't make a move or demonstrate at all, the evil magic power floating naturally by his side was enough to make the less powerful mage vomit out. Ding. Great sage analysis and appraisal. Confirm that the target is Phantom Lord Guild President Jose Porla, age 34 years old, currently one of the 10 wizard saints. The magic used is dark magic, with strong magic power. Makarov and the other guild masters looked at Jose Porla. As the last guild leader present, he didn't show the slightest apology, but went straight to the last remaining seat and repeated the questioning just now. He seemed very dissatisfied with Makarov's statement. This mage has just joined your fairy tale not long ago. I should have heard it right, just now, right? That's right, that's it. Makarov responded with a calm face. Jose, long time no see. Since you seem to be interested too, let me introduce him to you by the way. Although Luo Yun hasn't joined our guild for too long, I can assure everyone of Luo Yun's strength. He has passed our guild's S-level mage assessment not long ago, and now he has become an indispensable backbone of our guild. Seeing Makarov being so serious, Jose didn't have the interest to ask any more questions, but instead smacked his lips. It was as if he took his words as a joke. With Jose seated, the annual president's gathering finally kicked off. Since the chairman's party is hosted and organized by the Magic Council, some responsible personnel under the council have to do some information gathering work to support the scene before the official meeting. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to ask about the situation in the various guild leaders, and to make this gathering more meaningful in different ways. The presidents also skillfully asked and answered casually. As long as you don't complain too much about the council, this part will be skipped hastily. Afterwards, the politeness and flattery were all over, and the banquet officially began. The presidents of the various guilds are also unrestrained, and they let go of their hands and feet to have fun in this luxurious bar, or enjoy the oily meat, or taste the mellow wine. The members sing and dance together for a short while. Of course, the most essential part of this is the link of toasting and drinking. Makarov, Bob, and Goldmine have been very good friends since they were young. They often drank and chatted until dawn when they were very young. Now that they are busy with work, it is rare to get together like this now. Of course, drinks are indispensable. If possible, Makarov of course wants to drink only with his friends and doesn't want to get together with these official guys, which is why Makarov has a headache. Makarov quickly whispered to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, I'll have a few drinks first to save their face, and then I'll rely on you to hold back the drinks for me. Well, leave it to me. After Makarov finished speaking, he raised his glass and drank warmly with several guild leaders. Seeing that Makarov is in the mood to drink, some unknown small guilds will also choose to toast Makarov in order to stir up the atmosphere. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. When the cheeks were flushed and Makarov felt that the whole person's mental state became a little excited, he quickly patted Luo Yun's back lightly. With such a slap, Luo Yun immediately stood up. Presidents, our president still needs to deal with official business when we go back. If we want to drink, then I will drink on behalf of the president. You? Your name is Luo Yun, right? Jose asked with a smile on his face not far from Makarov's side. Yes. You must not be underage. Minors are not allowed to drink alcohol. Before Jose could finish speaking, several wizards from the guild laughed out loud. Chapter 44. Indeed, in the kingdom of Fiori, citizens cannot drink alcohol until they are 15 years old. Calculated, Luo Yun's age is about the same, but he looks fairer and looks younger, and it is common for people to misunderstand his age, so he is not too angry. Of course, if you don't get angry, you don't get angry. If you attack yourself in this kind of situation, Luo Yun will have to settle the account that affects the image of the guild. President Jose, it's just a joke, let me have a drink with you first. As Luo Yun said, he picked up the whiskey on the table and poured it into the glass. Drinking beer at a general party is about the same. This level of spirits is more of a symbol, and it is not very often drunk, let alone such a big occasion that is prone to mistakes. Even Makarov was terrified. He didn't expect Luo Yun to play so well as soon as he got started. Isn't this a naked show of drinking power? Even if he was thinking about it for the sake of the guild's face, it was too risky. But, like brushing his teeth and washing his face, Luo Yun poured the wine down his throat without any spicy feeling or any discomfort. Just swallow it like this, fill up another glass, swallow it down your throat again, that's all. Strong distilled wine, in Luo Yun's eyes, is no different from plain boiled water. This is obviously not magic, but Luo Yun's own system skills. Ding. Predator, isolation activated. It will automatically isolate harmful substances that are about to be devoured into the body and transform them into magic power. Alcohol detected. The alcohol has been isolated for the host and transformed into magic power. That's right. Among the 5 major abilities of the Predator, the isolation of the Predator can be used not only for fighting, but also for removing the alcohol in wine and the nicotine in cigarettes. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yun didn't smell the slightest bit of spicy when drinking. I'm ready. Luo Yun didn't say anything, just looked at Jose and silently raised his glass. For an old alcoholic, one's experience in the liquor store can be seen only from the expression after drinking. At this moment, both Makarov and the other guild leaders and accompanying members couldn't help but be amazed at Luo Yun's strong drinking power. Snort. Jose was obviously irritated by Luo Yun's unreasonable provocation. You boy, you don't let your president drink, but instead replace yourself. You are quite capable. I've always heard that the fairy tale guild gathers powerful people, but today I saw what it means to be well-deserved. Come on, Luo Yun, right? Let me offer you a toast. As Jose spoke, he had a drink with Luo Yun. It didn't matter if Jose bumped into each other. After him, all the guild leaders who admired the Phantom Lord and had interests with the Phantom Guild also toasted Luo Yun. This is the scheming of the old Youtiao. Jose made it clear that he wanted to embarrass Luo Yun and the Fairy Tale Guild in an open and honest manner. One cup, another cup, another cup. After a long time, Luo Yun lost count of how many rounds of wine he blocked for Makarov. Drink 3 rounds. Makarov gradually woke up from a bit of a daze to a slightly drunk state, but the other guild leaders were obviously a little bit over the top. Jose blushed, the alcohol opening his pores. Seeing Luo Yun's calm and solemn expression, his heart became more and more angry. President Makarov, I know that your Fairy Tale Guild has been strong these years, and the limelight is out of control, but our other guilds, that whether it is Lamia Scale, Blue Pegasus, Mermaid Heel, or our Phantom Lord, which one is not existence with head and face? With the strength of the drink, Jose spoke to Makarov. After all, Jose was also the second-ranked mage guild on Fiori mainland. The discussions between the first and second guilds soon quieted everyone down, and they looked at Makarov and Jose in unison. Jose, what do you mean? Makarov gradually felt the abnormality in the atmosphere. Indeed, the Magic Council allows everyone to come with prestigious guild mages. After all, it is difficult for a guild leader to cover everything. But let a new kid sit and drink with us presidents. President Makarov, are you insulting us? Jose's words were like sharp knives, detonating the fuse of the bomb. As soon as this sentence was said, the atmosphere on the field immediately became extremely awkward. Although some of Makarov's old friends can say a few words for him, they don't know Luo Yun after all, and there is no basis or reason for conflicting with Jose here. And the guild that has interests with Jose is unwilling to offend Makarov. Therefore, everyone on the field fell into a deep silence. There was already a faint swollen vein on Luo Yun's arm. President Jose, I'm afraid you didn't understand what I meant. Luo Yun's strength is absolutely worthy of the name in our guild. I believe he is absolutely qualified to sit here. Eligible? Don't laugh to death. Jose said as he downed another glass of beer and let out a long, smelly belch. Alcohol had begun to gradually paralyze his brain. I have attacked Makarov's guild many times, but neither Makarov nor Luo Yun responded. The more he looked at Luo Yun's calm face, the more Jose felt that he was underestimated by a mere rookie kid, which filled his heart with anger and hatred. Makarov, this is really funny. Just bring a newcomer into the president's party, and then say that he is qualified to sit with us and drink. There must be a limit to joking. With a snap, Jose put the wine glass on the table. Click. In an instant, the evil aura surging around him stabbed at the wine glass from side, and a hard gold-plated wine glass shattered in his hand. Veins appeared on Makarov's forehead. He held back his anger and gently stroked his hand on Luo Yun's back to signal him to calm down, then said slowly, If Chairman Jose wants to see Luo Yun's magical strength, I don't mind. But you are messing around here a bit too much. Jose, you're just a junior. It's not good to be so rude to a senior like me. Hee. Didn't you Makarov lose respect first? You know, when it comes to magic attainments, you and I are evenly matched, and you deserve to talk about respect with me. Looking at his strength, I don't think it's necessary. He's just a brat. Oh, I get it. Probably because your fairy tale doesn't have any good mages, so you think he can come out to support the situation? Duh. Chapter 45. These few words are really too ugly. There was a hand on Luo Yun's right shoulder. Luo Yun glanced sideways, and it was Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Bob whispered to Luo Yun in a low voice. Young man, if you can bear it, try to bear it as much as possible. As long as you endure it, it will be their Phantom Lord who will suffer in the future. After all, he is not always this kind of virtue. Maybe he just drank too much today. And the Phantom Lord is not easy to mess with. Don't make it hurt both sides. He wants to be quick with his tongue, so you can let him go. The fat lady boy said a few words of sober advice, but Luo Yun went in one ear and out the other. Maybe it was also out of good intentions, but in his opinion, this is nothing more than a violent argument from a reasonable person. Jose's humiliation of Fairy Tale and Makarov continues. Your guild has no more capable people, am I right? You said this kid is S-rank? Does your guild have any S-rank mages? I don't know the strength of guild arts, I only know that he is a worthless wretch who has been disabled. Laxus? Wasn't he brought up because he was your grandson? A vain creature. President Jose, stop talking. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the presidents of other guilds immediately began to remind President Jose to pay attention to his words. After all, if he initiates a conflict and is reported, he will be targeted by the Magic Council. But Jose's wine is in his head. How can he care so much? Especially you, Makarov. You and I are the only holy 10th level mages sitting here today, but you are 40 or 50 years older than me. I don't think there is any need to say who has more talent and strength. Bar, in a few decades, after you enter the soil, how can your fairy tale have the slightest ability to compete with our Phantom Lord? Everyone here knows that only our Phantom Lord is the strongest guild. Makarov sat in place, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. If he was drunk enough, he would definitely fight Jose to the death now, but he is still sober now. Whether it is he, Bob, Goldmine, and others have already thought about putting pressure on the Phantom Lord through the high level. Chairman Jose's mocking voice to Makarov was particularly harsh. During the party, the surrounding noisy voices became quieter and quieter. When Jose stopped insulting, picked up his glass and drank heavily, it could even be described as silence at this moment. There is a voice that breaks the long-running one-man show. Crack! The wine glass in Jose's hand instantly shattered into powder, and the splashed beer scattered on his purple-red cloak and his face, and rushed into the trachea. Ahem! Cough! Who is it? Jose was aroused by this sudden attack, and anger rippled all over his body in an instant. But at this moment, who knows what's going on? All the presidents, including Makarov, watched this scene in amazement. Super Magic Smash? How can it be? Rather than being happy because Jose made a fool of himself, they were more surprised by the magic itself and who cared about the caster. Soon, everyone knew the answer. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Yun slowly stood up from his seat. He didn't say anything, just looked at Jose. Just looking at it like this, Luo Yun at this moment brought an extremely terrifying and fierce sense of coercion. The ominous breath called death instantly filled his whole body. Even if he didn't feel his attack at all, everyone felt they were all overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Yun's body. How does he look like a fledgling rookie wizard? A huge amount of magic power protected Luo Yun's body from one layer to another, washing and surging, giving people a killing intent and brutality unique to carnivores when hunting. If Makarov's magic power is like a clear lake, deep and quiet, then Luo Yun's powerful magic power is like boiling magma in a crater. Just looking at it is enough to make people feel scorching eyes. What? At this moment, Jose even thought that he was hallucinating from drinking too much. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for the little ghost in front of you to inspire such a powerful magic power. Is it a clone technique? Mental body? It's impossible. In his impression, even Makarov didn't have such huge magic power. However, he couldn't help but react at all. God's foot, strength strengthened. In an instant, Luo Yun's body was shot out like a bullet, and his feet almost wiped out dazzling sparks on the ground. That huge magical power surged out together with him at a strange speed, and gathered on his right fist in an instant. Shubang crack. He punched out at a speed that no one could see clearly. Under the extremely heavy force, Jose's body flew out uncontrollably and hit the extremely solid wall of the bar directly. The loud noise exploded in everyone's ears in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yun had already arrived at President Jose's seat. Green smoke rose from his fist, and blood that did not belong to him dripped from between Luo Yun's fist bones. Jose's chair has been turned into tiny pieces since then, and Luo Yun stepped on it and scratched against the ground, making creaking noises. The anger in his eyes doesn't ease in the slightest, and he doesn't forgive Jose the slightest bit. Stand up, Luo Yun said to the figure crawling in the smoke. The whole bar was in consternation. Everyone here is the number 1 or number 2 leader of the Magisters Guild of the Fiori Kingdom, and they are the backbone of this magical world. Even the waiters standing there are members sent by magic judges. Even if I don't have any skills, I have always seen some storms. However, facing Luo Yun's atrocities at this moment, they were all stunned, and even their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. Let me watch, no one should leave. Luo Yun glanced at all the clerks in the bar. With just such a glance, the terrifying pressure revealed by the powerful magic power seemed to nail their feet in place. Although the guy in front of him is just a simple boy no matter how he looks at it, the magic power released from him is so strong that everyone can hardly breathe. Luo Yun, you. President, don't meddle in this matter, just leave it to me. Luo Yun turned his head and said calmly, then looked at the thick smoke that was still rising. Soon, the thick smoke gradually turned purple. In the treacherous smoke, Luo Yun already felt the revival of the lingering evil aura. Chapter 46. Foot of the Gods is the magic of Jet, the fastest foot in the fairy tale guild. In the original work, Jet is a mage in Levy's team drive engine, which can burst out with terrifying speed in a short period of time. And the skill power enhancement was strengthened after Luo Yun defeated the Beastmaster, and the power gain when it was activated was basically the same as that of the Beastmaster. In addition, Luo Yun has used the analysis ability of the Great Sage in the guild library to obtain countless magic knowledge in the guild library for so many days. After combining the acceleration of strength enhancement with the acceleration of God's foot, the explosive power has reached a brand new height. Because of this, Luo Yun was able to strike this incredible punch. The smoke gradually dissipated. In the purple smoke, a group of evil and powerful magic power gradually rose up. Needless to say, the crouching figure raised his head and looked at Luo Yun with bloodshot eyes, like a jackal looking at Luo Yun just now. The farmer's granary found. With the bones protected by evil magic power, 4 of Jose's ribs were broken just by Luo Yun's blow. Red and black blood oozed from the corner of the mouth. Jose wiped the blood away, and new blood really surged up the throat again. The pain has fully awakened his nerves paralyzed by alcohol. Although it wouldn't be a serious injury, in any case, it was beyond Jose's expectation that he was so embarrassed just by a physical attack that had been strengthened in one blow. Ahem. It's a good blow. I'm afraid I really underestimated your level, but it's only limited to the blow just now. Also, kid, who are you ordering? I think you are tired of your life. You should know who I am, haha. Jose straightened up with difficulty, stood up from the cracked wall, pretended to be nonchalant, but was actually quite shocked in his heart. Ahem, what an exaggerated power. Looking at Luo Yun, whose magic power was soaring in front of him, Jose also began to feel some fear for some reason. But after thinking about it a little, the fear quickly dissipated. Having such huge magic power but only using it for close combat, it seems that the understanding of magic is just that. It is a paper tiger at all. And instead of the shock and fear, there was only endless anger in Jose's heart. Now if Jose wants to, he can completely let it go. Because of Luo Yun's initiative, he can completely wait for the Magic Council to rule on the Fairy Tale Guild. But how could he be willing to be defeated like this by an unknown pawn of the Fairy Tale Guild? How could he be willing to make a fool of himself in front of so many presidents, and be the laughingstock of being bullied by children? Rage, endless rage instantly made Jose's muscles tense. Ghost arrow. Jose raised his arms high. Makarov's face was livid when the dark aura around him gathered into a sharp shape. Jose, what are you doing? Are you going to raise this place to the ground? Go to hell. Ignoring the words of the people around him at all, Jose has lost his mind. Under the agitation of his magical power, the arrow that gathered the terrifying dark magic power flew towards Luo Yun in the blink of an eye. Luo Yun witnessed the dark arrow flying towards him, neither dodging nor dodging, impartial, but Chad released a golden light from his upper body. This is just before the dark magic reached Luo Yun's front door. The Thunder Dragon's roar. A beam of bright yellow lightning was suddenly compressed from Luo Yun's lungs, and the moment the lightning touched the dark arrows, it spread like a virus and jumped onto every arrow. ZZ crack. The chain lightning explosions made deafening noises, and the golden light dispelled all the darkness in the bar in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the lightning flash, there is even a bunch of extremely fierce thunderbolts, rushing towards Jose brazenly with a destructive force. Boom! The air wave generated by the violent explosion swept the entire bar. This is no longer the sound of electric current flowing through the body. Under Luo Yun's magical power different from ordinary people, the intensity of the lightning strike has far exceeded the imagination of the presidents. No difference. Under the eyes of the trembling presidents, President Jose was hit by Luo Yun's lightning strike again, and several flashes of lightning flashed on his body with paralyzed hands and feet. The magic power of the lightning strike was transformed into burning pain, gnawing at his skin and flesh. The purple-red cloak had already been blasted with several large holes by the lightning. The skin in the hole and his face had been smoked black, completely recognizable, not out of the original appearance. This is Dragon Slayer magic. The Thunder Dragon Slayer magic that can only be mastered by that Laxus implanted with the Dragon Slayer crystal. Who would have imagined that the mage brought by Makarov not only possessed unfathomable magic power, but also possessed powerful magic of the level of Dragon Slayer magic? Luo Yun stood still among the crowd, and there was no sound in the air except for the sizzle of the thunder light. Everyone held their breath. because they knew that even judging from the magical power generated by these two blows, this boy's strength was definitely above theirs. Whether you want to report it to the council or stop me, I'm up to you. But this matter has nothing to do with Chairman Makarov. It's entirely my own behavior. After Luo Yun said those words coldly, he once again looked at Jose, who was surrounded by thunder and gunpowder. Stand up. Jose Porla. You are more than that. Luo Yun hadn't been this angry for a long time. Ever since he traveled to this world, it can be said that what Luo Yun has done has been to accumulate knowledge honestly and dutifully. Keep accumulating and accumulating. Improve the purity of magic power by studying magic knowledge, acquire skills from guild members and wild monsters through predators, and then use great sages to analyze, strengthen, and combine skills. Even if Luo Yun is low-key, even if Luo Yun's actual strength has far surpassed his companions and even President Makarov, he never likes to show his strength too much to win attention, all because of Luo Yun knowing that there will always be a bright future. A moment of prestige can't solve any problems. Moreover, there are many powerful powers left by the first President Mavis in the Fairy Tale Guild, such as the 3 major magics of the Goblin, and even the magic of the secret treasure level that no one knows about the heart of the Goblin. All reproduced as his own strength. Luo Yun has been restraining his temper. But this time, Luo Yun couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 47. Yes, Luo Yun really couldn't bear it this time. In fact, joining Fairy Tale has provided Luo Yun with many benefits, but Luo Yun has already developed feelings for Fairy Tale's companions. It is not a utilitarian stepping stone, but a heart-to-heart relationship between people. Link. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yun chose to ignore Laxus' initial bad attitude towards him, chose to talk to Makarov in a friendly manner, and was willing to spend a lot of time on other guild members instead of grabbing magic knowledge and running away. In the face of Chairman Jose, who was talking nonsense to Makarov and himself, Luo Yun no longer had any need to endure his cynicism. If you don't break out in silence, you may only perish in silence. Stand up. Ding. Great Sage. Analysis and appraisal. The target of the appraisal is Jose Porla. The current vital signs are stable, and he is slightly injured. Luo Yun is very aware of Jose Porla's injury, and also very aware of the strength of 10 wizard saints. No matter how powerful one's magic power is, the level of strength enhancement is limited. But Luo Yun couldn't think of the possibility of losing to him. The bar once again fell into a deathly silence, and even the sound of breathing was rarely heard. The one who broke the silence was Jose Porla, who was already disfigured by the lightning strike. Hee ha ha ha. Perfect, so perfect. Join us, Phantom Lord. Although I don't know how you got your magic, it's the first time I've seen a talented mage like you. You are stronger than anyone in my guild. Even if it's Arya. No, Arya is absolutely impossible to be your opponent. Only you are qualified to be the strongest of my Phantom Lord. Jose Porla laughed wildly. After being injured by Luo Yun's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, his whole body was secreting fighting frenzy. At this moment, his slender face was already blackened by smoke, his pupils were covered with terrifying bloodshot eyes, and his whole body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. When he was serious, even President Makarov could not help but feel a chill down his spine. How about it? Are you interested? Or do you want to die here? Luo Yun looked directly into Jose's pupils without any movement in his lower body. Shut up. Good, very good. Makarov, farewell to your child. Suddenly, the muscles on Jose's face twisted and bulged into strange shapes, and the dark magic power lingering around him immediately gathered in his whole body, and his dizzying and nauseating evil power was several times stronger than before. Teleport. Civ. In a mere moment, Jose was stuck in front of Luo Yun. His teleportation magic could be released almost infinitely within a short distance. As long as the magic power was full, his movement speed during combat could be described as crazy. In the next second, layers of frightening purple-black miasma of evil thoughts gushed out from between Jose's 5 fingers, and this powerful magic power could tear Luo Yun's body apart with just a flip of his palm. Among the presidents present, who would have expected that despite suffering such a severe injury, Jose would still be able to hit such a fast and powerful magical impact without being affected? Even if Makarov wanted to catch the blow, he would at least use his full strength. However, Luo Yun still stood there without moving. Like the unmoving Mount Tai, Luo Yun stared at the dark magic power that was about to smash his chest, and had already calculated everything. Breakdown. In an instant, the dark magic power that Jose swung at Luo Yun disappeared. What? It was as if a powerful killing machine suddenly turned off. Even Jose himself didn't realize how the magic power was broken, because the magic power of super magic, broken, would not leave any traces at all. How could Jose be willing to miss the blow he was bound to win? If Luo Yun can't be hurt by one blow, he will attack thousands of more blows. He doesn't believe that Luo Yun's magic power is so strong that it is impenetrable and can nullify all his dark magic with no dead ends. In the blink of an eye, the dark aura from Jose surged out again. Ugh! Two huge ghosts rose up in response, and a circle of shadowy dark soldiers appeared behind the ghosts, and a large amount of dark breath and black-purple light beams suddenly appeared around Luo Yun's front, back, left, and right. Jose is still gathering his magic power to attack Luo Yun in all directions. Under his extremely fast casting speed and huge magic power, the dark magic attacking Luo Yun is like an evil storm. It is impossible for Luo Yun to have any breathing space. However, this is only in Jose's view. A bunch of smoke was blown out slowly. With a cigarette in his mouth, Luo Yun put his hands in his pockets. His expression didn't change at all, and he even wanted to laugh. Decomposition-type fume. The smoke that spread from around Luo Yun disintegrated all the surrounding magic at a terrifying speed. Whether it was ghost soldiers, ghosts, or Jose's breath of death, they were all disintegrated the moment they touched Luo Yun's smoke. No matter how fast Jose's casting speed is, it is still not enough to look at Luo Yun, because, Great Sage, spell exclusion. When using skills such as magic, there is no need for a spell chanting procedure. As mentioned above, because any magic skill used by Luo Yun is instantaneous, after knowing the spell, it can be launched directly without any interval at all without spells and chanting. When the smoke enveloped Luo Yun's whole body, under the infinite decomposition speed, Luo Yun didn't need to do anything, just silently lock the decomposition object to remove all the magic that hit him. At least breaking down this kind of conventional magic is really a piece of cake for Luo Yun. He boasted so much, but the continuous spell bombardment couldn't hurt a single hair of Luo Yun. Jose became more and more angry and collapsed. He drove the dark magic more and more quickly, injecting more and more dark magic power into the ghost soldier. The front teeth were biting so hard that they almost pierced the lips. After a hard fight to no avail, he finally raised his hands high and gathered his strongest magical energy, and he wanted to use a decisive blow to show Luo Yun what the real difference in strength is. The whole bar was quickly turned into a gloomy and chaotic place by Jose's dark aura. But before that, at some point in time, Luo Yun had two more pistols that were teleported using space magic. I wanted to see what powerful magic you have that is worth my prey, but now it seems that I really think highly of you. Thinking of this in his heart, ignoring the existence of the presidents, a cold, killing intent flashed in Luo Yun's eyes. Chapter 48. Wide-range shooting ice spring. In an instant, Luo Yun raised his gun and shot out a fountain of extreme cold enough to freeze everything. Under the high speed driven by the gunpowder at the muzzle, Jose had no choice but to give up casting spells, and hastily parried the sudden icy shot. What is the casting speed? How many elements of magic did he master? Haven't had time to think yet. God is enough. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yun has arrived behind Jose with a burst of dancing sparks on his toes. The speed was so fast that Jose had no time to react, and even Makarov, who was a bystander, didn't see Luo Yun's movements clearly. Three-dimensional text. Cave. A big hole suddenly appeared next to Jose's left foot, and Jose, who lost his balance when he stepped on the ground, suddenly lost his eyes. Crush. Crack. Ugh all. Under Luo Yun's idea, Jose's left thigh and left arm were disintegrated and shredded piece by unknown magic power. Blood gushed out from Jose's joints like a wet towel. The severe pain made Jose unable to breathe at all. Lost all defensive planning in an instant. The hand bones and leg bones were burned into powder together, and the tearing sensation of the severed limb tormented every inch of Jose's nerves. Space magic. Dress up. Watching Jose struggling on the ground, Luo Yun took out a long military blade from a different space. Dark text. Severe pain. After two sounds of, Luo Yun cut out the words of severe pain in the world of fairy tale like a painting. Although writing in Huxia is a waste of time, the strokes of the words in this world are quite simple coherent. Casting spells has also become extremely fast. Yeah. After Luo Yun drew the word excruciating pain with the long blade, the pain inflicted on Jose's body doubled instantly. Jose, who had been unable to bear the pain of severed limbs, let out a mournful wail in an instant. Under the burning of the magic power, He seemed to be burned. Life would be worse than death by 1,000 cuts. Pain, endless pain. It was as if steel needles were inserted into the 7 orifices. Every inch of muscle was torn, every nerve was pulled, and Jose was tormented by unbearable pain. The hatred, anger, and all negative emotions in his heart are all attributed to the fear of Luo Yun. When he opened his eyes and looked at Luo Yun's cold face, the painful and terrifying death was reflexively reflected in his mind. Jose's wailing echoed in the silent bar. The magic of the cave text has been lifted. Luo Yun looked coldly at Jose, who was lying on the ground and could not move. He was at the mercy of others like a fish on a knife. Not to mention the strength of 10 wizard saints level. Even a little kid can beat him to death with a brick at this moment. Maybe his dark magic is indeed of a good standard, and it is not far behind Makarov's light magic. But if all the skills of everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild are added up, his power is insignificant at all. It's a rare opportunity. Why not use you to practice? Withdrawing the long sword and gun, Luo Yun concentrated his thoughts. A golden light suddenly appeared under the concentration of the magic power on his right hand, and the sound of zizzing electricity quickly emerged from his body. Seeing the familiar thunder light, Makarov's pupils suddenly widened again. The purity of this lightning is by no means ordinary lightning magic. It is clearly the level that can only be reached by Laxus Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. I don't know why Luo Yun can master this level of dragon power. However, Luo Yun's movement didn't stop yet. He took a breath and continued his magical power straight to the radius. And the crimson explosive flame suddenly rose from Luo Yun's left hand, and the raging flame filled the air with a burning sound like firewood falling. The purity of the flame, even compared to Thunder Dragon Slayer magic Thunderbolt, is not much better. This time, all the presidents screamed out loud. No matter how you look at it, this kind of flame is the flame that can only be stimulated by the dragon power of Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Although there are some presidents who have little contact with Natsu, they are not sure if it is the power of Dragon Slayer magic. But if it is pure fire magic, its purity has already surpassed the level of Deshang Fire Magician. What's the difference between Dragon Slayer? And who would have thought that Luo Yun, a calm young man, could use the dragon-slaying magic of 2 elements at the same time with his own strength? You must know that dragon-slaying magic is an ancient magic that transforms one's physique into a dragon's physique and is used to kill dragons. Controlling a dragon-slaying magic requires not only a 1 in a million chance, but also an extremely strong will character. This is not a magic that ordinary magicians have the opportunity and ability to get involved in. But this young boy, who doesn't seem to be very young, can actually do it alone. Master both. What's even more frightening is that he can use these 2 kinds of dragon-slaying magic at the same time, which shows the horror of his control over magic. Thunder Flame Dragon Profound Truth. Luo Yun stretched out his left arm, blending the rushing flames with the violent thunder and lightning above his right arm. Shoo! Immediately, the orange-yellow thunder light and the vermilion flame light complement each other, and the huge magic power and dazzling brilliance instantly filled the entire hall of the party venue. Looking at the incomprehensible magic power, Jose's body trembled instinctively, and tears fell uncontrollably. Not only Jose, but which of the presidents present can remain calm in the face of this kind of magic power, and who can guarantee that they can save their lives in the face of this kind of offensive? Even if someone wanted to persuade Luo Yun to stop, everyone was speechless in the astonishment. Moreover, even if Makarov persuaded Luo Yun to stop at this moment, he would never give up. In a trance, the fist full of thunder and fire blatantly slammed into Jose's face. Crack dash. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion created a deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters in the banquet hall of the bar in an instant, and even Luo Yun's clothes were partly burned off by the explosion. In order not to hurt the innocent, Luo Yun had deliberately reduced his strength and concentrated his attacks, but it still caused such a big momentum. What is interesting to Luo Yun is that even after that he was able to identify Jose's vital signs. Ding. Great Sage. Analytical appraisal. Target Jose Porla has lost consciousness. The current vital signs are weak, almost non-existent. All parts of the body were seriously injured, and both arms were blown up. Interesting. Luo Yun had thought of this result a long time ago. People in the fairy tale world often die from illness, and characters who are attacked by magic are rarely killed on the spot, usually seriously injured. I've always wanted to see if this is really the case, but I didn't expect that Jose still has his last breath. This is probably the so-called bloodlocked state on the verge of death. Chapter 49. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. This is the extremely powerful magic that Natsu once borrowed the power of Laxus to use in the original work. After fusing the two dragon-slaying magics of fire and thunder, the power, explosiveness, and destructive power of Natsu's magic quickly increased dramatically and shocked Hades, the president of the Grimoire Heart Guild, with one blow. Luo Yun firmly believes that his understanding of magic is higher than that of Natsu. In this case, it is only logical that he, who has mastered two kinds of dragon-slaying magic, fire and thunder, can use this power. Moreover, Luo Yun already felt that his understanding of magic was better than Natsu's. In the original work, Natsu's consumption increased sharply after entering the Lei Yanlong mode, and he was physically exhausted without using two moves. It took a long time for him to gradually retract freely. But now, Luo Yun, who has combined the two powers, doesn't feel any physical discomfort. He has long been accustomed to using the great sage's analysis for magic fusion. He is clear about the conflict between magic structures and the addition of magic power introduction. He is even more comfortable using new magic. Still, Jose breathed his last. Conventional lock blood. This disgusting setting is completely useless here for Luo Yun. As long as a sword pierces through Jose's heart, no matter how powerful the vitality of the characters in this world is, no matter how hard they are hit by magic and survive, it is impossible for them to survive like this. But Luo Yun thought about it. This didn't conflict with his predator ability at all. Predators can prey on unconscious targets to gain their magical abilities. That being the case, take advantage of Jose and gain his skills. After all, when Jose attacked him just now, the speed almost made Luo Yun unable to defend him. After all, he is a holy 10th level magician. Although he is the last one, he still has something on him. Thinking of this, Luo Yun looked at Jose, and the system skills in his brain began to operate. Ding! Predator. The target is Jose Porla. The predation is complete. In just a few moments, Jose Porla's mangled body disappeared into the pit. Ding! Predator. Analysis. The analysis is in progress, and the magic selected by the host is being extracted. The smoke and dust lingering around the ruins gradually dissipated. Luo Yun looked up and looked around. The hall of the meeting place has been messed up by his own magic. The wine cabinet was destroyed by lightning, and the precious red wine was overturned and buried in the deep pit he created. The gorgeous decoration was melted by its own flame, and a big hole was burned out in the wall, and the light came in from the outside, making it look quite dilapidated. The presidents of various guilds have emerged from the smoke. In front of him, Makarov's expression is both surprised and disturbed. Luo Yun. Everyone's emotions have gone from being too shocked to finally being able to make a sound. Luo Yun's anger gradually calmed down, but the system's sound in his head came as expected. Ding! Predator. Analysis. The magic analysis of the current predator object is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining magic skills. Teleportation, dark magic, mind-body. Skills under the classification of dark magic. Phantom Soldier, Breath of Death, Despair, Dark Erosion, Death Storm. It should be said that Jose Porla really deserves to be 10 Wizard Saints. His research and understanding of dark magic just filled in the magic knowledge that Luo Yun failed to learn in the library. Now Luo Yun's strength should be able to go up a little bit. But then, looking at the mess in front of him, Luo Yun had to waste a lot of time cleaning it up. The annual meeting of presidents ended early in the battle between Luo Yun and Jose. As for the follow-up situation, even the guild leaders who were at the party that day didn't know much about it. To be honest, even Makarov didn't understand what happened afterwards. Perhaps only Luo Yun and Jose, who were fighting with each other, understood. But now, even Jose's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows if Jose is still alive. Perhaps Luo Yun had already killed him, or perhaps Luo Yun put him into his stomach pouch after preying on him to continuously absorb his magic power. Some people also heard that he was seen in a small border town far from the harbor of Acnologia, in the Kingdom of Fury. His hands were crippled, and his magic power was gone. He seemed to have no face to return to his guild, or it might be because he was afraid. Because of Luo Yun, he never dared to return to the harbor. In short, from that day on, Jose disappeared from everyone's sight forever. 2 days passed. Because he was worried about what problems would arise in the future, Makarov asked Luo Yun to temporarily hide in the underground library of the guild and sealed the door of the library with magic. Don't come out. Wait until things calm down. This is Makarov's kindness. He knew that Luo Yun made the move for the sake of the guild, and he was also shocked that Luo Yun would have even stronger magic power than himself and would easily defeat Jose of 10 Wizard Saints. But even so, Makarov is still worried about what will happen to Luo Yun. The reason is that the Magic Council of Fiori Kingdom has two extremely powerful ultimate weapons. This is also a secret known only to the upper echelons of the Council and Makarov. These two ultimate weapons are the Magic Pulse Bomb, Fez, and the Magic Spirit Power. The Magic Pulse Bomb can dissipate all the magic power on this continent, turning the magician into a useless person without any power, while the Magic Wizard Power can easily destroy all substances and even destroy a country. Because of these two weapons, the Kingdom of Fiori was clearly unable to compete with the Alvarez Empire in the Western continent in terms of military strength, but it has never been invaded by the Empire. Even if Luo Yun has the power to defeat Jose, he will always be threatened by this kind of bug. Besides, I heard that God Serena, the first member of the 10 Wizard Saints, has 8 different dragon-slaying magics, and her strength is extremely terrifying. The other people in the 4 Kings of Ishgar are by no means ordinary people, and they all have contacts with the Magic Council. In Makarov's view, even if Luo Yun is a genius, it is impossible to fight against so many people. Therefore, it is better to avoid the limelight and protect yourself wisely. Of course, in Luo Yun's view, Makarov's worries are unnecessary. But it was a coincidence that his next plan coincided with his arrangement. Originally, I decided to read the last remaining magic book of the guild after the party and learn the profound magic knowledge in it. Now Makarov let himself stay inside and wait for the limelight to pass, so why not do it? Chapter 50. At the council held by the Magic Council. In the church-like classical pavilion, a large blue magic circle was suspended in the air, and 7 counselors stood on the magic circle. Lawmakers are discussing recent breaches. In the world of fairy tale, Affluent, the Magic Council is equivalent to the Overwatch Council for mages. In addition to investigating some violations and eliminating dark guilds that do not submit to their jurisdiction, counselors often hold councils to discuss recent important developments in the magic world and formulate some courses of action. If it wasn't for the Dark Guild, they usually turned a blind eye to the riots caused by the guilds under their jurisdiction. The most common thing they did was to punish the outsiders on the surface, but in fact they just pretended to let it go. Unless it really caused a particularly large riot, and there are quite a lot of witnesses and evidence, they will deal with it seriously. And what they are discussing now is the recent big riot that the fight between Luo Yun and Jose at the president's party. Could it be blamed on Fairy Tail for this crime? An old judge said calmly. His name is Yajima, and he is an old acquaintance of Makarov's. The two have known each other for many years, so whenever the Fairy Tail Guild makes trouble, he can fix it with a few kind words. He can also be said to be Makarov's internal relations in the Senate. It's true that our people saw the whole process. It was the boy named Luo Yun who made the move first, which is not wrong, but there is also feedback from other guilds that the Phantom Lord Guild provoked first. Is it wrong to assign the fault to one party alone? Biased. According to them, President Makarov never made a move. Is it more appropriate to classify this matter as the personal behavior of Luo Yun? As soon as the voice fell, the hooded man wearing sunglasses said, "Personal behavior? Are you kidding me? Do you think that a young mage can destroy that area like that?" Indeed, Fairy Tail is now ranked first in the guild rankings, but Makarov's intervention must have been involved in that level of destruction. If he is outspoken, maybe we can handle it according to our discretion, but what good is this sophistry doing to everyone? I can't even see it. The one who interrupted him was a young girl with black bangs and long hair, Altair. Maybe there really is that kind of young genius. After all, there have been a lot of wizards in the magic world recently, and I also know some very young and strong people. If it's just destroying a wider building, it's still reasonable. Hearing Altair's words, the man's expression changed quickly. Is that the point? Don't you know who that Jose is? One of the current 10 Wizard Saints, and Makarov, who is also the 10 Wizard Saints, must respect him. He defeated that Jose together, and it was a complete defeat without any suspense. Even if Makarov wants to defeat him completely, he is not fully sure. No matter how powerful a boy is, how can he reach this level? Who knows? After all, we don't have any evidence of other people's intervention, do we? Altair's light words brought the discussion back to the original point again. At this time, the chairman of the council, Crawford Sim, finally spoke. Discussions like this are too inefficient and meaningless. This incident did not cause any subsequent riots. After Jose's disappearance, it seems that even the Phantom Lord Guild has no complaints, and Fairy Tail is willing to bear all the losses. Our Magic Council has always severely punished the infighting between guilds, but now we are fighting alone. It is normal to have such disputes occasionally, so there is no need to punish Fairy Tail too much, just a simple punishment and warning. After Crawford said that, Yajima breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but his throat tightened again after that. Only, there are indeed too many doubts about the boy named Luo Yun. It is more appropriate to bring him to us to investigate. Of course, if the boy is really dangerous, we can also consider asking Doran Bolt to erase his memory, so there will be no problem. As soon as Crawford said this, everyone present, including Altair, shut up. This is indeed quite a trick. Doran Bolt of the Magic Council's espionage department has memory magic and teleportation magic. Not only can he quickly escape from various dangerous situations, but he can also tamper with his memory. If there is only one enemy, it is not dangerous to ask him to perform any dangerous tasks. As long as Doran Bolt finds Luo Yun, the Magic Council can safely obtain information about that day. It's not too late to talk about convicting Fairy Tail later. Do you have any objections? No. This is indeed the best way to deal with it right now. Seconded. Seconded. Since more than half of the votes are seconded, let's discuss the handling of the Dark Guild next, and let's put this matter aside for now. The meeting continued. However, Altair, one of the counselors, was absent-minded. Her heart is full of the boy named Luo Yun that a few people mentioned just now. Luo Yun it's definitely not an easy character. The power of the new generation is very good now. Just do a little research. In the private rooms of the council members, Altair put aside the report he was going to present to the council. His eyes suddenly became dark and sharp. Unlike Urza and Mira Jane, it is impossible for a young girl to have such fierce eyes. Those eyes seem to be pouring out something special, or hatred for the world, or desire for power, or simply nothingness. Only Altair knows that her true identity is actually the head of the seven kin of purgatory of the strongest Dark Guild Grimoire Heart. At a very young age, Altair was sent by the Dark Guild Oration Cease for experiments, and then joined Grimoire Heart, becoming the most powerful subordinate of the guild leader Hades. Boom. The door was knocked lightly. Come in. After Altair finished speaking, a short-haired man with earrings walked in. Miss Wooloo, are you looking for me? Don't call me by that name. Excuse me. Miss Altair. Altair eyed Doran Bolt with mixed feelings. It's such a waste that such a convenient ability to tamper with memory is in the hands of this kind of man. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.